warned me about Lightfall, and it's time for me to finally figure out why, as I make first contact in this campaign's introductory mission.
Guardian, help Osiris reach the Veil before Calus does. And please, stay close to him. He doesn't have any life to spare.
Ikora briefs us on our objective. Calus is closing in on something called the Veil. We cannot allow this to happen for one reason or another, thus Osiris is on his way to get to the Veil first. Fun fact, I originally played the first mission of the Lightfall campaign in my first ever Destiny 2 video because the quest started by itself as I logged in on day 3. In that iteration, we got additional context for the prior events that led up to Lightfall. For some reason, that extra cutscene did not play when I started up the mission this time around. My current theory on why this was the case is due to the fact that I purposely selected the starting mission of the campaign after already having been forced to play through it. There's probably a flag that has been checked that prevents this cutscene from playing again in order to not waste any extra time. While it does contain information we as a player should already know, it probably makes more sense for it to play anyways. The reason for this is because I went into Lightfall right after finishing the Witch Queen campaign. However, this is not the complete story. In between expansions, there are seasons which continue the story from where the DLC left off. So, while players who continue to play are more up to date on the goings on of what led up to this particular event, I am not. I also did not remember this recap cutscene when playing the first time around, because when I went and first played the game, I had no idea what I was even doing. However, now that I do have more context of the story due to playing the last 3 campaigns, the events that led up to this DLC make a bit more sense this time around. In this cutscene, Zavala recaps some prior events. We know that the Witness was out there and was closing in on the Traveler, but now the Black Fleet is at our doorsteps. Savathun tested our resolve, but in terms of the timeline, I just got done taking care of her. At some point, Cabal Emperor Calus was overthrown, and we ended up becoming allies with the new Empress. Our ghost mentioned Kaidal in the first mission of the Witch Queen campaign, and at that time, I thought she was another adversary. However, from further context in the Communion mission, I later learned that we were not foes. At some point after that, presumably during the season, we became buddies with Kaidal. We also became allies with Mithrax, the leader of the Elixni House of Light. This means at some point, some Elixni decided to get into the good graces of the Traveler once more. This is in contrast to Aramis, who led the House of Salvation, where they gained power from the Witness. Mithrax is not relevant to the following campaign, though. Even though Kaidal usurped Calus, the previous Emperor survived and lied in wait. Due to his lack of control and power, he turned towards the Witness and became one of its disciples. With his newfound power, he reemerged and now leads the Black Fleet Pyramid against us. In order to confront the Witness, the Traveler finally left Earth in an unprecedented move. The Traveler fighting the Witness itself might come as a shock, but the Traveler leaving Earth really shouldn't. We know that the Traveler left the Elixni in the past, so it leaving us could have been a possibility. The Traveler Kamehameha'd the Witness's pyramid. While this resulted in the flourishing of some sort of plant matter, the Witness itself remained unaffected. Some ships try to contribute, but they only end up getting sliced into 3 by a simple finger wag from the Witness. We also get a glimpse of Amanda Holliday, the Tower shipwright, after seeing the fall of a couple of dogfighters. She's currently engaged in combat with the Witness. I received a comment on the original video that alluded to the fact that she died. I barely knew Amanda, but as an established character, it's kind of weird that we don't actually see her die. I guess this is implied by the fact that we don't ever see her again, but that's pretty vague. The Witness reaches for the Traveler before contacting Calus. This sets into motion the events that we are currently participating in. The camera cuts to Osiris, who realizes that they have found the Veil. While he does not initially define who they are, we can use context clues to figure that out. Zavala wishes to aid Osiris, however the Vanguard is in no position to engage with the enemy. This fact does not dissuade Osiris from his goal though. We are out of time. Getting to the Veil before Calus is of the utmost importance. This is where the line Ikora says differs though. In this first version of the cutscene, Ikora simply says Osiris' name, which alludes to his current status of having lost his ghost. The second time around, Ikora is much more direct and references the fact that Osiris does not have any additional lives. In order to provide assistance, we find ourselves boarding some sort of ship in space. Climbing inside the ship is when the mission officially begins. This is where I learned that we are in the Vol Gaudium. That's Latin for Veiljoy. This Cabal carrier is stationed within Neptune's low orbit. We saw the Traveler leave the last city and the Witness attack it. Those events took place above the Earth. We never get a proper establishing shot of the planet, so us being near Neptune is spatially jarring. Or at least it is if you only examine this first cutscene. If we go back to the second cutscene that played when I chose the first contact mission, our actions become a little bit more clear. Our ship nears a Cabal carrier, and we drop onto it. It is at this point that the ship engages its warp drive. The ship begins to travel at hyperspeed away from the Earth. This sudden action forces us to cling onto the ship for our dear life as we climb into it. The additional context of this cutscene provides a reason for why we didn't get the establishing shot of Neptune. That's because we, as the character, had no idea where we even went. Once the ship slows down, our ghost triangulates our position. We are near Neptune. While we caught a ride over to this unknown location, Osiris seemed to have traveled in his own ship. It's important to note that the Cabal carrier only traveled to Neptune after the Witness tasked Calus. Osiris had the knowledge of the existence of something important being hidden on Neptune from the time he had access to Savathun's memories. The question we are now asking is, what is the Veil? It's clearly an important enough artifact that Osiris is willing to risk his life in order to prevent Calus from obtaining it. Once on the ship, Osiris contacts us. He did not expect anyone else to be with him, but appreciates that we are here to provide him with some assistance. He clears up that the Veil is some sort of artifact. Osiris has a plan to stop Calus, but that's still a work in progress. In the meantime, he tells us that we should find our way through the ship. The phrase, that ship, implies that he is on another one. Of course, Osiris being in his own ship makes the most sense, but Osiris then calling us a fellow stowaway forces me to consider that he is on a separate Cabal vessel. The fact that Osiris doesn't have his own ship is important because it means that we are unable to just fly away and escape from the situation we are in. While Osiris wouldn't try to do so in the first place, this restriction has more narrative implications. Not being able to fly away is different from not wanting to fly away. Since we dropped out of our personal vehicle onto this larger ship, I would also consider us not having access to our ship story-wise. We can't just jump off this carrier and return to Earth. Neptune's orbit has us trapped. I see some Cabal troops behind a window. A distinct guttural voice chants a mantra in an ancient language. The identity of this entity remains unknown, yet it draws the Cabal away. I reach a dead end and for some reason shoot the wall before breaking through the vent. This is where we have our first proper combat encounter. You probably recognize the Verge curve as I've used a bit in the past. I have returned to the Stasis Shadebinder lifestyle, thanks to the Osmiancy gloves provided to me from the end of the Witch Queen campaign. These gloves buff and allow me to have an extra charge of a cool snap grenade. For my aspects, I'm using Bleak Watchers and Ice Flare bolts. There aren't too many options here anyway. For fragments, it gets a little bit more complicated. I took the time to read over all of them. Not only that, but I traveled all the way back to Elsie Ray in Europa to acquire the Whisper of Rending and Whisper of Durance. However, I then failed to equip these fragments for some unknown reason. Very cool. This means I ended up sticking with the Whisper of Torment, Whisper of Shards, Whisper of Bonds, and Whisper of Chains for my playthrough. Back in the encounter, while I missed my first arrow in an embarrassing manner, the rest of the Cabal go down without much effort on my end. There are some new developments though. Thanks to the influence of the Witness, they've equipped the Shadow Legion Cabal with some brand new tech packs. These packs contain Pyramidal Resonance. If left undestroyed, the resonance will provide shielding to any nearby operatives. The door we need to get through is locked. It requires a Chalice keycard. The mini-boss of this room is an esteemed Colossus. It's not really a difficult enemy by itself. At some point, I learned how to use a waveframe grenade launcher, correctly.
My faithful shadow, this is your glorious Emperor speaking. Our alliance with the Witness bears such delectable fruits. Together, we will devour soul.
The door is still locked, and thus we destroy a vent to find our way around. As we do so, Calus motivates his Shadow Legion with a rousing speech. Osiris realizes the advantage held by Calus, and thus we decide to interfere with his march by destroying the carrier we are on. All the doors now require a Chalice keycard to get through, and thus, using the information provided to us by Osiris, we change our goal to obtain said item. The Shadow Legion actually ambushes us ahead, but it ends in failure. We crawl into a restricted zone and encounter a Warbeast Keymaster. An ice arrow freezes it, and a nade from my launcher kills it and the remaining enemies in the troop. We pick up the Warbeast keycard, but it is not the one we are looking for. However, it is still a keycard, and thus we can access additional rooms with it. The keycard mechanic is kind of useless, since the game forces us to work through the story in a linear fashion. I think this keycard mechanic would work better if this area was designed non-linearly. Our main goal is to get to the core of the ship. This final gate could act as the linear checkpoint. The entirety of the rest of the ship could then be locked off, with us being able to explore the ship and gather the keys in any order. This way, the vents introduced could also be of some use instead of just being, there. After mowing down most of the ship's crew, we find the first Warbeast locked gate. The words Osiris speaks to us seem fairly sound. If even the Traveler had to run away from the Witness, then we have no chance. This is the exact same observation I made when I played this mission for the first time around as well. One thing that I did notice though, was that our ghost suggested that we chose to leave Earth and the Traveler behind. This makes sense in the second version of the cutscene, as Ikora purposely tells us to take care of Osiris. The first time around, though, while we dropped onto the ship, it warping over to Neptune was not within our calculations. Also, Osiris further establishes on what the Veil is by mentioning how if the Witness is able to link up with it, the entire system will collapse. So, while we don't know exactly what the Veil is, we know its function and how the story operates. While I appreciate Osiris telling us about the Veil, I think that its overall cosmic importance would be better established if we were shown the extent of its power. We crawl through the floorboards and ventilation systems. Kavos, Reverend of the Witness, jump-scared me when I first encountered it, but this time around, I managed to hold it off. Osiris mentions how this was a creation through the unholy alliance between the Witness and the Cabal, but I have no idea where the influence of the Cabal creeps in. This is also the location of this mission's first campaign banner. There's not that many ads, so I'm able to snipe the Keymaster with my grenade launcher. I don't find the Chalice keycard, and instead pick up the Conquest key. This does allow me to access the ship's control room. There are not enough enemies to slow me down. With just 4 arrows, I destroy the ship's core. Since the ship we are on is on a downward spiral, we need to escape. Meeting Osiris not only groups us up, but also allows us to enact his plan on how we're getting onto the surface of Neptune. We exit the ship and traverse to the adjacent one thanks to some floating meteoroids. The spectacle of the set piece is still astounding. I didn't stop at all once I made my way outside, this time around. This allows me to witness the Shadow Legion flagship as it flies directly below us. Calus taunts us, but he doesn't want us dead. Instead, he wishes to face off against us directly in the arena. The muffling of the audio while we're in space is a nice touch. Some trash cabal attack me, but they just waste my time. I jump on to the next ship, Astaroth Rex II. Astaroth actually is the name of a great duke of hell and part of the evil trinity with Beelzebub and Lucifer. Those two names I've heard a lot more than Astaroth, to be honest. And Rex is obviously king in Latin. Osiris fills us in on his plan, and it's pretty straightforward. We need to destroy the engine of the ship as it will harm Calus and slow down his search and assault. The ship is rather large and requires me to massacre an entire battalion of the Shadow Legion before finding the Chalice keycard. I placed down the second campaign banner and used the Chalice keycard to enter the engine room. Before I walked in, I made sure to blow up the yellow barrels closest to the entrance because I foresaw a future me killing myself with those explosives. The rest of the fight had no particular standout moments. It was a relatively stress-free experience. With the reactors destroyed, the ship is also going down. Osiris informs us to head towards the escape pods. For some reason, our ghost is not a big fan of Osiris' escape pod plan. I'm not sure why, because escape pods were created for situations exactly like this one. What is our ghost not exactly a fan of? If we stay on the ship, we're probably gonna die. Maybe our ghost could resurrect us, but that sounds like an even worse idea to test. Osiris is almost at the escape pods, but the Shadow Legion leaders have caught onto our plan, especially since we destroyed the engine. Since we're being sealed off, we need to find an alternative route. I find the third campaign banner, but as I try to rally to the flag, I walk past the checkpoint and start the encounter. Whoops. Luckily, I'm able to clear out the hangar without any ammo or cooldown issues. I kill a keeper and use the War Beast keycard to access the locked room. It's here I encounter Kavast once more. While this is legendary difficulty, my acquired game knowledge along with the freezing effect from the turrets made this fight not particularly difficult. Although part of that is thanks to the arena allowing me to hide from the Tormentor effectively. Tormentors, overall though, are fairly well designed enemies. They are aggressive in their nature as they chase you down. They also have a rather large health pool and super armor against explosive damage. I sure do wonder if there's a mechanic that would allow you to negate this passive ability. Using the Conquest keycard, we enter the emergency exit room. Ghost wonders if the escape pods are safe, and I think at this point I'm just now realizing that Ghost does not understand what an escape pod even is for. Osiris steps and lets out a scream as the systems eject the escape pod. Our own pod crash lands on Neptune. We escape the destroyed container and observe the environment around us. Unknown to us, Neptune birthed a civilization and then constructed this advanced city on what we thought was an abandoned planet. Our ghost pings Osiris. However, some unknown voices intercept our comms. We confirm that we are not affiliated with the Cabal invaders and instead are guardians from the lost city. Neither of the voices formally introduces themselves at this point, but I can learn their names from the comm section in the upper right-hand corner. Neomunu's landing site is visually quite distinct from the rest of Destiny's locations. This obviously has to do with Neomuna's futuristic style, and also with Calus's flagship looming in the background. While some of the buildings are quite distinct, this design principle doesn't apply to every aspect of Neomuna. The terrain we cover itself is quite bland and uninteresting. It's just some rocks. The building's low density and lack of height, alongside Destiny's typical open arenas, do not help in making the location feel any more distinct from others though. Osiris contacts us. He is stuck in his escape pod, although we are fast approaching his location. After taking care of the nearby Cabal, we take notice of an anomaly. We witness swatches of green lines expanding into infinity while traversing throughout Neomuna, and now they have concentrated into something more tangible within our minds. We look within and become Strand empowered. This is the second Darkness subclass after Stasis, and one that does not seem to be tied with the Witness. The best parts of the Darkness subclasses are their physics and interaction with the game world. Stasis created physical pillars of low energy, while Strand allows us to grapple all over the place. Our newfound power is fun, but we unfortunately abuse it and collapse onto the ground, barely holding onto consciousness. We saw the two voices from earlier fly by us. This is where they officially make their introduction. This cutscene doesn't have too much for me to say. However, now that I do know that Osiris lost his ghost, this accidental appeal to emotion from Rohan is more effective on Osiris than what I first realized. Getting to the Veil is of the utmost importance, but of course, if you're dead, it doesn't matter. While this works on Osiris now, I still have a ghost. However, I've just collapsed from using a newfound power, and thus resting at the Watchtower before focusing on the Veil is probably not a terrible idea. The cutscene between Calus and the Witness is still completely useless though. I guess it establishes the Witness's presence in the story some more, as we, the player, see him interact with the big bad guy of this campaign. Since our character has a more established relationship with Calus, players who actually know Calus and experience parts of his story probably fear the Witness more than those who don't based on these interactions. The fact that Kaido defeated Calus in sentient packing, though, only diminishes his threat level some more to me. This is my analysis on the first mission of the Lightfall campaign. Thanks for watching and liking the video. I also have an almost 4-hour video on the Witch Queen expansion on my channel if you're interested. Cheers. We reconvene at the Watchtower. This is where I formally introduce myself to Nimbus. Nimbus himself is a rookie Cloud Strider, the Neomunian equivalent to Guardians. Rohan is their superior, and together, they have protected the city this entire time. While they don't see the need for us at this point in time, we do have a common enemy, and thus they recommend us to talk to Osiris before doing anything else. We head to the Hall of Heroes, which is behind Nimbus. This floor of the Watchtower is quite nice aesthetically. The blend of semi-retro futuristic stylings combined with Destiny's space fantasy design brings about a rather cozy vibe from otherwise harsh materials and lighting. There is even an indoor waterfall and a flying fish pool. Osiris reveals to us that his visions were indeed true. Apparently, a group known as the Ishtar Collective was the one behind building Neomuna and keeping it a secret. I believe this is the first time I've heard the faction known as the Ishtar Collective. A cursory search revealed to me that they were a rival to Clovis Spray's corporation during the golden age of humanity, so it's nice to have that context. I'm actually a little bit surprised that this is where Destiny decided to draw the line and not explain a concept / proper noun to us. Osiris conveys Nimbus's feelings, as these Cloudsiders have been doing a fine enough job, at least for now. Calus is in pursuit of the Veil, and we need to get to it before he does. Wow, what great revelations! Truly, I've learned so much from this excellent use of dialogue. We talk to Rohan next. Unlike Nimbus, his reception to us is much warmer. He always supposed that they, the Cloudsiders, would have fought against us, the Guardians, as enemies. However, we are here as allies instead, which is for the best. It is also here that I stand next to Rohan that I realize just how tall the Cloudsiders really are. This is a classic, they're 6 feet and I'm 5'11" situation. In addition to Rohan's and Osiris's thoughts, we can also hear a brief message from Jisoo Calorando from Neomuna's news. Jisoo Calorando is not a Destiny name, by the way. That's ripped straight out of Star Wars. His recap lets us know that the Neomunians know us Guardians as Earth Warlords. This would explain Rohan's initial assumptions about us. While we know about the Cabal presence, this message informs us of the unknown Vex attack on Neomuna's western front. These additional bits of dialogue were not all that useful. Nothing new or interesting was really learned, and they didn't contribute to the overall world building in any sort of way outside of the radio message and Osiris mentioning the Ishtar Collective. The Neomunian news is an interesting and cool fact to know about, but that doesn't further my interest in wanting to learn about Neomuna. I am, however, infinitely more interested in the Ishtar Collective and how they managed to build this entire civilization. With all of these side activities out of the way, we can start the second mission. Luckily, the banner for the campaign is right outside.
Let's get in the city. I'll open a radio channel with Nimbus.
Ghost notes how the city is impressive. Visually, from up high on the Watchtower, I would agree. However, when it comes to exploring the city itself, it falls apart. It's not bad. In fact, the levels are still visually nice and enjoyable to traverse through. The open levels were designed to allow for Destiny's gunfights, and of course, Strand. If the combat arenas were smaller, narrower, and more vertically dense, then that would help fulfill the urban vibes. Having more indoor levels would also help contribute to that feeling. Aside from what we, as the Guardians, see, Nimbus alludes to how the view within the Cloud Arc is completely different. They then explain how the Cloud Arc is where all of Neomuna's citizens live, virtually. While there might be some interesting in-lore justifications for this, my first thought was, on the meta level, that the game cannot render an entire city's worth of NPCs, and thus we had to come up a way to not render those character models. I dropped down the elevator, and since I saw the wisps of air that were meant to push you up, I didn't break my fall with the jump. This took me to critical health. Does this incident matter at all? No, but it happened. I noticed that the objective marker was in the distance, and so the second time around, I didn't just drop down and leaped onto the rooftop of the next closest building. Of course, I got a bit overzealous and fell to my death before being able to continue on. Ghost connected the Cloudsiders into our comms network. This allows Nimbus to contact us. Here is where I come to a stop and observe the graffiti on the wall in front of me. To me, the graffiti represents a tribute to what I presume to be all of the previous Cloudstriders. Since we only know of 2 remaining, this leads me to question what happened to the rest of them. Nimbus took this time to mention the Vex threat just in case we missed the news earlier. Osiris does not give a single fuck about them though and leads us to push forward. Unfortunately, the Shadow Legion has erected barriers to slow us down. The easiest way through is by using the keycards of the Shadow Legion, and thus Nimbus went ahead and pinged several of them that should allow us to pass through. However, just in case, they will continue looking for other methods to subvert this barrier. The rest of the streets as I make my way to the first encounter are oddly silent and empty. There's no sign of any sort of life or conflict, which is kind of weird and oddly unsettling. The silence also conflicts with the overall bustling vibes of, what's supposed to be a futuristic city. I reached the Zephyr concourse and can finally start my counter-assault. The Vex are engaged in combat with some Cabal from the Shadow Legion, but I third-party them. My goal now is to just defeat enough troops to draw out the commanders so I can snatch their keycards. The combat in this section is pretty easy to navigate through. However, since I am dealing with the Cabal, there's one way that is certain to always kill you. The centerpiece of this arena is some sort of spinning generator and or monument in the middle of what I assume to be some sort of park. I obtained the first corrupted keycard from a code bearer, but we still need 3 more. Luckily, instead of us having to go look for them, the rest of the commanders are headed our way. After acquiring the 3rd keycard, I die again, but this time it's due to me getting booped off the edge of the map. In the business, we call this foreshadowing. With all 4 keycards, I let Ghost try to dismantle the barrier. Their implementation of Black Fleet technology is more advanced than what Arceus expected, and thus it will take him some time to decrypt our way past. Our actions don't go unnoticed, and thus the Shadow Legion don't miss this opportunity to strike back. This initiates a combat encounter where we hold back against the troops in 3 different waves. Nothing out of the ordinary occurs here. For some reason, this section is not a restricted light encounter. While I didn't die, the threat of having a limited amount of lives looming over you does influence your gameplay regardless. After breaking through, we encounter a second barrier. Luckily, the explosion from some yellow barrels takes care of this one. We listen in on Osiris. He's bemoaning about how the witness probably already has a veil at this point. Of course, this is a jab at how slow our progress is. Nimbus complains about the complaining. Neither of them are all that productive with this nonsense, though. Sure, Osiris is correct that the veil is of the utmost importance, but Nimbus counter-whining is still whining. Besides, we will almost certainly know when the witness obtains the veil. Once again, I must compliment Destiny's art direction and implementation of those concepts. Even this simple hallway is quite striking in its design. I reached the SI terminal. This is where we place down our first campaign banner for this mission. According to Nimbus, we near the veil. However, as we get closer, our ghost feels a bit strange. Initially, I thought that this could have been attributed to the veil's mysterious powers, but this strange feeling is most likely caused by the strange device in front of us. Osiris determines that it's some sort of paracausal disruptor. This is just technology that the Cabal have, apparently. Neat, I guess. Not for us, though. Volorn, Shadow Legion Supply Master, is here to deal with us. I don't find him that much of an adversary, though. Our ghost notes how our powers are being suppressed, but I'm not really suffering from that condition. I know that there's a suppression field debuff when you walk within the range of the weird paracausal disruptor, but I'm not sure what exactly it's doing. I think it's just slowing down our cooldowns, but that's just a conjecture. Shadebinder and Stasis is a darkness subclass, and because of that fact, I wonder if the effects are being reduced. Nonetheless, I cleared the weight of the ads and killed the Supply Master with my Apex Predator. A cutscene plays.
We're too late. They've got the veil.
Guardian, this doesn't feel right.
The veil?
It's worse than before. Much worse.
My witness.
Progress.
We have captured the veil. Well, the area around the veil. It is entombed, so it will take some time to break through and link the relay. Add to that the enemy presence.
Yes. We know they are here. A few of Soul's protectors cannot prevent fate. You will link the radio mast and see the veil destroyed. The final shape rests upon it.
Indeed, my witness.
That was familiar. Only much stronger this time. I feel sick. Like I shouldn't be here.
We're in this together. Osiris and Nimbus need to hear about this.
From it, we learned that we're too late and that Calus captured the veil. Our ghosts feel some sort of disconnect. This manifests in our ghost projecting a conversation between the witness and Calus, where it takes the role of the witness. While Calus has the veil, he still needs to get past its protections in order to destroy it with a weapon called the Radial Mast. While I still don't know the exact details of what the veil is, from this cutscene, I can tell that the veil has some sort of connection with Ghost. This implies a deeper level of connection between the veil and the Traveler. What exactly happened to our ghost is never explained though. Also, using the power of hindsight, I think that this mission would have been the opportunity to first show off the veil. That way, we could at least know what this MacGuffin even looks like. We return to Nimbus at the Watchtower. Nimbus recognizes that the veil is safe for now. He then summarizes the events that just occurred with a rather dismissive attitude. Saying radial thingy is literally longer than saying radial mast. Regardless, he details how the veil is tied directly to the Cloud Arc and thus all of Neomuna. The rest of his words are a complete waste of time though, as they surmount to the fact that we need to talk to Rohan and Osiris next. Brilliant. Overall, this mission was on the weaker side. Sure, the length is a slight factor, but in terms of story and character progression, nothing really happened. Calus has the veil, but only through a technicality. He still has to break past its defenses, which gives us more time to fight back, which means that the status quo is the exact same. Neomuna's patrol area is neat though, even if it's mainly through its aesthetics. The Radial Mast is another proper noun object that was introduced that we have little information about. We at least know its purpose is to destroy the veil. That's it for this episode. Like the video, subscribe, stay tuned for more Lightfall. I mean, I guess be excited for more Lightfall, yay. While Calus worked on breaking through the Veil's defenses, we change our line of attack, as stopping him at this point is not very likely. However, if we instead destroy the weapon he intends to use to annihilate the Veil, we will have completed our job, even if it's through a roundabout way.
I dare you have a dangerous mission ahead of you. Storming Calus' stronghold won't be easy. Normally I'd have more intel before a direct attack.
The Guardian has faced the unknown and prevailed every time. They are equal to the task. The radial mast is somewhere in Calus' ship. If you strike swiftly, we can remove it as a threat before it ever reaches the Veil. Enter Calus' fortress, find the radial mast, and destroy it.
Rohan warns us about the dangers of storming Calus' fortress and is uneasy about us commencing forward with such limited intel. Osiris is familiar with our game though and knows that we got the sauce. The trek to Calus' ship is not short though. Luckily, the view on the way there is fantastic. Once again, I must give kudos to the developers at Bungie who were able to realize such fantastical sights. This walk also solves some of my previous issues of the streets feeling eerily empty. I find my way to Umza Port. Staying within the lines has never been something I've been particularly good at, and thus I walked right past the first campaign banner. This meant I started off with all my cooldowns except my super. This didn't end up mattering though. You all should be familiar with the Cabal and their enemy types at this point, so I will spare you the narration of my basic combat abilities. The goal is simply to enter the ship, and there are no special mechanics associated with doing so. This is fine. Different encounters serve different needs. I don't want to sell this encounter short though, just because there is none of that here, as there was one moment that truly tested my skills. I engaged with a fortress ship gatekeeper. I took it down to half HP, but have to reload my grenade launcher. This exposes a timing and where I am completely defenseless due to the surrounding ads. The gatekeeper takes advantage of this opportunity to blast me back. Being booped into the air away from any sort of ground is a death sentence for most warlocks. I, however, am just built different, and thus I stayed calm, cool, and collected. There was not even a trace of doubt within my intentions. I analyzed the area. In front of me, there was a ledge that jutted out from the bridge. I was not in the air, which meant I had not initiated the jump. Thus, for what feels like the first time ever, the glide from the Warlock jump was useful and allowed me to save myself. Unironically, this has to be one of my greatest gameplay moments. This is also what we call foreshadowing. Rohan contacts me after I kill the gatekeepers and makes a brilliant guess. If Calus is smart, the strongest members of Calus' army are probably guarding this super important weapon. Surely we are dealing with only 300 IQ individuals. You can join this exclusive group by clicking that like button. After that bit of genius, our ghost analyzes the energy shield in front of us. We disrupt the circuit by shooting one of the floating keys. The witness granted Calus Black Fleet technology, and its influences are quite apparent as we continue in through the gaudy rooms.
There's something strange here too. A powerful concentration of light energy?
Something's not right here.
Wait. A source of paracausal energy. It could be the radial mast.
We run into a dead end. The only way to continue is to descend in the eerily pink lit drop zone. With this, we have officially entered the Typhon Imperator.
The Shadow Legion have the corridor locked down tight. Even if we could fight through, they'd have enough time to secure the radial mast.
There must be more than one path to the radial mast. Stand by. I'll send you all the sensor scans we have.
You want them to take an indirect route? We can ill afford to waste time.
The view is astounding thanks to the giant statues in the background, but Osiris' conclusion is a bit odd. He isn't an absolute moron and should understand why we have to find another path, especially since Rohan just noted the problems with taking the primary route. This seems like plain mischaracterization and a missed opportunity for Osiris to have said something more useful. Regardless, I ended up getting stuck behind a statue and struggled to escape. This was a major waste of time once I remembered the best way out.
Guardian, do you see that? It's more of that strange darkness energy. What is it doing here?
The next room has a few war beasts, but the main attraction is the golden statues and ornate decorations. I make my way onto the next floor, but a turret jump scared me. My Verge curve creates a wall of ice and blocks off the attacks, as I plant my feet onto the ground. I destroyed the machinery before continuing on. This is where I once again saw some clusters of green strands. Although the rooms are decadent, we found ourselves facing a dead end. Osiris is critical of our deviation from the direct path, but he still hasn't acknowledged the reason we're finding an alternative in the first place. After a bit of platforming, we enter another grand room. The centerpiece being a golden statue of Calus himself.
The Shadow Legion must use this grav lift to move equipment and troops across the ship. It should take us deeper in. I still can't believe my sensors. Could the radial mast really be a light artifact?
There's still a great deal we don't know. What is the radial mass capable of? How will it affect the Veil? And what is the Witness planning?
All very good questions, but ones that can wait until we've destroyed the radial mast and saved your city.
I know what's at stake here, Osiris.
The gravity lift is a neat movement system. However, they appear to only transport you one way, which seems like a major inconvenience for any sort of prolonged use. For some reason, the fact that the radial mast might be a light artifact rattles our ghosts. Rohan then asks questions that we already know the answers to. Based on Calus' words from earlier, the radial mast is an artifact that will destroy the Veil. This answers questions 1 and 2. The Witness is planning on killing the Traveler and ending all life and soul. Pikachu shock face. This makes the bickering between Osiris and Rohan a waste of time. I crack open the next door and place down the second campaign banner before entering the rather large siege hangar.
The Shadow Legion are ready for a siege, all right. Just look at all these ships.
Calus is ready to annihilate this city. If those ships reach the cryopods, casualties would be devastating.
Hey, I bet we could help with that. Overloading those energy conduits should do the trick.
If we are able to overload the energy conduits, we can destroy most of these advanced vehicles. Dropping into the middle of the room starts the encounter, but of course, I wrap myself into a corner right after. There aren't that many enemies, so I don't really have to stay stuck for any period of time. I drop down a turret on the energy conduit before finishing off the Scion behind me. The stasis crystals for my bow secured the plate in a rather trivial manner. Shadow Legion troops continued their assault, but I managed to conjure the required resonance. I super cleared the odds that prevented me from grabbing the orb. Our Ghost and Rohan have a rather useless exchange, but I guess it's generic combat banter. I assumed that the run across would have been simple, however, the new batch of reinforcements prevented this. I picked off some of the more annoying enemies before grabbing the Dark Resonance and depositing it into the conduit.
Ha! Take that! Rohan, you've got fewer ships to worry about now.
An improvised distraction, but an effective one.
And the people of Neomuna will be safer. At least for now.
Tormentor, up high!
I looked up, and the Tormentor was indeed up high. Thanks to the lighting, the Tormentor's descent is also quite cinematic. My grenade hit the Tormentor directly. I intended for this to create a turret, but apparently I didn't hold it for long enough. Not only that, but the Tormentor then decided to jump over the crystals from my Verge curve. At the time, I still hadn't realized I had not created a turret. That's why I tossed my second close-up grenade instead of spawning what I would be another turret. An action which would have been fine, but no, instead, my nade clips through the Tormentor's leg and lands behind it, depriving me of my grenade energy. Luckily, I still had a few more tricks up my sleeve, and one of them was freezing the Tormentor with my Penumbral Blast. I then executed my typical damage rotation. Unfortunately, the timing of when I hit the Tormentor with my primary was off, and thus, Bane Switch failed to proc. Luckily, some Scions showed up. While normally they would increase this fight's difficulty, I was instead able to form some more Hail Barrage stacks from them. These arrows allowed me to slow down the Tormentor with both the physical stasis crystals and the slowdown debuff of the Not Ice. I managed to hold my trigger finger and did not fire the second rocket, preserving my life in the process. After that, I just ran around the arena and waited for my ability cooldowns to warm back up. With the Tormentor dead, I completed the second encounter and claimed my loot.
Are you at the radial mast yet?
No, but we're getting closer. I can sense it.
Good, good. They haven't moved it yet. There's still some time. Focus on the path ahead of you, Guardian. You're almost there.
We informed Rohan that we are not there yet. Osiris sounds less annoyed than before though, and a more chipper attitude lets us know that the radial mast is still intact. I wonder what caused this mood change, or if Osiris realized that our plan was fine all along with this new information. I take another gravity lift. This one seems a lot less safe than the previous one, especially with how it awkwardly pushed me forward when I reached the next level.
It's strange. I thought as we got further in, we'd see more of the old Calus. But this... how much has the witness changed him?
After opening the door ahead of me, I opened the next room's door from the bottom floor. Even though there's a timer involved with this mechanic. Yeah, I didn't really think that one through, huh? This ship has had its fair share of interesting rooms, and this one is up there thanks to its walls. To me, these red gems contain crystallized Shadow Legion army soldiers. Our ghost notes Osiris' recent struggles and how they have negatively impacted his emotional state. However, he is unable to figure out how we could possibly help him. I'm also not sure what to do about him at all. Besides saying the obvious though, I think for now, Osiris would appreciate it if we head towards the radial mast.
If my angles are right, this grav lift is a straight shot to the radial mast. We're almost there.
You have overcome every obstacle so far, Guardian. Do not falter now.
We find more Cabal crystals and our ghost confirms my previous theory. This leads us to a smaller room. I stare at the floor pattern on the ground as it reminds me of the artifact on Mars.
Something's wrong. The door just opened for us.
I have a bad feeling. Be vigilant.
I placed down the camping banner and began the third encounter.
That monument must be the radial mast. There's no mistaking it. That's light energy radiating from it. Oh no.
Guardian, welcome. So good to be tonight. Entertained. Come, show me your fabled strength. Let us reach the heights of glorious combat together.
Ignore Calus' bloviating. This is your chance. Destroy the radial mast.
So you've come for this meager trinket. It is the very least of the witness's gifts. A mere glimpse of the power it can bestow. Even the best contender's performance grows insipid without a worthy opponent. Wouldn't you agree?
While Calus hunted us, I struggled against the defending Shadow Legion forces. This included me fending off the adds while capturing a plate that then spawned in a dark resonance. Thanks to the previous encounter, I was familiar with how this mechanic worked. However, while the arena in that fight was medium-sized, there were basically no enemies. This area is much larger and grander in scope. In the middle of the room, there's a large obelisk that I can safely assume to be the radial mast. Below it, there's a purple aura which I can also safely assume to be emitting from the veil. While not directly stated, from the setup of this encounter, I can make a few more assumptions. Since we are above where the Veil is, I realized that the Veil was much larger than what I first assumed. With how the mechanic of this fight involves us trying to stop the radial mass from gathering enough energy, I am then led to believe that the radial mass is some sort of high power, precision, laser or drill / weapon meant to strike at the core of a much larger object. For some reason, I dropped down from the high ground and just exposed myself to multiple angles. This forces me to take a bunch of unnecessary damage and thus I die. Well, this is my second death overall in this mission. Just remember how my first death went. I don't think this level has been meaningfully easier than any particular past mission though. I think I've just gotten better at not killing myself. Also, there are no Cabal enemies that rush you down and blow up in your face. Besides, based on how I died immediately the second time around in this fight, I could still find a meaningful challenge at the very least. Since I knew how this encounter would start off, I could prepare better the third time around. This allowed me to capture the plate before Calus finished blobbering. I also did not run it down. Instead, I plopped a turret next to the radial mast while I maintained the high ground. This made slaughtering the Centurions and Karul, Indomitable Champion, a complete walk in the park. I ran along the sides of the arena, but grabbing the Dark Resonance from its isolated platform forced me to drop down. While I had the orb in hand, I had to drop it when I placed down my healing rift because every single Cabal enemy decided to lock in at that exact moment. My Verglas curve has some Hail Barrage stacks, and thus I was able to conjure enough stasis crystals to wall me off. I seized the opportunity and jumped to the level above me. The Shadow Legion troop up here forced me to use my super in order to live, but this granted me the opportunity to grab the Dark Resonance orb and then deliver it to its respective conduit. With that, I completed the first half of this encounter.
Do you think you understand power? Come and show me all you have learned.
Now I just had to do all of that over again and outside to a pack of war beasts. Whoops. I underestimated their damage output, especially since I was already regaining health from my healing rift. If I froze them with my melee or grenade, I probably would have lived. Alright, I had to shake it up my fourth time around. Somehow I get a sneak it rocket into Karul, but for some reason, I then decided to launch another rocket into him and turn around instead of just going fast and grabbing the resonance. Even though that whole run was a mistake, I learned from my errors and refined the process. I played it safe in the capture stage, but after grabbing the Dark Resonance, I decided to take a more direct route and cut through the radial mast instead of sticking to the ring's perimeter. The moment I charged the conduit, I moved. I needed to capture one more point, and I knew where it was since I was spatially aware of where the previous plate was. With my super up, I went ahead and used it in order to secure the location and to spawn in the second orb. I took the time to secure the location, and that allowed me to grab the Dark Resonance and make a mostly smooth run to the second conduit. With the Radiance mast overcharged, all I had to do now was clear the remaining adds. Our ghost spots a darkness anomaly. We look within and become Strand empowered. With these abilities, it becomes clear to me that this arena was designed for Strand. Unfortunately, these powers don't last too long.
Guardian? Guardian! No, not now.
Now you will see true power. What could have been yours if only you had accepted my generous offers. You cannot escape fated oblivion. Embrace your end.
What's going on?
Hang on, I'm getting a transmission. It's, a set of coordinates inside this arena?
With only Valvo hovering in the middle of the arena, getting to the coordinates was eerily easy.
Is this the extent of your strength? Is this all the Traveler's chosen guardians can muster?
Guardian, your recklessness will be the end of you one day. But not today.
Kite, daughter, traitor, have you come to disappoint me one last time?
We'll, just show ourselves out.
Is it done? Have you destroyed the radial mast?
We can't. The whole ship is coming down on top of us. We have to go.
We were too late once already, and Calus was able to secure the veil. Now the radial mast?
Headlong and empty-handed, Osiris. If you fight the river, it'll sweep you away.
I die seconds after the dialogue ends with some absolute BS. Like, really? Every enemy just so happened to hit me at the exact same time and cause me to be ejected from my Sparrow and then killed with such force that my body replicates the ragdoll experience of when you get hit by a giant in Skyrim? Like, seriously? Whatever. Kaido is apparently bringing the entire ship down with her assault. So, while we might not be destroying the radial mast directly, the final result might not be so dissimilar. Kaido's appearance signifies a powerful force joining us on Neomuna, and one that is related and directly opposed to Calus. Her appearance now is perfect, and presents the story with an excellent direction to head. Without Kaido, Calus was just another bad guy to me, especially since I had not experienced any of his story moments. Now, there was someone who I've heard of previously and could finally meet. This presentable force opposed to Calus was on our side, and made this encounter against him more relevant and meaningful in this moment. Surely this conflict will become the primary driving force of the tension and drama in this story. I speed towards the exit light. The unstable terrain, along with my reckless driving, causes me to bounce off and fall into the void. However, I cleared the checkpoint, and so this cute oopsie does not transform into a suicide-inducing blunder.
Don't be fooled by his act. The Calus you face is no almighty emperor, but something far more dangerous. A hungry, desperate beast. Once the Cabal Empire and all its bounty was his to command, and his to consume. Joy was his purpose, and his strength, he said. To angst over edicts and enemies was weakness. But I could see in his eyes dread that his pleasures would soon come to an end, clouding his sight from an incoming coup. I should have killed him then, but I thought exile more fitting. I thought he'd shrivel to nothing in the void of space. Instead, he caught a glimpse of something more. The chance to become greater than he'd ever been. Like a war beast after a blood scent, he chased that chance, abandoning all honor, reason. There was nothing he would not sacrifice for his own salvation. And when the witness came to him at last, Calus faced what he had run from all along. If we don't stop him, he'll make sure it's the end for us all.
Kaido's recap of Calus' life might not have been a full-on 3D render, but that doesn't stop it from being among one of the best cutscenes I've seen. These 2D cutout cutscenes explore an animation space that is much more artistic and thus interesting to me than some of the more highly polished renders of otherwise basic events. Unfortunately, substance-wise, I don't have anything to add as this was a pure learning moment. We spawn in at Strider's Gate and have to run all the way inside. This is where I hear someone, called Saint 14, talking with Osiris.
Empress Kaigel's forces will help push back Calus's advances.
We've done nothing but waste time.
I understand. But I cannot lose you again in your eagerness to fight. It is not the same as before.
I am contemplating your most recent outburst with Strand to see if there are opportunities for improvement.
It was out of control. We did the best we could.
We need to do better! We don't know what Calus and the Witness want, but if it will have an effect on us all, I can't allow that to happen. I must ponder more on these strands. You should consult with the Cloud Striders to consider what our next steps could be.
Osiris.
I'm fine, Ghost. I'll be fine. Go on.
He's upset at our recent performance with Strand, and since we collapsed right after wielding it for only a short amount of time, this ire isn't exactly unwarranted. While the gameplay matches up with the story, and thus there isn't too much little narrative dissonance here, it feels kind of weak because losing that power wasn't exactly in our control. Thus, when Osiris chastises me, I feel annoyed at his words and tone due to the error being forced upon me and not have actually been within my control. If only Ghost didn't throw the conversation and dismiss our efforts by saying we did the best we could. To add on to that annoyance, we have to run all the way back to Strider's Gate to talk to Nimbus. This took long enough that fast traveling might unironically be faster.
That Kaido. Oof. She's something else, huh? Well, look, I was rooting for us. Really, I was. There's no greater joy for me than doing something Rohan would call incredibly reckless. He'll shake his head and say his little catchphrase. Nimbus, headlong and empty-handed. I'm sure you heard it. It's shorthand for, hey kid, stop trying to do it all yourself. We're partners for a reason. And if I screw up and things go south, well, we'll fix them together. The Cloud Arc is still vulnerable. If we can cycle the power, a hard reset like that should kick things back into gear. It's just, this hard reset is deep in Vex territory, and that's where you come in. Osiris and Rohan can go process their differences over some fermented tea or whatever. We're off to go protect the people of Neomuna.
Nimbus's carefree attitude is a stark contrast to every other character I've encountered in Destiny, aside from, like, Finch, which is interesting, I guess. I mean, it's not really interesting, it's more like a statement. Neomuna seems to have been relatively peaceful, aside from maybe the Vex, until Calus arrived. But Rohan and Nimbus also don't really seem to know why the Witness is a threat, let alone who they even are. This makes sense since Nimbus is portrayed as a much younger character. We just got Rohan, and since he was paired with Osiris, we definitely do not need another straight man. Aside from their dude bro tone, nothing they've said so far has been egregious. Rohan's catchphrase is pretty stupid though. Nimbus redirects our attention towards protecting the Cloud Arc as it's now under attack from the Vex. This break from the Cabal should serve in diversifying the gameplay. The only thing Nimbus doesn't do is address the after effects of the mission. This leaves me a tad confused on the state of affairs, and so I'm hoping that Osiris and Rohan will catch me up. Of course, this involves me wasting time by running all the way back inside into the Hall of Heroes. Like, seriously? Why not just move Nimbus inside with the rest of them instead of wasting our time with this?
These are precarious times. I came to see an end to Calus once and for all. But, and I say this with considerable restraint, we are not ready. I've witnessed a great many patriarch of the Cabal Empire poisoned by obsession. Gall with the light, Calus with the darkness. I worry for Osiris. Recklessness can manifest into obsession. He must rein in his tempestuousness to hope to defeat Calus. So in war, the way is to avoid what is strong and strike at what is weak.
Thankfully, Kaido landed and joined up with the rest of the crew. Her words convey a concern for us and Osiris. We cannot underestimate Calus, and in that manner, we cannot act recklessly. Osiris is clearly under some sort of distress, and thus he must somehow clear his head before we can proceed. We then listen to a recorded message between Osiris and Nimbus.
Hey, I have a message here from your Vanguard's Commander Zavala asking about you.
He's probably attempting to check in on my physical and psychological status.
You do that kind of thing often?
He and Saint and Ikora are concerned for my safety. As if no longer carrying the light as I did had transformed me instantly into a fragile elder.
Sounds like they care about you. It's sure rough to be stuck with supportive friends, huh?
I imagine from your perspective I must see.
Takes a second to find your balance sometimes.
So it does. I appreciate the reminder.
Perhaps because Nimbus is a new face and has such a carefree attitude, Osiris opens up a bit and is able to take heed of Nimbus's reminder that people care about him and that he should take a moment to breathe, which is generally decent advice. I wish we saw some more interactions between Nimbus and Osiris before this though, as that would aid in making this feel less like it came out of nowhere. After that is when I realized that the weird floating static in the overworld represents the Neomunian people in the Cloud Arc. Interacting with the holo projector outside grants me with a Quicksilver Storm catalyst before playing a message from Marasav. Overall, this mission was a cut above. Everything from the park outside to the alien insides of the ship itself was outstanding in its physical location and mission design. The visuals inside the ship matched the grandiosity presented to us by the face of Calus on the outside as well. A major success as it matched Calus's vibes to a T. Starting off mechanically simple with nothing in the first encounter and then introducing the resonance and conduit in the second, showcased the influence of the complexity of the darkness even further. The Tormentor to cap it off was also fun. The third encounter stepping it up a notch by increasing the scale while doubling the conduit mechanic was the perfect bump in difficulty. However, I wish we got another Tormentor fight here, as one of those chasing us down would make camping one spot a less viable option. Kaido coming to the rescue was a great introduction to her. The escape sequence at the end though was definitely the weakest one so far. Visually, it looked like an unfinished mess, so a step back from Shadowkeep. And design-wise, we just went in a straight line, so a step back from the Witch Queen. Also, while I returned to the Watchtower, the status of the radial mast and the veil are still unknown to me. I assume that Kaido destroyed the ship from the outside, but I've gotten no confirmation since no one has even talked about it. Nimbus saying we need to protect the Cloud Arc in order to protect the veil is the only clue I have to work on, assuming that the veil is still safe. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers, so if you enjoyed this video, I would appreciate it if you could hit that button. I have a ton of content on my channel. Thanks for watching. I started the 4th mission after completing the public event in the Zephyr Concourse. While we successfully infiltrated the Typhon Imperator, one of Calus's special operatives brought our attack against the radial mast to a grinding halt.
So, going directly after Calus kinda blew up in our faces.
We need to be looking at the bigger picture. We want to protect the Veil. We first and foremost need to protect the Cloud Arc.
Rohan, I think we're still a little fuzzy here. What exactly is the Cloud Arc?
It's our city's network, our infrastructure, our people, our defenses. Everything depends on it.
And what we're doing now is stopping the Vex from siphoning energy from the Cloud Arc's reactor. We do that, the Veil's safe, the Neomuni are safe. Bing bang boom. Starteritas on Rohan.
Make your way to the Cloud Arc reactor. We'll head to the central power junction. Once you cycle the system, we'll be able to return power to the reactor.
We're on it.
Nimbus reflects upon our events and summarizes it as going after Calus blowing up in our face. First of all, we did not actually go against Calus directly. This ties into my second point and challenges Nimbus's position, as they did not recognize why we attacked the radial mass to begin with. The radial mass was the weapon Calus was using at the time in order to finish the Veil, and from everything we know, which is nothing, that would have been a catastrophe. Thus, while it seems like we did not destroy the radial mass, we at least prevented it from gathering enough energy to where Kaido was able to come in and launch our assaults on the Typhon Imperator. Rohan would like for us to focus on the better way to protect the Veil, and that conveniently involves us protecting the Cloud Ark, a network that can be thought of as the real Neomuna, as it powers the city and hosts the consciousness of its denizens. While the destruction of the city and people would be unfortunate, Nimbus and Rohan have not proved themselves to justify us aiding them in dealing with this distraction. Surely Nimbus and Rohan can take care of the Vex threat and save their own city, while I work with Kaido and Osiris to work on the Calus problem. There's no indication that saving the Cloud Ark will increase our success rate when it comes to defending the Veil. So this entire operation seems like a waste of my skill set as the only Guardian on Neomuna. In any case, we stumbled into Lemming Harbor. A Vex battalion set up a barricade that I must break past. Nothing out of the ordinary occurs for the most part. Things do finally get a little dicey as I jump shot the Cyclops simply because I could. One of the largest packs of goblins, led by a Minotaur, just pop into existence and drop my health to a critical condition. Thanks to the angle I was at though, I dodged the rest of the goblins' blast like I was Neo and managed to survive the encounter. While I surgically removed the malignancy, I can't help but feel that goblins had stormtrooper aim. It also didn't really matter if I died because my light was not restricted in this area. I appreciated the amount of goblins though. Seeing such a large troop of enemies flared a sense of excitement within me. With them dead, I only needed to take care of the Cyclops blocking the entrance in order to head inside. Also, I know I mentioned that I learned how to use a waveframe grenade launcher, but if you are actually watching my gameplay, my actions have often betrayed my words.
Just so we're clear, if the Cloud Ark is lost, what does that mean for the Neomuni?
All our citizens have uploaded their consciousness into the Cloud Ark. No Cloud Ark means lights out for everyone in Neomuna.
Ah, so it's bad. Got it.
As we reached the radio sond, we were able to feel the paracausal energy of the darkness, and thus can look within to regain our newly discovered abilities. The different sections of the buildings have outside entrances that act as a shortcut. This section is visually neat as we glimpse down to the city below. It also acts as a tutorial for the grappling hook mechanic of Strand. It's just a shame then that this section is incredibly short, presumably doesn't even need Strand to cross, and is trying to teach us a mechanic we've already previously used when becoming Strand empowered.
Hey, it worked that time! Why did it work that time? Huh. It's like you're pulling on some kind of invisible ropes. I'm detecting those sources as a concentration of energy coming from a common source. It's got to be the Veil. Like some sort of magnetic field all around Neomuna. Let's keep an eye out for more of those.
Our Ghost wonders why our abilities work that time around, and I'm not sure what previous time our Ghost is referring to. So I can't say anything about this line because I'm only left confused by it no matter how I try to wrap my head around it. Moving on, our Ghost then does the hard work by processing our feelings of using the power of Strand because our character isn't ever allowed to voice our own thoughts. In any case, it's clear that the concentration of the power we manifest is sourced from the Veil. The Witness gave us stasis, and the Veil gave us Strand. This is in contrast to the Traveler gifting us with 3 different light elements. I'm not sure how much I can really read into this, but it seems like the difference in how these different paracausal energies manifested within us might hint towards their greater nature. You can discover yours by liking this video. I placed down the first campaign banner of this mission, but before going over the combat, I instead wish to mention that the interior of this location is a little lacking. Part of that reason is because the Vex are attacking a location that is rather utilitarian. Decorating the building hosting the central power unit for the Cloud Ark wouldn't make too much sense. Although I guess you could argue that this place should then have the most advanced technology for those reasons, but that argument would then lead me to ask too many questions about these now digital beings, so I'll stop myself while I'm ahead. It is curious, though, that every location so far has been pristine with not even a bit of dust or discord. Nonetheless, I have multiple reasons for harping on this issue, but the biggest one is that the Breakneck collapse on Europa had a rather striking visual identity. So when I think of the highly polished, futuristic look in relation to Destiny, that's what I'm thinking of. Cyberpunk as a style implies a certain visual flair, and the lack of that in something like neon lighting is a missed opportunity when lighting and visuals are an aspect Destiny excels in. Obviously, I'm not saying that any of these locations look bad. They still hit the usual bar of quality. They just lack the distinct flair of the snowy and barren landscape of Europa or the pristine sheen of Savathun's throne world. New Muna is far better than the moon though, like it's not even close. This is a vibe-related issue. Dimming the rooms and utilizing only vibrant lights would almost certainly improve these feelings. While we're finally inside a New Moonian building, the floor plan is still pretty open, and so I have plenty of room to maneuver around. While numerous, goblins are a joke. Some of the objects have a destructible element, and it's cool to see the screen shatter. I wish they were a little bit more relevant in shaking up the gameplay though. After dismantling the trash, a wyvern and its royal guard rushes me down. The wyvern, being elevated to a major status, pushes me back. This actually complements the room's design. The boss forces me to retreat in a certain direction while occupying a certain space. I once again manage to hold my trigger finger and prevent me from killing myself, so I can instead execute the wyvern. I shatter a glass gate and then eviscerate the following vent. Of course, this is when the game decides it's the most appropriate time to display the destroy the vent hint pop-up. Amazing.
Guardian, I'm almost at the central power junction. Ready to blast this power back to the Cloud Arc once you've cycled the system.
Hold on. These Vex are short-circuiting voluntarily. Ah, okay. You'll have to clean up those Vex confluxes before heading to the reactor.
We haven't observed this kind of behavior before. Hope you're taking notes, Nimbus.
Of the headless robot dance? Yeah, I've seen it before. It's gotta be a way for them to create a gateway to the Cloud Arc. Or express themselves emotionally. I don't know who can say, honestly. Guardian, I'm almost at the central power junction. Ready to blast this power back to the Cloud Arc once you've cycled the system.
Nimbus hint more at what exactly we're trying to do. While they repower the Cloud Arc, we are going to cycle the system. In terms that make sense to me, it sounds like all we're going to do is unplug the cable from the outlet, wait 10 seconds for the circuit to discharge, and then plug it back in. Nimbus will be the one hitting the power button. While that happened, we witnessed some Vex voluntarily short-circuiting. I'm unironically going to steal that line. This behavior is whack, but piques my curiosity. It seems like their sacrifice is done in order to power up a conflux. Our ghost is fairly calm, and through its dialogue, conveys that my guardian is familiar with this phenomenon. Rohan, like me though, takes note of this strange behavior. Nimbus has seen this in the past and can make a few educated guesses at what is happening, but is still ultimately clueless. I destroy the conflux. An extra tiny harpy flies past me as I do so. I fail to shoot it, and it traps me in a cybernetic cell. My Verge curve still had a hail barrage stack, and so when I fired an arrow, I created a bunch of crystals directly in my face. This caused me to at least realize that I could damage the cell I was in. However, it was slightly too late. The cleanup on the respawn was a simple task though, even if I died in an additional time due to failing a jump. Like, how did the splash damage from the first warp plants cut my health in half?
This station's power output is unbelievable. Earth was decades away from technology like this, even during the Golden Age.
The Cloud Arc needs a lot of juice. Like we said earlier, it supports all the Neomuni, the city's defenses, and also the Veil's defenses. Once we get that power, we'll have all the backup we need to take back the Veil from Calus.
That's good. We're going to need all the help we can get.
Ghost making the comparison of Neomina's technology stacked up against Earth in its golden age helped calibrate my baseline. It also speaks volumes about how advanced Earth was at the time, because Neomina has been able to exist for who knows how much longer ever since the first collapse. The following tight room, lit entirely red thanks to the lighting, is a good example of more of what I want. The open turbine room also brings about an interesting layout and some neat visual elements. I reach the top. The Vex constructed another conflux and have begun sacrificing themselves. I place down the second campaign banner before destroying the conflux. This room is another good example of lighting helping set the tone and mood of this location. The purple lighting would stand out even more though if this room was a little bit darker. The barrier behind us also locks us in, and now, all of a sudden, this room is infinitely more congested. My Hail Barrage stacks conjured a wall and blocked my line of sight from Calus system ward finality. Because of the segmented shield rotating around the Hydra, I finally learned how to use my Waveframe grenade launcher correctly. However, due to this being a boss type enemy, it didn't do nearly enough damage, and thus I closed in with my Apex Predator. My first rocket landed, but the moment I fired my second rocket, one of the extra small Vex Harpies jailed me. The game created the actual hitbox of the Vex cell before showing the visuals, which is why my second rocket blew up in my face. I gave the encounter another go. This time around, I'm imprisoned almost immediately, so it seems like my stasis crystals actually blocked the jailer the first time around. This Vex cell also takes an absurd amount of time to destroy with just my basic arrows. The worst part is that the suppression effect prevents me from using my abilities, so I can't even draw my healing rift. The Hydra finishing me off after teleporting right next to me did not help this affair. Killing the consumed goblins was like playing aim labs when it came to my third attempt. I cooked my grenade in order to drop a turret directly on the Hydra as it spawned in. I also made sure to stay behind the pillar, so I had some cover just in case I got trapped. My aggressiveness unfortunately negated this bit of safe play though. The room being cramped made maneuvering around the enemies a significant challenge. This one Quantum Minotaur in particular screwed me over by teleporting away from my bullet. I got a bit lucky as the rest of the goblins missed and allowed me to heal from my rift.
It's escaping. Wait, why did it leave?
Weird. Something's off. Keep going, but keep an eye out.
For some reason, the Hydra backed off as we depleted the first section of its health. We chased after it. This leads me to breaking a vent and dropping into a room with some live exposed wires. This is an asset that was drastically underused. In fact, this might be the only time we ever see this, even though using Strand to not get electrocuted by live wires should have been a greater part of the gameplay loop. Regardless, we find some more Vex sacrificing themselves to a conflux. This is where it becomes clear to me that chasing the Hydra deeper and deeper is the structure of this encounter, and that there will be a third and final phase. My light was still restricted, and so I played it a bit safe. This room is small and could have proven itself even more annoying to fight through. But the Vex just decided not to spawn in. This made the second phase of this fight weirdly easy. The Hydra retreats once more. A missing wall panel provides me with the opportunity to chase after it.
I'm in place, and I can see you're coming up to the reactor. Stop the Vex from siphoning the station and we're golden.
We reached the reactor room. This is the final defense of the assaulting Vex forces. We get a closer look at the construction of the battery siphoning energy from the Veil and powering the Cloud Arc. And while the overall look is clean, it's not nearly as alien as I imagined it to be. This room is also the smallest, which forces the ads directly in your face. However, this possible danger is counteracted by the two very obvious boxes, which act as pieces of cover in the back of the room. There are also not nearly enough goblins protecting what I would consider to be the most important room in this building. So, even though the Hydra is still dangerous, it is never really able to capitalize on its lethality, and thus, I managed to kill it with my Waveframe launcher from halfway across the map.
That does it. How's it looking, Rohan?
Something still siphoning power. Look around for any remaining Vex influence.
Some Vex parasites still remain, and so I destroy them before I reboot the reactor.
That's it!
Power cycling. Once it's back on, it'll be running the Cloud Arc.
Something feels off here. That was a little too easy.
The main lights turning off allowed the accent lights to shine and set the tone of the future encounters.
What do you say we expedite that exit, folks? I got Shadow Legion on my tail.
What? What are they doing here?
Well, considering I'm getting shot at, I'd say it's for us. Get out of there, Guardian. It's a trap.
Nimbus, get yourself out of there.
Okay, and that's a bomb.
Mapping an escape route.
The Shadow Legion capitalized on our attack and third-partied us. For some reason, Nimbus thinks this is a trap. I highly doubt that the Shadow Legion had to manipulate the Vex to siphon energy in the first place. In any case, having to fight our way back out, this time against Calus' forces, is a good way of bringing their influence to a level we have to backtrack through. This also reduces the feeling of how it feels, like so far, everything we've done was completely irrelevant.
I think I'm in the clear, but man, it's rough out there. Guardian?
Still in the rough part.
I cleared the way forward and can feel the reemergence of some paracausal strands. I died here because I accidentally walked forward too far. A hidden Cabal turret almost killed me the second time around, but the only person allowed to kill me is myself.
Guardian, I'm detecting bombs. A lot of bombs. The Shadow Legion are trying to lock us in. Remapping the escape route.
They're swarming! Get out of there now!
Our ghost made the Shadow Legion's objective clear, and they aren't joking around. Immediately, after placing down the third campaign banner, 2 tormentors jump me. I drop a Bleak Watcher where they stood before finding my way to the high ground. The threat of 2 tormentors in a smallish room was not something I wanted to deal with, and thus I popped my super immediately in the hopes of killing at least one of them. Winter's Wrath is not great when it comes to single target DPS, but after a single rocket from my Apex Predator, I could finish the first one off. Aside from the Tormentors, the more normal Cabal enemies, like the Incendiors, kept the situation precarious. I have no idea how it keeps on happening, but I managed to not kill myself with my rocket launcher again. This allowed me to finish off the Tormentor and escape the room instead of having to repeat this section. We are able to become Strand Woman moments after. I know that we are still learning how to use Strand, but I think we should have been able to use it during this earlier fight. With the power of Strand though, we are able to make our own path up, albeit there might have been some misgivings along the way.
Don't listen to him, Guardian. He's just grumpy that he didn't find it first.
Power's returning to the Cloud Arc. Great work, everyone. That's what I call a well-earned win.
Escaping the building with an explosion makes us a cool guy, at least until I turn around to look at what is happening. Our job was a success. And of course, we don't concern ourselves with the building's remaining defenses, just in case the Vex or the Shadow Legion launch a second assault. Nimbus and Rohan also just know about our new powers, and also just so happen to call it Strand. I'll take it that Osiris informed them of these powers, but I want to know how they know that we used it in order to escape the building when none of them are here with us. That's just a little weird. The mission ends here. From the top of the building, the view of the Numinous sky is an amazing sight.
I talked with Osiris. You know, he gives off uptight museum volunteer vibes, but he's a nice guy when you catch him one-on-one. He got me thinking, which is a compliment I can give very few people. There's a place nearby you two might find useful for your strand stuff. I'll get you the coordinates. Speaking of compliments, you never fail to amaze me, you know that? Everything that's come at us, you're just like, oh, bam, pew, pew, pow. And suddenly whatever's coming at us ain't coming at us anymore. And we just keep doing it, like it's nothing. Wow. The first time Rohan told me I did a good job, I'd given up hoping for it, and by the time I got it, I didn't need it. In hindsight, I think he did that on purpose, but whatever. I promised myself I'd do it different when I took over. The old man might think compliments go straight to your head. But if that helps you strandify and us take down Calus, by all means, let it go to your head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Nimbus's yapping was pretty pointless, but I can appreciate his energy, I guess. I more so have an issue with how the mission just went. Level and encounter-wise, it was neat. But story-wise, it feels like our actions were a waste of time. Like, what was Rohan doing? Why couldn't he do this instead? This pertains to him and his people directly. Also, this post-Nimbus recap text is actually trolling me. Really? You're telling me that the Neomunian citizens who have not done anything so far and have fucked off into the Matrix will be able to contribute to resisting Calus' assault on their city? Really? Are you sure about that? Why didn't they just do what I did then? Speaking of, what is Calus up to? I still have no idea what happened to the Typhon Imperator, or the Radial Mass for that matter, after Kaido's assault. Why is Nimbus making Osiris and I go circle jerk each other about Strand when we should instead be investing these resources into figuring out what Calus is doing and how to stop him? Sure, these new powers are useful, but probably not useful enough to be what will change the tide into our favor. If they are, though, that means that Strand will have overpowered the rest of our subclasses, and in that case, I'll need to have a strong talking with the Traveler for giving me so hard. In the previous campaign, we had a strong goal driving our desire to solve the key mystery of how Savathun obtained the light. This time around, we have a similar goal in stopping Calus, along with the mystery of Neomuna and the Veil. However, so far, Neomuna has just been another city, instead of being something completely foreign to us. Restarting a generator is a fairly mundane activity when you boil it down. And when we asked what the Cloud Arc even is, we got a vague answer of how it's basically everything. That doesn't exactly explain how it's supposed to help us stop Calus at all, which makes it feel like what we just did was a complete waste of time. We've also gotten no further insights into what the Veil is. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to say about it when I don't even know what questions I need to ask.
Upon first glance, this new power appears unstable and chaotic. But I wonder if that's based on our approach. Too much, too fast. These puka creatures are curious ones. They appear semi-organic, but Nimbus claims they're a form of artificial intelligence. A fascinating, albeit odd, being nonetheless. Their attraction to this paracausal power seems instinctual. They flow in and around it effortlessly, and very clingy.
Osiris reveals to us that the flying fish are called puka, and are actually a form of artificial intelligence. He also calls Strand unstable and chaotic, but I wouldn't agree. It seems fairly linear.
When I first realized you were from Earth, I remembered the stories. Immortal light-bearing warriors chosen by the Traveler, like figures out of myth. But what do myths care about ordinary people? I imagined warlords conquering Neomuna, gods crushing us underfoot. I was wrong. Now when I see you, I see a comrade in arms. Someone who will stand with me to defend Neomuna and its people. I see a guardian.
Rohan's dialogue explicitly says what he implied last time. I think this is supposed to be character development, but we've barely interacted with him.
To all the Cabal who still follow the Empress kind.
Stand aside before your Emperor. Whether you lay down your arms or join with my legion, you will have all the freedom of the stars, until the last.
Those who persist should ask yourselves, why do you follow a cautious empress who has turned her back on bravery and grandeur? Even when command is filed, should be magnificent. Cabal!
We should probably see if Nimbus can disable that radio frequency.
I trolled a bit by testing how far the radio message would play. I don't have too much to add though. It's just interesting to hear Calus give us a greater insight into Cabal culture and how he thinks he and the rest of them should act. Kaito also probably does not need us to baby her and to turn off a specific radio frequency, especially when the words said were quite tepid.
I'm Jisoo Colorado, reporting for Neomuna Civil News. Cloud Strider Nimbus reports that recently security measures to guard against intrusions. The Cloud Strider credits the Earth's Guardians for contributing personnel toward the dangerous operation. Despite this, more citizens have experienced nightmares. One name common to all, Nezarec.
The name Nezarec is my only interesting takeaway from this radio message. I wonder how this being is causing nightmares across the entire city when they're in the Matrix. I recapped my thoughts and feelings about the mission earlier, and so now I only ask of you to consider subscribing if you haven't, as I aim to reach 1,000 subscribers. Thanks for watching. I'm on the verge of falling asleep as Nimbus explains what our 5th mission entails once we enter the Zephyr Concourse.
So, Nimbus, want to fill us in on where we're headed?
There's this place where Cloud Striders go. A place to be alone, meditate, pray. If the old bird's theory holds up, should be a megasource to strand there.
Let's hope it's larger than the ones you've seen thus far.
You can see them? Well, wait a minute. Hang on, so you've got resurrection, sweet jumps, and the ability to witness thinning in the fabric of existence. What do I gotta kill to get one of those ghosts?
Cloud Riders have a sacred meditation location on Neomuna, and Nimbus wants us to head there in hopes of us advancing our strand abilities. This is where Osiris reveals that he is able to see these concentrations of energies in a manner similar, if not identical, to us. This means that Osiris is most likely also a strand user. A Cabal brigade obstructs the bridge and causes my first death. I rush them without much thought and they punish me appropriately. This early obstruction reminded me to slow things down just a bit and to not get too ahead of myself. On my return, I toss the cold snuff nade directly onto the pack and then follow that up with a crystal from my bow. The Cabal pack shattered into oblivion while refilling my grenade energy and clearing the path forward.
If Strand is another side of the darkness, how come we've never encountered these sources before?
The old bird thinks it's like a stink cloud the veil leaves behind.
I said it's a similar type of byproduct. To use a different analogy, if we are all part of this river of souls, how do we direct the river's current?
I said we are the river. You don't direct anything. You just flow.
Our ghost questions why we've never picked up on Strand before now, but I've long since realized that it's most likely due to the veil. Nimbus conveys Rohan's thoughts, which likens these concentrations to stink clouds left behind the veil. Osiris clarifies this, but also complicates this discovery even further by introducing a river of souls metaphor. All of us are riding along this river, but as of now, this current is undirectable. Nimbus says that we aren't on the river, but are the river itself. Osiris is mistaken when it comes to him wanting to exert his control over the river instead of just going along with wherever the river flows. I don't know why, but it seems like some dialogue was missing from the scene. All of these ideas seem drastically underdeveloped, with me only getting the vaguest of hints of how these ideas are even connected to each other. I understand what is trying to be conveyed, but these complex ideas need much more attention than just a few short quip-like sentences. This makes analyzing the substance of the discussion much harder than it really should be.
There, another strand source.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's begin.
The Vex are swarming.
Let's see how quickly you can dismantle them.
Regardless, the Vex presence in this area serve as some excellent training targets.
The Vex have blocked the path. Guess they want this strand source for themselves.
Of course. The Vex could learn much from a power originating in linked consciousness.
Osiris figures that it's no surprise that the Vex would be drawn towards a target that originates from a concentrated strand power source. As such, they have erected a barrier to block the path to the meditation location. Killing the Vex grants us calibration points, and depending on the rank of the enemy, the rarity of which increases respectively. After killing enough ads, a troop will eventually drop an energy cell, which I need to grab and then deposit into the battery powering the barrier. After doing this 3 times, we break the barrier.
We may need a breather.
Now is the time to lean into using Strand, not back away from it. You can't effectively train if you don't push past your limits.
Just don't burn yourself out. This is only one battle. We've got a whole war to fight.
A war we cannot win without this power well in hand.
We come to a small ravine, and our new objective becomes to cross the chasm as we arrive at Maya's retreat.
Right, this part. Forgot you don't have a skyboard. Oh, but don't worry, you can still get to the place. Just have to find a way around.
Nimbus notes that we don't have a Sky Strider skyboard. However, the power of Strand should let us get across regardless. This particular section is a highlight of this level, as channeling your inner Spider-Man through the Strand grapple hook is a rather fun gameplay loop.
All that swinging around, that is really something.
Ah, yeah. How could Calus possibly overcome your rope swing?
Nimbus is impressed at our abilities, but Osiris is right when he points out that all we're doing so far is swinging around. This does undercut the entire point of his training though. Eventually, we reach a Tangle tutorial cave. There are a couple of floating white crystals that can only be destroyed by Strand tangles, and those tangles are only able to be generated by us unraveling a target after afflicting them with a Strand ability. The factor holding us back is that there is an innate tangle cooldown of 12 seconds. None of the enemies are of any challenge. As I reached the end of the cave, I realized that this was in fact a location I have been to in the past. This time was my official introduction to this place though.
This is the place.
Whoa, this is... wow.
Good. Now the true training can begin.
I reached the large Strand concentration and looked within. This did not grant me with any new or special powers that I could not already access, which I feel like is a missed opportunity. In any case, my only goal here is to slaughter the encroaching Vex ads.
We're hitting a wall with Strand.
After effects are stacking up.
I don't understand. You've got more power, more practice. Hasn't this done anything to condition you?
Back in action.
Hit them again. Hold nothing back.
The gamers took our light as an Inquisitor mind ambushes us. This encounter brings back the mechanic from the cave. The initial amount of ads forces me to play defensively, and so I retreat until I can create a tingle. With this ball, I can then destroy the floating crystal. With the crystal down, the shield around the Minotaur falls, and so I can destroy it. after getting behind some cover. This mechanic chain isn't done yet. The Minotaur powered the barrier around the Hydra, and it's only upon killing that Hydra that an energy cell drops. The final step requires us to then carry that energy cell to the middle of the arena and platform to the very top of the Vex construction. Once we reach the apex, we can deposit the energy cell into the battery and bring down the shield surrounding the Inquisitor Mind. It is only after all of these steps that we can finally enter the damage phase. The first section of its health bar is the largest, and I almost die several times due to the Inquisitor Mind's attacks doing splash damage to me behind cover, thanks to the amount of ammo littering the floor. Whittling down its HP just required me to play it slow. I finally entered the second phase thanks to the stasis crystal from my bow. I just needed to repeat all the steps from the first phase. Nothing out of the ordinary occurs during this second phase. I just want to point out that the targeting on the strange tangles is terrible. I'm up close and I miss. I'm further away and I still miss, like bruh.
Get up, Guardian. Now is not the time to slow down.
I don't think you know what you're asking, Osiris.
Guardian, listen. Don't strain for the energy. Drop the effort and just let it flow through you.
I understand what the writers are going for with the whole go with the flow idea. It just doesn't really make any sense for this to be happening now in terms of the overarching narrative. The disconnect between the gameplay and the story is also at its worst here. The gameplay loop of Strand is not added onto nor expanded upon. Thus, we're just doing the same thing over and over again, which does not make us feel like we're improving our skills at any point. Regardless, I take down the Inquisitor Mind with ease in this final phase.
Now that's how you send the Vex packing. Nicely done.
Yes, that was a challenging fight, but you pulled through. Still, we cannot afford any faltering when facing Calus. We should be able to wield Strand without strain. We're still missing something, but what? I must think. We can discuss this more later.
Nimbus calls our effort poggers, but Osiris still feels like we're missing something. A cutscene plays.
What is this attraction? Sagira, could you run some scans? Oh, right.
Am I interrupting?
Rohan, I've been pondering the Veil's paracausal effects on ghosts. I know I haven't been the easiest guest in your city.
Pain is not a hindrance. It simply reminds us we're still breathing. Still fighting. They're going to attempt to leap. We have to stop them.
Osiris still hasn't gotten past Sagira's death, which is shown to us as he tries to call for his ghost, but it fails to appear. This is where Rohan walks in. Osiris explains how he's been pondering the paracausal effects of the Veil before transitioning into apologizing for not being the most pleasant of guests. Rohan responds with some absolute cringe. Their talk is cut short, though. Calus' ship is dragging the radial mast across the city. Rohan realizes that they are attempting a link and they race to stop him. It seems like Kaido's attack only delayed the ongoing assault. This cutscene only makes the previous two missions feel like complete filler, mainly because it feels like nothing was accomplished. Like, okay, we can use Strand slightly better now. Surely we could have spent our time better, right? We also didn't really develop or expand on any of the characters, so it was a complete fail on that front too. Our combat abilities are already among the best in the system. This short training session is fairly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. The result of us reaching the Cloudstrider's sacred meditation location should have granted us some absurd tide-changing power, or revealed a fact or something that resulted in a complete philosophical shift in how we approach the situation going forward, if this was the road the story wanted to go down. Like and subscribe, or Nimbus will accompany you in your dreams. There is no time left because while we wasted it, Calus regained control of the radial mast and is sieging the Veil once more.
Calus encroaches upon the Veil. The activation of the radial mast is imminent.
If the Veil is compromised, the Imuna will fall. Then all of Sol will follow.
Strand will be our edge against Calus. The Guardian is ready to wield it, I think.
Rohan and I are with you. This is our city. The Shadow Legion are honorless cowards. They shall share Calus's grave.
The intro banter doesn't contain any information that I think is new or important enough to talk about. The goal of this mission is basically the exact same as the one 2 missions ago. We're even back here at the SI terminal. As we make our way towards the Veil, I wish that the rest of the crew discussed our previous assaults and planned out our attack this time around in order to make sure we don't fail. Right now, Osiris' plan for us is to go, it's stranding time. Seriously? Regardless, even though Nimbus says it's his and Rohan's city, it's basically up to us to save the day again.
It's that suppression field again. We can't use all of our power.
Go closer to it. I have a hypothesis.
We eventually stumble across another suppression field. Osiris hypothesizes that these devices were built to suppress our powers, but by the nature of how they would come across that knowledge, they can only suppress the powers that the Shadow Legion knows about.
That device is of pyramid origin, built to suppress our powers, our known powers. Calus is not prepared for Strand. Use it to overcome their suppression field.
Scanning the area for Strand now.
Strand is new ability, and thus we should be able to use it to destroy these devices in order to use the rest of our kit. Unfortunately, we're still a neophyte when it comes to these newly acquired darkness powers, and still have to find a concentration of this energy in order to wield it. Ghost saying that it's only just now scanning for Strand is a true brother moment though. Like, why were you not already scanning for Strand? Like, that, you're my ghost, why are you trolling me? Regardless, this obvious lack of mastery only further questions why Osiris thinks that Strand is supposed to be our saving grace in this situation. I make my way into the building, but only after dying. I did not expect the Shadow Legion to block the entrance by placing a turret on the door's frame. It makes sense to me to place a turret on some higher ground where it can have visibility of the entire room, but this location caught me with my pants on the ground, so there might have been some merit to the strategy if they then had any way to capitalize on my temporary death. There isn't any other enemy that was able to block me from reaching the concentration.
Your Strand readings are higher than they've ever been.
Your training's prepared you for this. Strand flows through you as it flows through everything.
Our ghost notes that our Strand readings are higher than they have ever been, while Osiris suggests that our training prepared me for this. When compared to not being able to use Strand at all, of course the difference is apparent. Our ghost comment about our Strand reading is not something that was ever mentioned before. I'm about to read far too much into this, probably throwaway comment from our ghost, but that's his problem. Apparently, our power level, at least when it comes to Strand specifically, is measurable. I then have to question how and why is our ghost able to do this? It might just be able to detect the darkness energy contained within our body, but reducing such an observation down to our readings being higher than previously feels a tad lazy and uncreative. The obvious measure of our power could just be the amount of strands we can manipulate or something like that. Our readings being higher than before suggests that we've grown stronger. But going back to when I initially discovered Strand, the amount of strength I exerted in that encounter exhausted me and caused Nimbus and Rohan to have to save the day. The amount of strength I can have through Strand also depends on the concentration I find. In the previous mission, the Strand concentration at the Cloud Strider's meditation location was stronger than normal, and in canon, seems to have granted us with additional strength. What if this concentration in particular was just hidden OP? Osiris mentioned that our training prepared us for this, but I'm not sure what exactly we learned from that encounter or how it made our character stronger aside from Osiris and the game telling us it did. Earlier I mentioned that the ludonarrative dissonance when it came to Strand was mostly fine, but ever since the story shifted focus onto Strand and us controlling it, the disconnect between what we are told happened in the story and what we actually did becomes that much worse. I just mentioned how the story shifted focus from Calus to not Calus for the previous missions, and that is causing some problems. The mission where we rebooted the Cloud Arc was the most useless thing of all time, mainly because it resulted in no change of the status quo. We didn't learn any new information, the Cloud Striders didn't get any stronger, nothing happened. Like, seriously, what a useless mission. The following mission, where we then had a training arc, was a bit better. Strand is a new darkness power available to Osiris and I. Even discounting its attachment to the Veil, that's a big deal already. Osiris thinks that our mastery of Strand will help us defeat Calus, but why does he think that? Just because he lost a light doesn't mean we did. I alluded to this earlier, but we're a guardian. If the writers are trying to make this a character arc for Osiris, then I think the lack of interaction we have with him is making these choices confusing to me. It could be that because he lost his ghost, he's more aware of the mortality of guardians, and thus does not want us to carry the burden of that responsibility all by ourselves. He's still a prideful person, and thus can't just directly tell this to us. Due to our recent adventures together, along with the training session, that bond with us was only strengthened, and thus he cares about us much more than he lets on. So all this talk about Strand being what will save us might just be Osiris' way of coping about him being able to help us in some way. This is conjecture on my end, but it is how I am rationalizing his plan based on the knowledge I have, which is very little, and mainly due to us not ever having a conversation with the man. Osiris' obsession with Strand is perfectly fine, and her training was also fine. However, when the timeline of events is this unclear, what Calus is doing is of the utmost importance in informing us of what actions we need to take. Without this knowledge, to me, it seems like our training with Strand was a waste of time. Like, how is it that I have no idea what Calus was doing for 2 missions straight, and our focus was not figuring out what he was doing? Luckily for us, Calus decided to have a gaining session for 2 missions straight before deciding to attack the Veil again with the radial mast. How the game handled the distribution of our Strand powers only serves to make these matters worse. In the first mission, we became Strand empowered and could use every ability. Letting the player have access to the entire kit in order to get a taste of what is in store is a very classic game design decision, and thus I have no issues on this end. However, in every mission after it, every time we could use Strand, we could also use all of our powers. If instead we gained access to these powers one at a time, we as the player could then feel the results of our training. Instead, every time we became Strand empowered, there were no limitations. In fact, we are even able to abuse our powers to a degree that is impossible to obtain otherwise outside of the campaign. Part of what causes this problem is that if we did not have access to the entire Strand kit, having those powers would then be fairly useless compared to what we could already do. Thus, instead of the basic abilities, we have to look elsewhere. Strand's physics and the ability to use a grappling hook in the sandbox is what sets it apart in this regard. we had a single mission where we had to use the grappling hook in certain sections, but I'm not sure those actually even required us to use Strand in the first place. Those sections also barely contributed to a minute of gameplay in their entirety. Like, we crossed a small chasm and got to a higher level of a building. Truly revolutionary stuff. Leading into this manipulation of our spatial location and our ability to traverse through more complex levels is how I would have approached the Strand-focused missions. This does require a massive re-examination of the mission and gameplay structure of the game, though. The much simpler fix is to simply remove the focus on Strand and just keep it entirely on Calus for now. Osiris can have his moment to shine with Strand later on, but for us, as the Guardian, it's just another tool in our arsenal. And while it will prove useful, it isn't our sole trump card. Instead, the focus should be on Kaido and how she plans on stopping Calus. Surely, she, of all people, should have some sort of plan or insight that would prove useful when it comes to stopping her father. In any case, this complete divergence from Calus and the main plot is whack, when they already went through the structure with Aramis and Stasis in Beyond Light. The fact that the game does not address what Calus has been up to is seriously bothering me. The last time we saw him, he was with the Veil and the Radial Mast. And now, he's here, again, at the Veil, with the Radial Mast. Unless only like 3 hours have passed by on Yamuna, my brain is refusing to accept this. Clearly, I have to be missing something. With us now Strand empowered, we listen to Osiris and are able to use our super to break the jammer. This also breaks the barrier, blocking us from continuing in. We also end up losing our Strand powers after this for some unknown reason.
Guardian, I got my hands on some schematics for Terran toys. Thought I'd put the replicator to good use.
Nimitz calls in and says some mumbo jumbo about Terran toys and replicators. We encountered several smaller jammers earlier, but this time around the Shadow Legion has gone ahead and deployed a much stronger unit. We know how to destroy it. We just need to find some more Strand. In the search for another concentrated source, I turn the corner and run directly into a Cabal Goliath tank. As I attempt to run away, the propulsion from its engines blasts me forward into a wall. This collision drops my health at just a single point. I die a moment later. I try to avoid the tank as best as I can on my second life. But even with a still generating overshield, a single rocket from the tank extinguishes my light. That kind of damage output is actually insane and dictates how I must approach this situation. Of course, as I try to destroy it my third time around, I discover that the tank is actually immune to my damage. Luckily, the enemies gathered on the scaffolding surrounding the edge of where our ghost found a concentration of Strand are not too difficult to get rid of. With the power back in our hand, I swing back into the fray. I remove the reinforcements before unleashing my super on the paracausal jammer. This act also destroys the shield protecting the tank. Now that I'm no longer under any sort of suppression, I am able to destroy the tank in order to clear the landing zone.
The landing zone's clear. What were these, Terran toys you mentioned?
Something called a Drake tank. Looks like fun.
You stole those schematics from my files, didn't you?
Information wants to be free.
It turns out the Terran toys Nimbus mentioned earlier are Drake tanks. And so, this means we have a tank section. You know, in the mission where we've supposedly just gained control of our Strand powers, which provide their own unique movement method. I understand wanting to diversify the gameplay, but this choice really only makes the design choices of the missions that much more confusing. One of the worst problems with this tank section is that it isn't even a proper tank section. Due to how basic the tank gameplay loop is, the replicators Nimbus mentioned spawn in as many tanks as you desire. Yeah, I don't know what happened here either.
We're holding the skies and keeping Calus's reinforcements at bay for now, but it won't hold forever.
Rohan and the Guardian are on the way.
We're running out of time.
Kaido calls in to tell us that she is holding back Calus's reinforcements. The rest of the crew chime in to say nothing. Even for generic combat banter, this really gives me nothing.
Their suppression fields even disabled the tanks. Calus was really prepared for us. Not prepared enough. I'm running another scan for Strand.
The jammer's strength even affects our Drake tank, which is crazy. And I'm not sure how much sense that really makes. With that kind of power, I feel like, mechanical stuff like our guns or suits should also be jammed or something. Maybe make the debuff a little bit stronger than just limiting our super. Designing the level so our tank wouldn't be able to pass through the entrance seems like a simpler way of accomplishing this goal. But the fact that the writer specifically made this distinction is probably just to bolster the Cabal's tech supremacy phenomenon, and thus why I brought up the earlier points. Regardless of its strength though, we do have a way to destroy them. I make my way to the top of the logistics room. This is where I encounter an imprint of Nezarec. This big boy is the boss version of the much smaller tormentors we encountered earlier. However, aside from having more health, I'm not sure if there are any differences between their behavior. Regardless, a single tormentor already proved itself as a difficult foe, so a generically stronger version is that much harder to deal with. The location of this fight is also a small, contained room that lacks cover and forces the imprint to be in our face for the entire fight. Jisoo Calorando alluded to Nezarec in a previous message as one of the nightmares among the new minions. The term imprint is probably deliberate, and that makes me think of stuff like baby imprinting. Based on these stronger tormentors being imprints, I think it's safe for me to assume that there's a chance that Nezarec is an even larger, much more twisted tormentor. They might even be the original tormentor from which all other smaller tormentors spawned from. I do my best at avoiding the imprint, but when ads spawn in such a limited space, mistakes are likely to be made, and thus the imprint eventually grabs me. I had just killed some more beasts which let my health regenerate to full, so when the imprint sucks me off, I manage to just barely live instead of die. My rift heals me up, but the imprint's pursuit cuts my health immediately after. Penumbral Blast collides with the imprint, but even its freezing effect only slows down this boss version of a tormentor. The speed advantage aided me in keeping the imprint at bay for a long enough period of time to eliminate the threat. I look within. As I make my way out, I glance at the imprint's corpse. Upon death, it exploded into a dark, thorny bush. This floral note might hint at the greater nature behind tormentors and Nezarec as a whole. I clear the area and can use my super to destroy both jammers. A giant gate blocks our way, and the only way through is with the Drake tank.
Getting delayed. How close are you to the radio mast?
Almost there.
Remember, the radio mast must be stopped before it forges a connection with the Veil.
We see the Veil's enclosure.
I'm pinned down here. Can't make it to you. Too many of these damn things.
Lightbearer and I can handle this. Stay alive now.
Wow, that generic banter sure was engaging. Ghost points out how we can see the Veil's enclosure, and this observation made me realize that my mapping of New Muna is non-existent. Even though I've traversed through all the levels, I have no idea where anything is in relation to anything else in the city. Part of that is how most locations in the city have looked fairly similar in design. While that has been good for the stylistic cohesion, it also means no location in particular stands out. Another part of that is that we've been a little directionless in this story. We are at where we were before, a few missions ago, which was where the Veil is. This is also where Calus's flagship was, which is also where the radial mast was. But we saw the radial mast being moved, even though it was already where it should have been, with the Veil. I guess I should have just studied the map a little harder. In any case, this tank section is the worst gameplay moment of the campaign and an overall lowlight for Destiny as a whole. Tanks lack the movement and combat mechanics granted to us Guardians, and thus this entire section is just pressing my forward key and left mouse button. This is fine. This is completely okay. Isn't this exciting? Are you engaged? I guess there's finally a reason for you to not hit that like button, because this gameplay clearly demands all of your time and attention. Don't you even dare think of looking away. Truly, this vertical slice is a testament to waste of time.
This way's a dead end.
No path forward. And we'll have to make our own.
Ghost continues to troll us and decides to path us into a dead end. Instead of just letting us use our tank, Rohan rushes through the outside wall of the containment zone and creates a path forward alongside some rubble. We enter the Ikora complex. Osiris calls us to reiterate the same point again.
If the radio mast links with the Veil, it's all over. You and Rohan are our only hope.
This time though, it sounds like even his voice actor is tired of repeating the same point, just reworded differently. The rest of this room is eerily empty as we platform up. I like how empty and silent this place is because, well, it should be, especially considering how we got in here. I do wish this room was a proper jumping puzzle platform section though. We also never return here, which is a shame. Nonetheless, we find the radial mast alongside a campaign banner.
The radial mast, it's activating. I'll buy you some time, Lightbearer.
Be careful, Rohan. Even you can only deter it for so long. There must be a way to destroy it.
Guardian, as long as I can hold the line, the radial mast can't create the link. Find a way to destroy it. Hurry!
The ornate tapestries detail something, but aside from being related to Yumuno's past, I guess, I have no further insight into them besides the fact they are visually neat looking. Other than that, we get a better look at the radial mast. Rohan decided to get an even better look though, as he voluntarily gets bored by the mast. In order to prevent the mast from linking with the Veil and thus destroying it, or something bad happening, it's actually kind of vague for no reason, he trapped himself within in order to block this power. He can't do this forever though, and it's up to us to find a way to destroy it. In order to make things worse, your boy Carl makes their grand reappearance. The large arena provides many areas for cover. However, due to that aforementioned size, there's room for many smaller troops of Shadow Legions to attack you from multiple angles. After enough time, I bring your boy Carl's health down and can enter the second phase. The supply rooms down below have opened up, and in them, we can pick up some strand to destroy the deployed suppressors. Several Goliath tanks show up as reinforcements. Luckily for us, there's a replicator in the back of the room, so we can ride our own tank. Not only that, but the protruded panels are placed to provide us with the perfect amount of cover. After that, we have to grind down the rest of Carl's health.
When the time comes, be ready.
Carl, though, was barely a threat. Instead, the reinforcements from the Shadow Legion forced me to move around the arena while never being able to hold any ground.
The radio mast cannot be destroyed with conventional weapons. But like before, perhaps they didn't account for strength.
It seems like the payoff to our newly discovered strand abilities is having the ability to destroy the radial mast. The build up with us destroying jammers and now using strand to destroy the radial mast is some superb mechanical and narrative progression. I wish that the jammers were much stronger in their effect though, as they were barely even an annoyance. Reaching the platform in front of the radial mast was more troublesome than expected. Some Kumbal Warbeast backed me into a corner and almost kill me as I make my way up.
Give me some time to expose its weak point. When I give you the signal, use your strand.
can't.
And I have no choice. Nimbus, see you on the other side.
Rohan, what are you doing?
Rohan. He
chose a Cloud Strider's end. Hey, Guardian, can you please pick up his core? I'll need it.
Okay, Nimbus.
In a giant twist of events, we lose our strand powers moments before needing it to destroy the radial mast, as we looked within the concentration. In our stead, Rohan destroys the mast, although this required him to sacrifice himself. I like this subversion, although there are some problems. Even though it's part of the intent of the scene, us losing our powers moments before we need them feels bad. Even if using Strand hinted at exhaustion after use, there was nothing to hint at us not being able to use our Strand powers first. I suppose that could still fit in line with us failing at a terrible time, but that still feels especially bad when you, as the player, have no agency in such an outcome. The other issue is with us lacking a connection to Rohan. He's just been a dude. Like, that's the best description of him I got. I don't know anything about him. Like, actually nothing. Same thing with Nimbus. Osiris I know a lot about, and his introduction was pivotal to the main events of the narrative. Keitel is a newly introduced character, but at least I know that she's the Empress of the Cabal Emperor. Cloudstrider, as a title in comparison, holds much less weight and respect. Nimbus says that Rohan chose a Cloudstrider's end, and I have no idea if he's just saying this out of respect, or if Cloudstriders have a tradition of killing themselves. After collecting Rohan's core, I get a better look at the tapestry, but I have no idea what's happening.
My witness, there have been complication. Our hold over the veil has been temporarily loosened.
You fear loss, Emperor. Your fear brings you pain. We know pain. Our purpose is its end. You have no purpose. Because you fear to seek one. That fear is your failure.
My failure! My failure! I have fed this force with vicious subjugation, battered down the gates of our enemies, and seized our glittering prize. Why? Because I wanted it! You hold the universe in your grasp, and all you can think of to do with it is...
Secure the veil. We will create the link.
Infinite apologies. The veil is yours. It will be done.
The following cutscene consists of the witness berating Calus. Calus disappointed the witness, as they have still not captured the veil. Calus mentions his achievements and starts to attack the witness's plan and what they hope to do while having so much power. The witness silences Calus. The detail on Calus's face during this close-up is probably too much, but it is quite impressive. We learn that this was only a dream, or rather, a nightmare, for Calus as he awakens on his golden throne. The red-robed tormentors look strikingly different from even the imprints of Nezarec, so perhaps they are of a tier even higher above the imprints, which would mean that Nezarec would be even higher than them. With Calus being the bad guy for this campaign, there's only really one other place for Nezarec to go.
Seeing Nimbus right now reminds me how difficult it was to move on after my losses. My pain was always secondary. I felt that pain deeply when I lost Saint. But I channeled it into bringing him back to me. I couldn't bring Sagira back. But our pain is a reminder. We are still breathing, still fighting.
Osiris relates his pain to Nimbus. He mentioned someone close to him named Saint who died, but then was able to just bring back? Sure.
With Neomuna Civil News, this is Jisoo Colorado reporting. It is with a heavy heart I must report the passing of our senior Cloud Strider, Rohan, who perished while defending our city. The Council has scheduled a vigil soon to pay homage to this great hero. Good night, Neomuna, and good luck.
Jisoo Colorado acknowledges Rohan's death, but he didn't even get a eulogy. It's a shame that I'm not upset at his death, but it's another thing that not even the citizens of Neomuna are that sad. Rip Bozo, I guess. HyperNet Current was my first ever Nightfall strike and was the primary focus of my second Destiny 2 new player experience video. I can not match the gameplay highlights from back then, but I can finally address the story and the lore. This starts with Nimbus and the words they have for us after Rohan's death. Words that contain baffling character implications, to say the least.
Thanks for the drive. When we take on this job, get the Augs and everything, the clock starts ticking. 10 years may not seem like a lot, especially to you, but it's well spent. It's worth it. I can't think of a single Strider that went before their expiration date. We've got way bigger problems right now. We need to get Neomuna's defenses working again. I've got reports of Shadow Legion attempting to get up close and personal with the VexNet. I have absolutely no idea why, apart from the breathtaking views this time of axial tilt. But we're not waiting around to find out. That sounds like a good plan, right? It's what he would have... No, that doesn't matter. You and I are gonna see this through. Ready when you are.
First, Nimbus thanks us for grabbing Rohan's core. At least, that's what I think he means by drive. Talking directly about his death is probably tough for Nimbus, and so he starts off by talking about how Rohan's life as a Cloud Strider started instead of ended. The outfits, accompanied by augmentations, reduce the overall lifespan of the associated Neomunian, and thus, they only get 10 years to live. Whether or not this is in Neomunian years or Earth years is not exactly clear, but from the way Nimbus says how 10 years might not seem like a lot to us, I think that the writers have already done the conversion, and thus this is indeed referring to whatever the equivalent of Neomunian years is as Earth years already. I'm also going to assume that the enhancements are speeding up the aging process of their body. This would explain the differences in Nimbus's and Rohan's physical appearance. Since the Neomunians were originally humans from Earth, it's also probably fair to assume that most of them are still probably just humans, outside of any genetic augmentation. This would also help explain why they would rather live in a virtual world rather than try to engineer an environment that alters Neptune's atmosphere. The physical city, or at least how it's designed as a city, doesn't make any sense to me based on what I explored if this was its primary purpose. This would suggest to me that the virtual reality city concept was something the founders came up with later, perhaps not even the founders, which is a fairly believable idea. Besides explaining what I believe is the history of what happened, the point of this was to lay the groundwork that becoming a Cloud Strider entails a great deal of sacrifice. Their power comes from the Cloud Arc, a system powered by the Veil, an artifact affiliated with the darkness. The proposition of having to choose between living a normal Neomunian life or becoming a superhuman for only 10 years is an interesting one. Even if you disregard the Neomunian part and apply the superhuman powers to whatever you would imagine a superhero to have in our real world, to make the analogy, apply. I thought about it and without any problems have come up with an answer. It gets a bit more complicated than just this though. The fact that the Cloud Arc is required to gain power from the Veil contains some room for thematic exploration. Unlike the Traveler, which voluntarily provides civilizations with power, like Ghost in the case of humanity, the Veil is instead an untapped source of power which needs external tools to harness. In one case, the power granted to us by the Traveler is better through a surface level examination. We gain a connection to the light and in turn are able to wield 3 different elements through different means. Not only that, but our Ghost has the ability to resurrect us, which in turn gives us multiple lives against our enemies, who usually only tend to have 1, or in the case of Cloud Striders, even less than that. That's quite the major boon in of itself. Of course, having these powers would be the preferred scenario, as long as the Traveler created a Ghost which not only chose you, but then is able to find you. I'm not sure on the exact number, or even a ballpark number, of how many Guardians there are, but just using knowledge based on real life and other works of fiction in the fantasy/space fantasy realm, users of whatever magic system exists tend to be rare among the general population. This percentage only gets smaller and smaller the more skilled an individual becomes. Just think of sports if you need an easy real-world example. So, I assume that Guardians are fairly rare when it comes to humanity as a whole. This means that the prerequisites to becoming a Guardian are 1. Be born. 2. Hope that the Traveler assigned you a Ghost. 3. Die. 4. ? 5. Profit, aka resurrect and became a Guardian a countless number of years later, probably when everyone you know, loved and cared for withered away long ago. In any case, it's clear that this isn't really a choice that is within your control. Whether or not it's your fate to become a Guardian lies solely within the light hands of the Traveler. In contrast, getting power from the Veil requires a high level of commitment from whatever species discovers it, but as long as they are technically able, then there does not seem to be any sort of resistance from it. It's important to note that the Veil is powering the Cloud Arc, which powers all of Neomuna, so you don't even need to take on the downsides of becoming a Cloud Strider in order to benefit from it. I'm not sure why only 2 Cloud Striders are allowed to exist at a time, but I do have some thoughts why this is the case. Without delving into any specifics, the first reason for such a restriction, based on the explicit information I know, is obvious. It's due to the reduction in lifespan. Nimbus said that they receive augmentations and that when they take on this job, the clock starts ticking. So it's probably safe for me to assume that you don't become chosen to become a Cloud Strider when you're just a baby. Instead, this choice is probably saved for after you become an adult. I would also imagine that while anyone could become a Cloud Strider, they might not be a good Cloud Strider. Limiting the role also aids in increasing the prestige of such a position, and so within Neomunian culture, becoming a Cloud Strider and defending the city physically might be a point of pride. Thus, in order to become a Cloud Strider, that individual probably then has to undergo a series of tests to make sure their empowered state wouldn't be a waste of resources. I could go on, but that'd be a waste of time. Ultimately, even if becoming a Cloud Strider is unlikely, you as an individual have a greater level of agency in gaining godlike power from the Veil when compared to gaining an equivalent power from the Traveler. In this case, that greater power would be for the greater purpose of protecting New Muna, and in turn would probably require you to be loyal to the city. This restriction does not extend to the Lightbearer. It's lucky that the Vanguard came to exist as an organization at some point, because I imagine that not every Guardian would align towards the betterment of the whole, let alone humanity. The Lucent High from the previous campaign proves the spectrum of individuals allowed to wield such power. The power extracted from the Veil exists for the greater purpose of the whole, while the power of the Traveler exists to serve the needs of the individual. It is interesting to note that neither the Veil nor the Traveler seem to require any sort of tribute in exchange for their power once you have access. I think in regards to this being the case, simply wielding their granted power exerts their influence into the universe, and that's good enough for these godlike beings. Well, I don't know if the Veil is a godlike being, or even if it's anywhere close to a Traveler in power, but based on its importance as the primary MacGuffin in the ongoing story, I think it's safe for me to make the assumption that it's probably close. Otherwise, I don't think there would be so much focus on the Veil. Nimbus points out how 10 years might not seem like a lot, especially to us, which I think is a clear reference to our status as a Guardian. However, to Nimbus, this reduction in lifespan is worth it. The more interesting line is his next one. Apparently, Rohan was the first Cloud Strider to not die from old age. There are a couple of ways you could interpret this, but to me, I think it's indicative that New Muna has been relatively peaceful and has not faced a threat up until now. This post-hoc information from Nimbus ends up bolstering Rohan's character and makes his sacrifice a more significant event. It's safe for me to assume that Rohan was probably already nearing the end of his life. He already made a sacrifice when becoming a Cloud Strider, and now he had to cut that already reduced life even shorter. In turn, he became the first ever Cloud Strider to not have lived to the end of their life. Would you call that a fair trade-off? Probably not, since, he no longer is living, but had he decided against doing so, the consequences would probably have been catastrophic. Since I'm still not sure what the Veil is outside of a giant battery right now, I don't understand the cosmic significance of its destruction. In any case, the outcome would almost certainly be undesirable, and thus Rohan's sacrifice was almost certainly a good thing. Of course, Calus is not going to give up that easily, and thus, unfortunately, his sacrifice only bought us more time. We need to prevent Calus and the Witness from successfully destroying the Veil, else his death will have been in vain. At least if we fail, the Witness will have obliterated the universe, and thus we would not even have the chance to express any sort of regret or remorse about this event. Nimbus then goes on to talk about how we need to get New Muna's defenses working again, as the Shadow Legion are interacting with the Vexnet. They then say that they have absolutely no idea why they would be doing so. That's pretty unhelpful, especially when the Vexnet is probably important in some way that Nimbus should know about. The strike begins. We return to the Strand of Meditation location, defeat Tonic Imprint of Nezarec, enter a Vex Whirlpool, and defeat the Drifting Mind. Somehow this reboots the Neominian defense systems. Nezarec makes their presence way more known though, as they actually speak. I'm not gonna lie, the story relevance of the strike is incredibly weak. I don't even know what we did and why we did it. It also is super no relation to Rohan, but that's kind of expected since his death was obviously not a foreseen event. Okay, fine, I know that technically the Shadow Legion buddied up with the Vex in order to get to the Veil indirectly. It just might be the fact that this was framed as a strike, that it feels like this was not ever going to be a tenable goal from their end. Once again, us coming here was a waste of our time and abilities. The Neominian defenses are pretty useless, and the one useful asset killed himself. I also have no idea why they keep on bringing in the Vex as enemies when they haven't affected the plot in any way. The visuals are neat and I like the blue tint. The gameplay and mechanics overall are good but not great. And that's mainly because the mechanics exist and the overall gameplay of Destiny is good. There's just nothing that stands out aside from the Sparrow section. I think it's an okay gameplay part, but it's rather straightforward now that I've gotten used to how one controls. Overall, the strike was fine, but I feel like a waste of time story-wise. Here's some more Nimbus.
Hey, Guardian. I hope you're feeling a little more confident with Strand. Sure sounds like Osiris is. Earlier I asked him how things were going with the green strings, just to mess with him. But after correcting me, he started explaining more of his theories, in great detail, and a lot of proper nouns got thrown around. So I zoned out for most of it, but he sure sounded excited, and that's what counts. When I tuned back in, he was talking about how you and him still gotta figure out how to actually master Strand. I think Rohan would have agreed, and so do I. Not because he's dead, and I automatically agree with a dead guy, although it's not like he's really in a position to argue, am I right? I, Cloudstrider Dara Danu of Neomuna, genuinely think it's a good idea.
Nimbus reveals to us their true name, Dara Danu. I didn't even realize that Cloudstriders use a pseudonym, but sure. Kaido called us back to discuss a plan in order to stop Calus, but instead, Nimbus and the game wants us to master Strand through some training with Osiris. I wished we focused on Calus with Kaido, especially since she specifically called us here, but alas, here we are, not with Kaido. Training Osiris in order to master Strand at this point in time though makes sense. Strand is how we are able to destroy these paracausal jammers and is kind of what led to Rohan's death, or our inability to use Strand correctly was what led to his death. If Calus has another radial mass-like object or anything with related technology, which is pretty likely, we will need Strand almost certainly to deal with it, as Rohan can't sacrifice himself again. I guess Nimbus can, but we only have one Nimbus. With this being the case, my resolution to remove the 3rd and 4th missions grows stronger. Our propensity to build any sort of meaningful connection with new characters is unlikely this late in the story, ignoring my status as a new light, of course. With this being the case, Rohan's death, not being the most emotionally impactful to us, could instead be used to further develop Nimbus's character by using those 2 now missing missions as, missions to develop Nimbus's character. This would also make the previous training mission not completely useless. I would have also combined mission 4 with this strike and make it 1. So we just had to reboot the system once after Rohan's death in order to accomplish something at the very least. Or at least make the defenses less fake. Like, what defenses? What New Moon defenses? They don't exist. They don't exist. I would also do a lot of other stuff if I could, but those changes stay within the realm of what I think is possible with the resources presented. Not a lot of talking about the strike in this one, huh? Go watch my old video. My headlongs for the noose as mission 7 starts off with Nimbus delivering one of the cringiest lines of all time in the following cutscene.
Systems are late, with 80% of defenses now operational. I'm full of fury, she's got an army, and you got magic green strings. Let's crush this Calus guy.
We aren't ready for Calus. We don't even understand this erratic power at a foundational level.
It's time we figure it out. Kaido, we'll need your troops. Nimbus, charge up as many of the remaining turrets as you can, while Osiris helps me to untangle this strand.
When we think about controlling something powerful, it's easy to assume it takes strength. Determination. force of will. But what I've learned is that we cannot control every facet of nature. Instead of tightening our grip, we must open our palms, accepting the ebb and the flow. Letting go in the face of grief in all its shapes. Through failure, through loss, we can overcome the impossible.
It starts off with us beaming down onto some location on New Muna. Due to the lack of an establishing shot or recognizable background, I'm not exactly sure where this is. Since I'm walking after Osiris and Keitel, it's probably safe to assume that we're at the watchtower. Our heads turn towards the audible zipping noise in the sky. Long before we see Nimbus, we hear him coming. Presumably for the style points, instead of landing like we normally see him do, he decides to grind his hoverboard through a groove in the building before landing dramatically. Since Rohan can't use his, I think it would only be fair if we got a skyboard. At least until the New Munian Council is able to find a new cloud creator to fill his vacancy. After landing, Nimbus lets us know that the systems are lit, and 80% of the defenses are now operational. He doesn't mention what systems, but I assume it's referring to the Cloud Arc as a whole, mainly because he specifically mentions 80% in relation to the defense systems. I would like to know what exactly these defense systems have even been doing this entire time, because they don't seem to have relieved any stress when it comes to our duties of preventing Calus from destroying the Veil. This is where Nimbus says the line I warned of. We do indeed have magic green strings, but as we just discovered, the previous mission stress tested the reliability of this power. Our failure is what led to Nimbus proclaiming themselves as being full of fury. Their tone doesn't indicate this, but they could just be maintaining their typical presentation for a multitude of reasons. While any reason, from along the lines of they've accepted Rohan's death already, or that they don't want us to worry about them, justifies why they acted this way, it doesn't stop the actual words they said from being embarrassing. I guess the problem is that while I don't exactly expect this event to have caused any immediate change, their inability to read the room caused them to say something cringeworthy, which is annoying. In that regard, this does at least maintain consistency with Nimbus's character. It's just that this character trait is not a good one, and perhaps it should have changed through some character development. The scene moves on to Osiris, explaining how we are not ready for Calus. We don't even understand this erratic power, which I assume is Strand, at a foundational level. I feel like you don't need to understand something at its foundational level to use it. Like, I know how to use my phone to look at Twitter, but I don't know about the specifics of any of the engineering behind it. This is when our character says it's time to figure it out. I'm glad that Mission 7 of 8 in this campaign is when our character decides to speak and decides to actually start doing something. We should have said this line after Mission 3 when Calus went AFK. Also, it's not like we haven't tried to understand these powers. That's all Osiris has been doing in the Watchtower this entire time. We also went to the Cloudstrider meditation location in order to train with Strand and advance our knowledge in Mission 5. Were we not trying to figure out Strand during that training session? We move on. Keitel's troops are something we need, but for what, in particular, is not specified. Yes, the troops are likely for a battle or siege on Calus, but I want to know where and how. We relegate Nimbus to charging up some turrets, while Osiris and I will be focused on Strand. With the way our character came in and said this, through a basic first impression, it seems like we're working on getting stuff done. But All of these are what each of us have already been working on. We realize that Nimbus is useless in more ways than one, and getting only 80% of the defense systems back online is a terrible job. They need to get back to working on restoring the rest of the defense systems. Kaido can just continue to vibe, I guess. Osiris and I will continue with our training. I'm glad that Calus just decides to not bother us by doing his job so often. The go with the flow analogy to explain Strand is not that great in my opinion. It never goes into any detail of how this helps us control Strand and stays vague the entire time. Like, do the loose motions of our body help guide the strings better? Or does relaxing our mind allow us to control more of the strands? I'm not asking for the entire unified theory on the physics of Strand. I just need one or two details in order to help explain how our training is helping us instead of just being told that we're getting better through some illusory means. Moving past the story implications, I also have no idea how it relates to the themes of darkness as a whole. Going with the flow conceptually seems to belong more to the light in philosophy, and Strand, in theory, seems all about control. That might be why there's this whole introduction of going with the flow, but that only brings me back to pointing out how it's never explained how this theory helps us control Strand any better. Maximizing control does make sense in relation to the darkness though. To bring it back, Nimbus's cheery tone might act as a mask, but since what he presents is all we get when it's combined with an equally cheesy 80s training montage, the overall tone leaves me with the taste of annoyance, especially since this is happening right after the death of Rohan. His death should have impacted something in the story some way, preferably through Nimbus's character shifting, as they are the only ones who shared a connection. However, since Nimbus still presents themselves as the same, it diminishes the impact of Rohan's death, as all it did was buy some time, which feels weak narratively. It also seems slightly disrespectful to Rohan as a character, or at least what little of one he had. The mission officially begins once the cutscene ends.
We stand at a precipice, both in our conflict with Calus and in our training with Strand.
But something is still missing.
And we will find it together. Perhaps inspiration will strike where we least expect it. Follow wherever Strand leads you. Let's experiment.
From our introductory dialogue, it seems like our current goal, according to Osiris, is to simply go on a walk, in the hopes of inspiration striking. Our ghost is far more helpful in this regard, as they direct us towards a strand source in Amza Park instead. This lack of an instruction by Osiris expands on his character though. It took me until now, but I finally understand what he's been up to this entire time while he's huddled himself up in the watchtower. Before we get to anything else, while Osiris ponders out loud, I do so as well. This relates to the mission structure, but I don't have any grand point to make around it, so I just wanted to say that this entire campaign should have been structured with us arriving at New Mina in the first mission and us working our way down to the bottom floor of the Veil Containment Zone. Just an idea I had, and so you had to hear me say it, just cause.
Shadow Legion ahead.
No doubt preparing for a siege. We must take this time to prepare as well. The battle will be ours soon, but now is not the time. We have never struggled harder against a greater evil, and yet we know now what Nimbus taught us. All products of the mind are conjoined in the darkness. Our obstacles and our goals are all contained within. In fact, they are the same. The same as us, the same as our enemies. What if, in trying to master this power, in trying to take control of this conflict, we've been swimming against the river's current?
It would certainly explain the exhaustion.
The question remains, how do you flow with the river?
Upon arriving at Amza Park, we take note of the encroaching Shadow Legion. Osiris realizes that they are probably preparing for yet another siege, and thus we have some time. Shout out Calus. Osiris mentions how this has been our most difficult struggle against an enemy. I assume that he's not talking about Calus for the obvious reasons. This would mean that I think he's referring to the witness. In this case, the sidestep of Calus means that Osiris doesn't actually regard Calus as a threat, which would also explain why he hasn't been the most pressed when it comes to being proactive outside of learning Strand. If Osiris isn't worried about Calus, then I'm not either. Savathun really was that much superior, so his standards are pretty high. This dismissal of Calus is kind of funny, but also pretty sad, because he's the big bad guy of this campaign, but the story doesn't even consider him an actual threat. To me, this indicates that the focus of the story shouldn't be on Strand directly, which is why the Veil and Strand exist. In the case of Strand, unless it's the power that will directly help us stop the witness, it probably shouldn't be the main focus for the penultimate campaign in this 10-year saga. The Veil being proposed as the dark version of the Traveler is instead how this campaign will maintain relevance and have stake to the main story. Calus aligned himself with the witness, but since the witness is the final antagonist, and has to be saved for the next expansion, Calus can only be so much of a threat, especially since he's been thwarted before. So, the campaign focuses on us trying to stop Calus from destroying the Veil with some Strand on the side. Now that I've reverse engineered the structure of the campaign, and why I think the events have unfolded the way they have, I can say that this isn't a problem. In fact, if we walk through the first 3 missions, this is exactly what happened. We landed in Yamuna, gathered some information, and then stopped Calus from destroying the Veil. The problem stems from after that. Things slowed down for 2 missions, and pick back up when Calus tries to destroy the Veil with the radial mast again. And now, we're going to waste some time training again. And after that, Calus is going to attack the Veil again. There is no progression in the story's A-plot, and the player cannot feel the progression of Strand in the story's B-plot. Showcasing the world building of the Veil was neat, but I don't even know what it is, so not exploring it first feels like a distraction considering the circumstances. We are literally and figuratively running in circles, accomplishing nothing, which makes everything feel like a waste of time regardless of the actual events occurring. Osiris then continues on to say that we now know what Nimbus taught us. All products of the mind are conjoined in the darkness. I have no idea when or how Nimbus could have been the one to impart this knowledge onto us, but if they were, it was almost certainly accidental. I feel like I should have been there for such a profound revelation, unless this is Osiris reframing his coming to a conclusion based on Nimbus saying dumb, which sparked in a eureka moment for him. Our obstacles and our goals are all contained within. In fact, they are the same as us, the same as our enemies. I have not even the slightest clue what Osiris meant by this. What are our obstacles and goals contained within? What is the same? This vague posting is nonsensical, even in the best case scenario. Of course, he can't drop the whole go with the flow metaphor, and thus he's brought it back to us swimming against the river's current. Apparently, Osiris decided to join a 2016 prog metalcore band. Argos entertains Osiris by agreeing that this would explain the exhaustion, but I have no idea what he's talking about. This metaphor about the theory behind Strand is worthless to me as a player because I haven't done any of this mental exploration myself. I've just been shooting bad guys, like usual. Osiris spewing verbal diarrhea from behind his mask doesn't make the story profound just because he says it does.
There, more Strand.
Yes, and Vex nearby. A fine time to put our theories into practice.
We find the Strand energy source, and Osiris wants us to put his theories into practice. Of course, I have not even the smallest of iotas on what those theories even are. The gameplay just consists of us using more Strand, which is fun, but the same as it's always been. Without having to touch anything else, I think the easiest fix to this issue at this point in the story is to just grant the player a temporary Strand exotic effect in order to augment the Strand gameplay. This way, Strand will function mostly the same, but there will be a major shakeup in how you apply it during gameplay.
These harpies, there's 2 different types. Is there a pattern we need to find?
And what comes as a major shock to me, there is actually a puzzle attached with the harpies. If we take a look above at the Vex gate, there are 3 crystals. The first and last are charged. If we examine the harpies, there are anion and cation versions. Cats are positive as they make you smile, and onions make you cry. Thus, are negative. If we destroy the harpies in the displayed order, we can walk on through.
Brute force yields little progress, while careful execution paves a path towards a greater power.
Rohan would have said, headlong and empty-handed.
Perhaps our towering friend understood more about this power than even he knew.
Osiris says some nonsense about not relying on brute force in relation to mastering Strand, but the words said are completely pointless. Our ghost quotes Rohan, but I never recognized headlong and empty-handed as his catchphrase. Although, to be fair, if he said it once out of the 2 times we talked to him, that's a pretty high rate. I have no interest in figuring out how it relates to whatever Osiris is discussing, because this is some baseless post-hoc character healing.
Think on it. When did you start seeing true success with Strand?
When we helped the Neomuni by rebooting the power station. What did that have to do with Strand?
Our perspective changed, as did our approach to fighting our battle. We took a step back, saw the broader whole, and moved in keeping with it.
So what? We flow with the river by planning better?
By seeing our obstacles as part of the bigger picture, and using the bigger picture to overcome them.
No, our perspective did not change after that mission. The problem with platitudes is that they terminate thoughts. There is nothing here for me to discuss or analyze because all the words said don't have any actual meaning behind them. They were just constructed to sound like they have one. In any case, we solved the next Vex gate. Osiris and Ghost say that we've changed, but I have no idea what that change is since it isn't represented. I know the previous Greater Strand concentration granted me an aspect, but its effect was so irrelevant I didn't mention it. This time around, it's no different. These additions to our gameplay loop are far too simple. They need to have much broader gameplay changes in order to be meaningful development in relation to the narrative.
Excellent! That was excellent!
We're really onto something here, huh? What changed?
To properly observe phenomena of the light, one needs the right instruments.
And for darkness?
One needs the right perspective. I think we've found it. Seek out more Strand and see what this new perspective offers.
Blah blah blah, perspective shift, blah blah blah. Osiris wants us to prove our mettle. It's so silly that we're on mission 7 out of 8 in the penultimate campaign, and we're just having a silly little Uwu training arc. Like, did the writers forget that the witness is carving their way into the Traveler in this very moment? I have a problem with their vague non-philosophy behind Strand. But in a vacuum, what we're doing is fine. Everything just feels too relaxed, which is because we don't have a focus outside of stopping Calus, nor some sort of time crunch or pressure. In the previous campaign, our goal the entire time was to figure out what Savathun was up to. Every mission built upon that core idea. Once we learned that Savathun stole the light and was trying to steal the Traveler away, the time crunch to stop her, before she completed her ritual, placed a phantasmagorical pressure upon our shoulders. If we failed, we would have lost our light and died to the witness when they arrived. I don't know what Calus is doing, and while I can understand why Osiris is focused on Strand, I'm concerned with why no one else, Keitel, is concerned. Calus failed at destroying the Veil, and instead of attacking him while he's down, we're just waiting for him to launch his third siege against the Veil. Comical.
Even after all that, it seems the Guardian's energy is still stable. Is it possible the perspective shift was all we were missing?
Do not underestimate this moment. This is the product of humbling training, many failures, and your determination. but you've not mastered this power until you can bring these lessons to bear under duress.
I think I know where this is going.
I have a challenge for you. The VexNet contains many pockets used for testing new subroutines. There is one very near you. Perfect to discover what you can really do with this power.
We find ourselves traversing through the radio sound a second time. The VexNet realizes that we don't have strand and creates a rather convenient platform outside for us to jump on in order to get through. On a revisit, not having more strand swinging platforming sections was one of the largest gameplay failures. The following Vex Harpy Gate puzzle finally introduced a bit of difficulty. I have to shoot 5 Harpies in the correct order, but these Harpies have upgraded their numbers and defenses. So, in a closed room with minimal cover, I needed to not die while hitting multiple shots into the same enemies while they move, all in the correct order. It's that while they move part that made this more troublesome than it otherwise proved. After solving it, I entered the VexNet.
This is it, Guardian. Remember.
Flow with the river.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Osiris set up a training program in order to test our abilities in the VexNet. Somehow. Sure, I guess I'll just accept this. In any case, this section was why I mentioned the fact that there was a noticeable lack in strange singing sections, for sure. Swinging sections. We finally get one, but it's tragically short. The location is neat, but it's apparent that the blue and green texture work are what sells the look of the VexNet.
Good. This flexibility is unmatched. Now, show your fighting prowess.
The combat arena is a cylindrical room with a massive pillar in the center. Yes, I did skip over most of the swinging section. It's fairly standard and basic, unfortunately. There is no mechanic for this encounter though. Instead, there's a rotating red death matrix wall attached to the central pillar, which I guess you could consider the mechanic. So, look, I'm losing. Look, this mission is making me lose it. This forces us to stay on the move, whether that be by our feet on the ground or the strand in the air. There were a few close calls, though those were either caused by the snipers that spawned in the corners of the room or by me swinging directly into the enemies. This constant forced movement actually recreated some of that strand flow described by Osiris. It's just a shame that this section was short and not difficult at all.
Impressive.
I bet we could go again. What do you think, Guardian?
I hate to butt in on your enlightenment, but Shadow Legion are on the move.
Another time then. You've more than proven yourself. Calus has no idea what's in store for him.
The Shadow Legion cut our already short training session even shorter. I suppose having a breather before the final encounter is nice, in theory, but I would have had to ignore reality in order to accept this, in this case. I'm sure you don't need me to repeat myself any further as this mission ends. For some reason, I skipped the intermission this time around. I don't remember why, but if I had to take a guess, right now, I probably just thought that they were a waste of time, and so I immediately decided to begin the final quest. At long last, here we are, in the final mission of the Lightfall campaign. And what's our objective? That's right, to stop Calus from reaching the Veil and establishing a link to the Traveler. Wait, you're telling me that's been our goal this entire time, and that no progress occurred in the meantime? Nice. The structure so far has had us fail at stopping Calus twice so far already. In Mission 3, Keitel bailed us out because we couldn't deal damage to your boy Carl since he had an immunity shield. When I killed Carl the second time around, he didn't have the shield for some unexplained reason. It's not like we used strain to do any damage to him, so that's not the answer. This was where we failed at destroying the radial mast, and so Rohan sacrificed himself for the greater good. In both of these cases, we failed and needed someone to save us, so surely This time around, we won't fail. As an outline, this sounds fine, but in reality, as I've already experienced so far, multiple issues have presented themselves. I've already had to repeat myself a bunch, but I've detailed them throughout the last 7 missions and Strike. Besides the actual events, the framing is part of the issue. Kaido bombing the Typhoon Imperator should have been the end of the Radial Mass plotline. Calus should have then brought out a newer, shinier tool for us to destroy. This way, with us having just trained with Strand, you might have gone after this new threat with more swagger than caution. This way, when Rohan has to sacrifice himself, it's not because our powers just decided to go away, because the game needed them too. It would be because of our attitude and inability to control Strand to an adequate degree. Our failing Rohan would feel like our fault because we just came off the Strand high, both narratively and gameplay wise. Now, the training mission after his death is more meaningful, as we're mastering Strand in order to accomplish a certain task. Right now, there's no reason for us to believe our inexperience with Strand will help us overcome Calus. What if he pulls out a Radial Mass 2.0 now, and we are not able to destroy it? Thanks to the meta context of this being the final mission of the penultimate campaign, I know that won't happen though. Another part of the problem is that we haven't interacted with Calus at all in this campaign. His cutscenes, while visually neat, have all been interactions with the Witness. Putting aside the fact that I don't even have a personal connection to Calus, I know nothing about him aside from those cutscenes and the few scant times he decided to talk to us. In the previous campaign, I knew Savathun had the title of the God of Lies and Cunning, and she proved it throughout the campaign, starting with the first mission. Well, even before the first mission, but in terms of the campaign, starting with the first mission. If we examine the first mission of Lightfall, we took down some of Calus's flagships, which he shrugged off. Then, Kaido delayed his destruction of the Veil. Rohan traded with the Radial Mast. The redundancy of how expected it is for Calus to fail over and over again proves to me that he's a belligerent moron and not a threat I need to take seriously. We've even seen the Witness reprimand him on these failures. This might be fine characterization for a regular old antagonist, but I don't think the intention of the writers was for us to think that the big bad guy of the penultimate campaign is an obtuse sphincter made manifest.
Guardian, all of our training, all of our losses, it's brought us to this moment. We must stop Calus from reaching the Veil and establishing a link to the Traveler.
Final stand, baby. If I can get this old Ishtar-era orbital beam thing up and running, might come in handy.
I would suggest exercising an abundance of caution around untested Ishtar technology.
I miss the old go in without a plan and hope for the best, Osiris.
That is a gross mischaracterization.
Today shall be the end of Calus's reign. The Shadow Legion will submit or be crushed beneath my heel.
The mission starts off similar to how this video did, except this time, the words are from Osiris. Everything has led to this moment, where we must stop Calus from reaching the Veil and establishing a link to the Traveler. It's just unfortunate that this moment can easily be confused for the same one from the first mission. While I don't have a problem with Nimbus as a character, their jovial attitude negates the full gravity of the presented situation. I, as a player, am not really taking this seriously either, even though we probably should be, much like our character in the game is. This is where Nimbus mentions untested Ishtar technology for the first time. I, for one, am glad Nimbus never mentioned this possibly important tool until now, our final stand against Calus. This unexplained Ishtar technology could have also served as the primary device for some progression in the main story. Even if we failed against Calus, if we get power or find some use for this device, then at the very least, we would have gotten some sort of explanation for why we had to take care of the trivial New Moonian tasks. Their following line is more telling. They claim to miss the old, go in with the old plan, and hope for the best Osiris. Osiris objects to what he calls a mischaracterization. From what I know about Osiris, he's correct. But why would Nimbus then make this observation? It's because, from what we played, they are correct. Now, what could be causing this disconnect besides the existence of Strand? Osiris regaining some power and potentially being useful in some sense, probably did get to his head and cause him to act more reckless than he otherwise would have. However, due to lack of character interactions we as the player experience, this could also just as easily not be the case, and could just be bad writing, being explained away through a joke. The other factor contributing to this problem is that there was never a time where we as a group took the time to investigate Calus and what he was up to. We can't come up with a plan if we aren't even concerned about getting to the point where we would have to make one. Like, even now, I have no idea what Calus is up to besides this vague explanation of him trying to link up with the Veil. Let alone having a concept of a plan, we don't even have a concept of a plan. Keitel just says some vague words of crushing Calus. Rohan and Nimbus existing is fine, but their character development should have been saved for the future. Keitel being related to Calus and then having her plot sidebarred is one of the most egregious mistakes when it comes to what this campaign should have been focused on. All jokes aside, if Calus is the big bad guy, then the entire focus of the story should have been on Keitel and her plan to stop him once she arrived on the scene. Relegating such an important character to doing nothing is far worse than what she deserves. This joke by Nimbus, response by Osiris, and statement by Keitel all do not sell me on the point that I should be afraid of what lies in store. This is what we call foreshadowing.
Keitel's forces are entering Neomuni airspace now. Something's not right, though. They've set up anti-air guns in our city!
Eradicate their weapons. I will not subject any more of my soldiers to such fruitless deaths.
We make our way to the Zephyr concourse, only to have a barrier stop us in the SI terminal. Some convenient barrels allow us to blow our way open in order to enter the Ikora complex. First of all, I have no idea why Keitel waited until now before entering Neomunian airspace. Like, hello? Calus and the Shadow Legion are already here. Why are you trolling us? This may seem like a minor criticism, but this one difference would have changed how every mission past that third one would have played out. Second, why are we in charge of taking out the anti-air guns? Actually, third of all, but as a part of being a first of all, for the second of all, while relating to the grander point I wish to make. What is Nimbus doing? They finished setting up the turrets and then went flying. And then what? If the Shadow Legion set this up in your city, then it's kind of your fault, Nimbus. So shouldn't you be the one to take care of the anti-air machinery? Especially once we consider the fact that they're the one with the skyboard. I know, we just acquired Strand, but if we got to use Rohan's skyboard in this section, it would have been much cooler while switching up the gameplay. I suppose the counterpoint to that is that the skyboard is air machinery, but I don't think that counts. And the reason for that is because I said so. Also, the fact that we still have to rely on our ghost finding a concentration of Strand after our training only lends more credence to the fact that we have not mastered it and should not rely on it when we have to fight Calus. If we were more proactive and had Keitel bring in her soldiers earlier, we would have prevented this untimely situation. Nimbus could have also been supremely incompetent and not noticed the anti-air weaponry if it was deployed earlier, in which case he would be even more incompetent than I thought. However, I don't think that's the case. Keitel not bringing her troops in earlier is a terrible enough problem to keep me up at night as is. I died at the start of this encounter because my attempt at swinging up to the roof with Strand was a little ambitious considering my low ground and total lack of momentum. I took the intended route the second time around. A troop of Cabal ambushed me on the rooftop, and so I instantly used my super to cook them. I had the entire rest of the encounter to regain enough energy and find enough orbs. It was about time we fought on the tops of some buildings. It's just that my excitement got the better of me, and so I swung onto the opposing roof without exterminating any of the threats there first. Whoops. A thresher made its way down after I respawned. Its health pool was unreasonably large and forced me to use 2 rockets to take care of it. My strength skills continued to improve, and so I was able to cut the time it took to return to the roof by a considerable amount. In fact, I even swung up to the initial troop and ambushed my ambushers. Although I take care of most of the enemies on the opposite rooftop, when I try to jump over, a blast from a Cabal soldier stops me midair. I pulled out my strand grappling hook in order to compensate for the rest of the distance. However, my descent broke the line of sight and thus I fell, but not to my death as I barely hung onto the ledge. I get caught on one of the wing platforms as I try to swing back up, but eventually managed to do so. After removing the remaining Cabal, I can lower the barrier and destroy the first anti-air gun. This is where a second thresher appears to waste another minute of my time and some more ammo. The way to the next anti-air gun involves a series of jumps across the ominous skyline, which results in some pleasant visuals. Before being able to take out the second anti-air gun, we have to remove its surrounding shield as well. This involves us clearing the first floor before working our way to the upper deck. After I eliminated the stationed Shadow Legion battalion, a Tormentor and some Legionnaires arrive as reinforcement. This encounter was pretty lengthy, and so both my special and heavy ammo reserves were a bit light. Thanks Threshers. While I am strand empowered, our mastery exchanged the shorter burst of power for a more sustainable alternative. This affected our energy regeneration, and so I can't spam my abilities or super at its increased rate any longer. Without a proper exotic to utilize the benefits of Strand, I was stuck having to deal most of the damage to the Tormentor with my primary weapon. Funnily enough, in this instance, due to how the Verge curve works, this would have been easier if the Shadow Legion troops continued to spawn in and act as backup so I could continue to generate more crystals. Alas, these extenuating circumstances forced me to plink at the Tormentor for just over 6 minutes. If for some reason you're watching the video instead of just listening to my voice, you might have noticed that I allegedly trolled too hard in a few instances, which you could reason as why this fight took longer than it needed to. Still, it is clear that my lack of ammo or ability synergy were the key issues. This throwback was unappreciated. I, for one, do not miss my double primary ammo days. Terrible times.
Anti-air guns are neutralized.
My forces are rallying, but it will take some time.
You're almost at the Veil, Guardian. Every moment wasted brings us that much closer to Calamity.
So, this defense relay thing, taking a bit more work than I thought. It hasn't been turned on since the Ishtar days. Hope it still works.
With the Empress's Legion routed, it may be our last line of defense.
Sounds like someone's coming around to the untested Ishtar weapon.
Kaido informs us that her troops will still need more time as we've only just destroyed the anti-air weaponry. I'm not gonna drop the point of how she should have commanded her troops to land much sooner here again though. Oh wait, whoops. Like 5 missions ago sooner. Whoops. Osiris has no words of wisdom and instead just lets us know that we're nearing the Veil again. Nimbus is working on restoring a defense relay, which would explain their absence. This task is taking more time than they thought, as no one has turned it on since the Ishtar days. Once more, I must mention how maybe we should have worked on this before the very moment we needed it, since we haven't been doing anything more important in the meantime. Osiris even refers to this untested technology as our last line of defense. What has Strand been then, huh? Somehow this power which contests the strength of Kaido's army just is here now. So many of these issues only exist because nothing was done with them. Realistically, with some minimal changes, this mission could straight up be Mission 4 and would probably have been better for it, with how everything has gone thus far, and that's not great. In any case, I make my way to the breach in the wall.
She's almost ready. I think I got it. Whoa!
Did you see that? Totally planned that.
Keep the turrets under our control. They're vital to our defense.
The Shadow Legion encroaches upon the containment zone with a Goliath tank occupying the center of the outside courtyard. Nimbus activates the Ishtar weapon, and it obliterates the tank thanks to its continuous concentration of energy. When Nimbus said weapon, this was not what I expected. To me, an orbital strike implies that the weapon is within, the planet's orbit. So this mysterious device just went uninvestigated for a lengthy but unspecified amount of time. Along with Rohan being the first Cloud Strider to die outside of natural causes, this only confirms to me that Yamuna has basically never not known peace. It's just that, even still, with all the free time then, someone should have investigated a satellite just occupying space within your planet's atmosphere. This weapon becomes a mechanic in this fight, and it feels bad because it was just introduced to us at the beginning of this mission. Outside of lore reasons, it doesn't make sense for this to be an ancient Ishtar weapon. If this was simply a part of the New Moonian defenses, then it would reinforce why rebooting the Cloud Arc was vital, and that when we rebooted the systems and the strike, it was for a greater purpose. This purpose would manifest in this weapon in this mission. Instead, the aforementioned defense systems don't go anywhere outside of the basic turrets we have to defend.
Enemy tanks are headed to your position.
That sounds like a job for untested Ishtar weapon. Paint the targets, Guardian. You tag him, I'll frag him.
Osiris relays the information that more tanks are headed our way. This is where Nimbus gives us access to some rather convenient relics that mark the location for where the Ishtar weapon strikes. This is rather nonsensical when you think about the circumstances of this weapon, and it being a part of the New Moonian defense system only makes that much more sense. For some reason, I changed out my Whisper of Bond fragment for the Durance fragment and then Rending fragment. I have no idea what inspired this change at this time, as I have no idea why I remembered that the Whisper of Rending fragment even existed. I think I wanted this fragment initially and only remembered that I needed to change it now, when I opened the fragment list, for some reason. After that, I engaged the orbital strike on both tanks.
The defense relay's overheated.
There's no end to them. Osiris, what do we do?
Remember your training. You only have one goal. Keep them from the Veil.
With the wall breached and defense systems overheating, the Shadow Legion swarmed the courtyard in droves. As of now, it's up to us to slow down this assault. Thanks to our high ground, I held the advantage against the Legion while defending. This large quantity of enemies allowed the crowd control ability of Stasis to really shine.
Shadow Legion cowards, this is Empress Kyatal, the true sovereign of the Cabal. You've chosen to ally yourself with a gutless traitor worshipping a false god. We are Cabal. We eat the mountains, we drink the seas. If you've any shred of honor left, then at least give us the pleasure of a worthy battle.
Kaido arrives and delivers an epic speech to the traitorous Cabal. With the Shadow Legion increasing pressure, the arrival of her and her army at this time is a major boon. It also begins the next campaign banner encounter, where we engage the same gameplay loop. Having Kaido and her troops fighting with us, though, adds to the scale of the fight, and is a nice progression in how this final stand outside the Veil vault unfolds.
There's no end to them.
Guardian, it's our day to die. We shall be immortalized in legend together.
Kaido's words cursed me as I ended up dying far too soon after. Although I only had a small bit of my health missing, the missile from a Goliath tank kills me with just one shot. I ended up dying earlier the second time around for the exact same reason. This time, the missile one-shot me from full health. That's almost as whack as the mods from Sabatin's Throne World. The annoying part with them is that there were too many of them. Here, it's just that this encounter is rather lengthy due to the amount of troops while not being that complex mechanically. At least the second death cemented the danger of these tanks in my mind, and thus the third time around, I dodge out of the way. This does mess up my aim for the orbital strike, but I take it out the old-fashioned way with my Apex Predator.
You're doing great, but I've got some bad news. We're out of juice. No more turrets. No more defense relay.
Nimbus calls in with bad news. The turret and defense array are all out of power. It's up to us, Kaido, and her troops to hold back the Shadow Legion. This time, the major threat is the fact that there are 2 imprints of Nezarec. While my Apex Predator was useful in dealing with the tanks, the blast immunity from the Tormentors limited its potential. If only there was some way to get around this. Alas, this eventually caused me to search for some heavy ammo, and although I thought I maintained a safe distance, the imprint managed to grab me and harvest my light. An almost identical situation occurred immediately after, although this time it's a little bit sillier. Instead of running it down into the Tormentors again, on my third time around, I decided to let Kaido's troops retain the aggro from the Tormentors, as I slaughtered the weaker adds. Kaido and some of the Ascendant Guard have infinitely more health than me, so them acting as tanks allowed me to focus less on trying not to die. I also decided not to take Strand because of the problem I had with it being forced upon me earlier. Sure, with the bonus movement and provided Strand grappling points, avoiding the imprints would be easier, but avoiding garnering attention from the imprints in the first place, while still being able to use my stasis kit, was the easiest solution.
Retreat to higher ground. You need a more defensible position.
This way, Guardian. We'll safeguard the vault together.
Daughter.
Calus? What is... Guardian! Kaido! Are you okay? The Veil's exposed. Keep them away from it, at all costs. Leave the Emperor to me.
You must reach the Veil before the Shadow Legion. Do whatever you must to prevent the link.
Through some method unknown to us, Calus blows open the vault and exposes the path towards the Veil. Kaido will do her best to fend off her father. It's up to us to get to the Veil. Except, this entire time, Osiris has just been telling us to get to the Veil. I still have no idea what I'm supposed to do when I get to it, or how I'm supposed to prevent this supposed link. In fact, I still don't know what the Veil is. Instead of having him repeat this useless line, I much rather would have had Osiris expose the lore of the Veil to us in the most boring way possible, rather than have him literally say nothing. I start heading downward without even giving the upper entrance a glance. At this point in time, I was not fully engaged with the game, due to the story not exactly being that exciting. I was more focused on reaching the end of the campaign, but not in the good way of wanting to find out what happens. I was more so just going through the missions in order to end it so I could go to bed. The long descent, along with the emptiness, results in a rather uncanny journey.
Will Kaido be okay?
I have a feeling she can take care of herself.
Empress Kaido is buying you time to find the Veil before the Shadow Legion. Don't squander this opportunity.
According to Neomuni lore, the Veil is deep beneath the ground. Like, way deep. Whatever you find in there, just keep going downward.
We're keeping an eye on the surface. Kaido's holding off Calus for now, but she's outnumbered.
Wow, nothing has changed in 2 minutes. Truly, I am shocked. Seriously, these cut-ins by Osiris only aid in making me dislike the character. Why are they so useless? What is the point? Down here, we officially reached the Veil containment zone, though.
Osiris, I'm sending you a visual feed. We could use your help navigating this place.
Incredible. Just like the archive on Venus. You should be able to access that Ishtar terminal like any other.
That must be the Veil. It's massive. I feel a little strange. Don't know how to describe it. It almost gives me the same feeling as the Traveler. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Let's press on.
At long last, I lay my eyes upon the Veil. Seeing it does not clear up anything, although our ghost feeling like it's related to the Traveler is kind of confirmation of what was implied. The face of the Veil, shifting light and effects are all aesthetically nice. It's not that loud, but you can hear some faint but deep gurgling sounds. I think this is an indication of the Veil being some sort of alien creature. We continue by taking the vents.
For both our sakes, please don't fall. It looks like the Veil goes even deeper.
The walkways grant us an even closer look at the face of the Veil. Our ghost makes it a point to mention that we should be careful to not fall into it. There is a rather obvious center point marked on the Veil, and thanks to the words from our ghost, it seems like it might be some sort of paracausal trap hole. Continuing on, we stumble across a room, and Nimbus identifies the device as the CloudArc prototype. I didn't realize that we were live streaming our feed directly to him at this point, but sure. Since there is a functioning CloudArc, the fact that there was a prototype at some point is pretty obvious. In fact, there being multiple prototypes is almost certain. I don't know why this was specifically pointed out.
This?
Looks like a CloudArc prototype. That's... wow.
Maybe if Nimbus or Rohan mentioned something about needing a CloudArc prototype for something, but otherwise it's just a cool thing that exists that might be useful in the future. This just being here as a cool world building object is fine. It's just that having a whole Nimbus voice line dedicated to it before the Veil is a tiny bit confusing. Surely, if we really needed to know it was a CloudArc prototype, there could have been an asset labeling it as such instead of dedicating a voice line to it. It's just rather unfortunate that considering the context of all that's come before, this freed up Nimbus voice line would probably not have gone to anything more useful.
I held them off as long as I could. Calus is coming for you. It's in your hands now, Guardian. Give him the end he deserves.
Kaido informs us that she has done all she can. It is now up to us. The room we are in is some sort of observatory, although the seats are kind of whack and its medical nature might imply a more sinister tone. Through the glass, I can see the underside of the Veil and a platform beneath it. The Veil is large, but not nearly as large as I imagined it. There are also tentacles attached to the bottom. I have no idea if this has any thematic tie-ins in relation to its size or the creature, or it being a creature, or anything about the Veil, so I can't do any analysis on that end because I have no information on anything relating to the Veil, which is it's a little weird, huh? There being a platform underneath the Veil indicates to me that there is where I am headed. Writing the script, I also know that there is where we are headed. I'm asking it now instead of later. Why is the battle platform below the Veil? Story-wise, our ghost sets up us falling into the Veil as being bad. This is a perfect reason for us dying if we fall. Aesthetically, the lighting from the Veil is intense and dictates the encounter's tone. A boring gray room beneath the more interesting Veil is baffling, but there is not that much of a reason to not just have it above. So instead of being an environment comparable to Seventh Islands, we instead have to fight in a rather standard and mostly generic looking room. Nice.
I'm reading major shockwaves in the vault. The Emperor's smashing through that place.
Hurry, Guardian. He'll get them before you.
Calus is breaking into the containment zone directly. Somehow. We're pretty far down, and the zone we saw had no obvious entrances. So I guess he's just digging down like a dwarf. I also wanted to mention that the fire effect in this final walkway looks pretty neat. I drop down. Cal stands in the middle of the room already, and I, of course, glide straight past the campaign banner. As we reach the platform underneath the Veil, Calus stands there, menacingly. It's me, the voice in your head, and I am here with a twist on the Calus fight, due to the catastrophic nature of the events that unfold, I've taken up a position in where I am commentating over the gameplay instead of writing the script beforehand, because you will see how amazing this is. So the fight starts off, honestly, let's go back. We gotta start off the fight commentary properly. Here we are falling down. Gotta make sure I got my controls set. I missed the rally flag, so that's how you know we're off to a good start. Here I am attacking Calus. He's been waiting a long time for this day. Standing on platform, jumping up, you know, taking note of the surroundings around me. Pretty circular pop, you know, it's pretty symmetrical. Gonna go ahead and drop a turret. Gonna go ahead and use one of my healing rifts because I'm almost dead. I'm attacking the armored baddie with my primary weapon because I'm panicking right now. I realize my mistake. I'm like, oh yeah, hold on, let me switch my weapons. This rift is gonna heal out, and I get pushed off the edge, and I am falling, and there I go. There it is. That's death number 1. Oh boy, how many times do you think I'm gonna die from falling off? This is it. This is what we've been waiting for. All right, attempt number 2. Surely it will go better this time around. I can place my campaign banner down. I also ignored the strand concentration because of all the reasons I mentioned previously. Gonna go ahead and place a early turret down. Here we are seeing Calus deploy his weapon. These little darkness drills, they are homing. Here we are pushing back and holding position. I'm gonna make sure they can't even get on the platform, and I get pushed back and I fall off the edge. And there we go. That's death number 2. Looking good, looking good. All right, attempt number 3. You know, surely I got myself grounded this time around. Let's go ahead and place that campaign banner down. Just looking at the ground for no reason. Calus is up there. There he is. Got to get a good look at the boy. Seems like the darkness empowered him by giving him some sort of weapon. Looks pretty sick, actually. Too bad I don't get that good of a look at it during the fight. Way too late with my turret. I don't know why I was holding it for 5 hours. Seems like I'm gonna start off with my super. Oh, and it seems like that was a good call because my super actually allows me to glide. Maybe that's why I did that. And I'm gonna go ahead and take care of this different platform. I'm just gonna go ahead and ignore everything that happened around me. And I'm gonna go ahead and get pushed, but it's okay because I can just float down and finish this guy off. Yep, there we are. Boom, platform secured. Now I have a good space to camp. So let's see what I do here. So Calus is going to go ahead and attack me. Very cool. I do discover pretty early on, it seems, that I can destroy the dual attack weapons. That's good. That's good. I honestly thought I discovered that way later, which is why I didn't mention it quite yet. We are some war dogs. Honestly, way more annoying of a creature than what they first appear to be. But, you know. Ice Crystal seemingly does nothing to the dual attack. Unfortunate. Don't miss. My aim is like so slow. It seems like there's some sort of... Yep, and there is death number 3, I believe. No, I think that was 4 actually. I don't even remember. I don't even remember how many times they died. That's how good this is going. So it seems like initially I thought it was the platform, you know, blowing up underneath me, but it does seem instead that there is some sort of, you know, thing being summoned down upon me, some sort of weapon. Seems like the Sons of Lubre. Seems like Calus took a note from Kaido, or perhaps Kaido took a note from Calus, which is why that happened. I believe that was death number 4. Don't correct me. I don't care. Boom. Okay, gonna drop a early turret on Calus. Seems like my plan might be to focus on Calus in the middle and try not to worry about the ads here. Let's see if a grenade takes care of most of these guys. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and early super. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Seems that turret in the middle not too bad. Freeze the entire pack by itself. That I wasn't even paying attention to, but here we are doing some early damage to Calus. It's not that great because, you know, Winter Wrath is not exactly a DPS saver. I mean, the entire stasis kit is not tailored to DPS in general. Go ahead and did not proc bane switch, so that did not do enough damage to take him to second phase. It might have otherwise, though. It almost certainly would have. But here we are. I'm just running around the middle platform, and it seems so far that this strategy is working the best. Not like well, this tactic. It's not like I got too far previously. Anyway, so it's not like I can say I'm getting too much further. But I have gone further than I previously did, so you know, it's relative. Shocker. Did not proc bait and switch. Oh, did that time around, but doesn't matter. He goes down and I pick up some heavy ammo, so we're all good for the next phase. Calus does gain a shield, and it seems like he's gonna just spam attack us now. Very cool. He is empowered by some sort of buff, and he's gonna spawn in a bunch of scions. Scions, very interesting creature types. Still have no idea how they relate to the rest of the Cabal. Like, do Scions become Cabal, or Scions a different type of Cabal? Still don't know the answer to that. Not that it's too relevant. Seems like a Tormentor spawns in near the latter half of the second phase. My missile just hits a fucking crystal. Great going. Nice aim. The lingering damage from the freezing effect and slow. I don't know what that melee was. That was just trolling, but the freezing effect managed to knock enough health from Calus, so we are in second phase proper now. Ooh, I'm gonna go ahead and drop a turret. Here we are. Honestly, this angle is not bad. You know, maintaining position. He's frozen. Wow. These Tormentors are really, really effective against blast damage. I wonder if there's a way to, you know, negate that. Too bad there isn't. You know, just plinking off, the Tormentor decides to finally join me up here, which is annoying because, you know, it means I have to run away. And it does seem like, you know, there's a bunch of mobs still on the platforms I never bothered to clear out in the first place. And it seems like additional mobs are probably going to spawn them, all while I'm being chased by a Tormentor. Got to hold some ground and regain some HP. Here we are. We got to take care of this troop. Drop down an ice crystal. Keep on moving. This is where, you know, Strand would be helpful thanks to the points, you know, placed conveniently around us. But the problem with that is that I have no other... Strand provides me with no other benefits because I have no exotic help with that, with my build. And I don't have any fragments or aspects. Well, I do have the aspects, but I don't have any fragments. And I die from a Tormentor's homing attack while I have 1 HP. Yeah, that was, not sure was rough because the Tormentor chasing me down. But that is another death to mark. All right, just gonna shoot Calus to start off this encounter. A couple of immune tags. Nothing crazy, nothing hidden. Just hit him with a turret directly. Gonna try to run and do whatever that was. Seems like I'm really feeling the start with the super strat to maybe clear out, like, you know, all the mobs in the... Yeah, I guess I'm just clearing out the ads first, and then I was gonna say clear out the ads, but here we go. Use the entire super... I mean, I secured a platform. That's probably, you know, good enough, I guess. Take up the high ground right now. Calus, you know, just chilling. Seems like I'm working on clearing out the second platform. Maybe the plan is to clear out the platforms beforehand before, you know, trying to continue in with Calus, but these continuously spawning ads are not great. Mechanics of the fight aside, while I'm plinking at Calus from back here, you know, Calus said he wanted to fight us directly head on, and here he is, you know, not doing so. He's just, you know, chilling in the middle while, you know, tormenting us with sickos from the left and right side of us. It's like, come on, this isn't fair. Well, definitely not fair, because Calus just gets to exist while he has other mobs helping him. But, you know, this is not the head-on fight I was looking forward to from Calus. Like, what is this? And I get pushed off the edge of the map again. Also, the lighting down here, this pink reddish hue, is so much better than what's going on up here. Like, Why is the platform main lighting like this boring? It's like just regular bland lights. Like, any case, this really should have been above the veil. Like, I don't know why this is below the veil. That's still a very baffling decision. I guess it's because Calus is looking up into the veil to try to link to it, but I don't know. I feel like Calus trying to look down into the eye of the veil or something would be work just as well, because you know I don't even know what's up there. I don't even get a chance to get too good of a look yet because of Calus, you know. Any case, here we are, this encounter. I don't know what I was doing, but it seems like I'm not going to start off my super. It seems like I don't think my super is worth it. Instead, my turret in the middle is probably good enough to freeze most of the ads in order for me to just, you know, prevent them from gaining too much ground onto me. I can go ahead and secure a platform real quick, finish this guy off. Boom. Get rid of these war beasts, one shot each. Nice, get some ice down. We can see him charge up the weapon directly. Some kind of wacky hitboxes, but you know, no big deal. Drop another turret at Calus, I guess, you know, slow him down. The war beast is really annoying, so I guess I'm gonna go ahead and jump up on top here. Boom, drop a well. Some weird AI stuff going on over there. Good for me that, you know, they decided to run to a wall, made it easy to kill them. But here we are. Kill off these guys, secure this platform. All right, we're in second phase once more. Drop a turret on him. He's really close to me this time around. Just drop a missile. Boom, rocket 2. You know, nothing too crazy is happening in there. Tormentor did something really whack back there. It seems like I'm already down in second phase. Tormentors are stuck. This is this is looking good for me. Tormentors are back, and I don't know why I'm dropping to a different platform. Here I am. Just, you know, securing this platform for no reason. Oh, okay. Seems like I'm out of heavy ammo. That's what I was looking for. And I'm pushed off the edge, but it seems like I managed to find a little bit of salvation in the support beams. Okay, I'm gonna try some finicky jumps. Here we are. Boom. We're on a support beam. We're just jumping on support beams from one support beam to another. What am I doing? Here we are. And I miss a warlock jump and I die. Yeah, I mean, that was to be expected. Yeah. Nice jump, Bozo. All right, we're just jumping on mill platforms. I do think I like this mill, stay in the middle. To be honest, I got a little bit lucky in that last bout with the Tormentors being stuck in the middle. Really, I probably should have not cared about my heavy ammo usage and just use my waveframe to do the rest of the damage and abilities, since the Tormentors were all the way back there, but you know. Too late, we're already on this round, and use a super. I don't need too much with the super, barely any damage. I guess a secure platform, but I don't even think it's completely secure. Do get some bait and switch procs, boom, do a bit of damage with the apex, nice. Some more beasts, just chilling. Get rid of the ads as they target me. Holy, the war beast can jump, bro. What is that? Terrible tracking aim, but it doesn't really matter on my end. Ooh, get hit with a crystal, bro. All right. All right, knock that out. All right, I managed to avoid a lot of the damage from the suns. I mean, I was dodging it and I walked back into it just because I didn't see it, I guess. So good job, me. You know, didn't need to die, but that's what you get for not looking. Reposo. It seems like I did decide to get Strand this time around. Looking within, I guess I just want to go ahead and change it up. You know, maybe Strand will, you know, actually help me, because it seems like, you know, falling off might be a little bit of a problem for me. just a little bit. All right, I grappled directly into Calus's face and used my super in him. I don't know what the thought process of grappling directly into Calus was. There was absolutely no need for it. But here I am, just becoming stranded around, stranded time, you know. I'm just zooming. I'm not really counting how many times I've used this, but it seems like it was enough, and it seems like I almost int. And just kidding, it seems like it just seems like I die. Let's go. Let me count how many times that was. Actually, I should have been doing that. All right, so that's my super. I'm on the ground here. Here we are. 1 strand, 2 strand, 3 strand, 4 strand, 5 strand, 6 strand, 7 strand, 8 strand. So technically I didn't actually grapple onto this. I had to create my own point. So who knows? Maybe it might be more than 9 because I was able to grab onto that one. So it was 9, then a break-in one, and then that was the 10th one. No, just kidding. That was the break. So it was 9. So 9, and then I landed again. And then that was my own point. So it seems like it's on some sort of cooldown. Yeah, and if we look on the bus, it does seem like we have the grapple. So perhaps as long as we're continuing to grapple, or 9 might be the maximum, because here we are grappling, and I broke it. So maybe because I broke it, that's what caused it. So you might be able to grapple infinitely, as long as you don't break it with having to create your own grappling hook point. Not too sure, but that's what happened in this case. And okay, it does seem like it was on cooldown. That was what was happening there. Just, you know, gotta double check. Yep, that was my own point, and I didn't have grapple return, so I couldn't grapple into the point. Okay, yeah, makes sense. All right, it seems like I'm gonna go in for strand the 2nd time in a row. I mean, makes sense, you know, a little bit of limit testing first time around. Hopefully I don't, strand directly into Calus. I think using my super is probably a good move. Yep, that was good. Like, his health is mostly gone. Why am I stranding directly into Calus? What is happening? What was I thinking? I don't think I was thinking. I think that's the problem here. What is this? What is happening, by the way? Also, apparently you can just go pretty straight up vertically with strand. Honestly, not bad moves from me over here. This is pretty good. Somehow I saved myself from a otherwise seemingly catastrophic death. Great aim on that wayframe, but I think I just that was a bad prediction of where the enemies are going to move from my end. Nice, good one, great one. Oh, okay, so here we are, surrendering. Stay on the platform. Nope. Okay, I bounced off. I thought that was a clean landing, but yeah, I did. Yeah. Okay, so this was just I should have tried to swing more to the edge or something, or create a better point, because I think I dropped too early. Let's see here. Yeah, it's because I realized and I panicked. You know what? That one, I don't know. A little bit. That one, I will say it was unlucky. You know, out of how many deaths I can have, one being a misadventure, slightly unlucky. Sure. Could have prevented that, you know, if I had landed earlier, but I think my landing, by the way, I was playing, it seemed like I thought my landing was going to be fine, and I panicked and realized I had to strand at the last moment. So I'll let myself have that one. Stranding time. I don't think I interacted with the campaign banner. No need to. Fair enough. Okay, so the super is good, but trying to strand directly into Calus is not the move. I have no idea why I'm doing that. Oh, all right, we gotta get strand out of my hands. All right, we're on an upper platform. So just based on the damage my super is doing to Calus, it seems like, you know, the play is to get enough points to use my super on Calus, but That's pretty bad when you're considering the turret stats I had with Osiris. I have no idea what I'm doing, by the way. Like, what is this? I mean, this is where strength comes into play, you know? When the enemies are purposely blasting you off. And then, you know, then this happens. Hold on. I'm trying to see. I grab onto that point. I grab onto that point. Oh, so I did have to make my own point. So it does seem like once you make your own point, that's the end of the grapple chain. All right, I'm gonna start speeding things up here. Super start with the rocket. All right, boom. He's already phase 1 already. I didn't int into him either. Wow, great job, me. We're doing this. Well done, maintaining some high ground. Blink at some of the ads. Get some heal broad stacks. Tormentor's already spawned in. Shield already down. Tormentor is definitely gonna be a problem. Boom, hit him up. Hit him up. I forgot about the Tormentors, to be honest. Wow, that's not great damage at all. A little bit too ambitious on the strand angles. Ooh, that was a good drift swing. Good job, me. Truly, I'm the best player of all time. Create a wall. You know, maybe you just keep the wall up there. Right, you can just jump and silence me and knock me off completely. So it doesn't even matter if I have strand because I just get knocked off and by being silenced. Nice. I guess I'm still fooling strand for some reason. But, you know, I don't even pick up the banner even though I don't have full stacks in my melee, you know, just a little bit trolling. I guess the assumption was I'll have enough, but I don't know why I would just waste on Calus when I can just use 2 rockets to accomplish the same thing anyways. But here we are. And I fail completely on my, oh wow, okay. All right. Ignore everything I said about Strand, what I said about Strand earlier. Oh boy. Yep, proc bane switch, use my super, I guess the melee in order to secure, what? What am I doing? I guess I'm, you know. This is what happens when you're feeling it. Do not go with the flow. See, Osiris, completely wrong. Terrible advice. Do not go with the flow. Yeah. No, whatever I was thinking by looking up that was not it. Yep, this is the plan. Okay, honestly, that was fine. 2 charges of the melee is fine. Yep, see, that's why we saved up the charge of melee. Boom. Pretty good. High ground phase 2 can already start. I just look at the Tormentor. He's just sitting there menacingly. I don't even know I'm wasting time with ads. Yep, there we go. Exactly, just ignore them. Yep, just do a little bit of damage over time. Yep, just what? I really have to stop ice crystalling myself. Like, come on. Yep, just do a little bit of damage to these ads. Yep, just knock them out. Keep on going. Keep on running. Ooh, I like this. I can see it. I see it. The plan. It's coming together. And now we have this guy. We can do a little bit of damage this time around. Keep on moving. Boom. Dude, this is what's going on. Tormentor halfway across the map, probably. I don't know where he is, but that's probably a good thing because if I did know where he is, that means he's probably behind me. All right, taking a little bit too long, committing a little bit too hard. It's okay. Here we go. Strand saving me. Let's go. That was good usage. All right, gonna go ahead and wait frame. Use the melee charge. Taking a little bit too much damage. I guess I'm gonna use a wall here. I have to use a wall at some point, but this is fine. Get knocked back. I live though. Here we are. Gonna finish him off, but still alive. Tormentor nowhere in sight. Just kidding. He's right in front of me. I'm wasting time on the Tormentor. Make sure he's nowhere near me. Yep. Just keep on running. Yep. Great. More ads have spawned in. Very cool. All right. Do no damage. Jesus Christ. Do no damage to the Tormentor. What am I doing? Why am I pulling it? What am I pulling itself towards? What happened here? We cannot. What is happening? What did I just witness? Huh? How am I alive? I'm dead here. So, yes, what the hell? Okay. All right, we need a play-by-play breakdown on what just happened. Okay. Here we are. Rocket, boom. Tormentor, here we are. Pulled towards me while a shockwave staggers him. So he's staggered. I pull, staggered. So I'm silenced. Hit him. He's enraged. He's rushing towards me. Did I miss a melee there? What happened? Or did I slow it down? Okay, so it did seem like my grappling hook actually came back, and that's what propelled me forward past the Tormentor, and I regained the grappling, and it stunned him, and then I hit him with the melee while the Tormentor suppressed me. Tormentor looking directly at me, rushing me down. I turn around, I try to use Strand, but I'm suppressed. Yep, the grappling hook did come back. Oh, no, hold on, just kidding. Wait, let me get timelines order correct. Melee here. Boom, hit him. Turning around. I don't have them. Yeah, I do have it back. And I try to use it, but he suppresses me while I'm behind. And that's why I don't realize what is happening. I'm trying to buy time. I'm trying to strand onto it, but I get knocked from my strand. And then here we go. We still have the grapple return. And I'm able to create a point, and that's what allows me to get onto here. But I don't have my grappling hook was not returned because I had to create my own point, and thus I fall and die. Dang, that's what happened. Crazy. That was wild. All right, finally gonna go ahead and not use Strand. That's probably the correct choice. Didn't proc bait the switch, unfortunate, but I guess I'm gonna go ahead and just use my super to die. Nice. Oh, I'm alive. You know, if I didn't mess up the initial jump with my super, you know, maybe. But now here I am, stopped. In the support beam. Oh, and of course, you know, they're homing, so they can target me down here. While I don't even see Calus. Maybe this platform should have just been lower. Like, you know, if he couldn't have been, you know, above the veil, maybe it should have been way more below the veil, so it's more red to make it more menacing. Like the standard regular ass office lighting is not selling me on the vibe. Like, sure, I guess it's kind of orangey purpley, but like the light in the middle is like it's too much of a white light, and it makes everything lit like too flat. But yeah. Guess I'm rethinking my equipment here. It's like, all right, well, I don't know what's happening. Or I'm switching to TQs and Nox Perennial. It seems like, you know, I want a more special or more precise special weapon. That's, you know, not a bad decision. Guess I'm gonna go ahead and also go on Strand. Let's see if this switch up in my tactics. I mean, not a bad start, you know. Being switch proc, hit some TQs, you know, I still get knocked off to support beam. I'm stuck here, but I have Strand this time around, and here I am clipping into the bottom half of the map. Great job, me. But thankfully, Strand does allow me to save myself. That's crazy, and I get knocked off again. Are we serious? Oh my god, and Strand allows me to save myself again. Dude, this is crazy. This is wild. This is insane. I'm actually so good. But also, I'm being trolled to an immense degree. What is happening here? What am I doing? Why am I not running? Why are you fighting? Okay, I'm alive? Question mark. Calus is just not targeting me? Question mark. What is he doing? How did I live that long? What is going on? There's a tormentor here. All right. Oh my god. And he suppresses me, and I fall to my death. Of course. Honestly, you know, a lot of questionable plays going on, but you know. Seems like stranding time is the move. I mean, I did only have one run with it, and you know, there was some wacky plays. The TQs and seems to be okay. Needle Storm not doing as much damage because I think we're way further away. I don't know if Tigers is that much better than the Verge Curve at dealing with this. Because here we are, because, you know, it might be, Verge might be just a little bit slower than TQs when it comes to ad clear, maybe. But the stasis crystals are actually just so broken. And what is happening? What am I doing? All right. I waste my entire time fighting a random ass. I'm just fighting this random ass Legionnaire in like the back of the map. And then I'm just panicking and I'm just dying. All right. Great job, me. You're so good. Nice. Was it worth it? Nah, I could honestly in the round might have pervaded, you know, not terribly. Apparently I got stacks with pervading darkness. What the hell? Okay. I didn't even, that's not something I ever noticed in this encounter. So that's how much that doesn't matter. But that might be why I insta died from the whatever, but I have no idea. There might have been a grander point I was trying to make, but whatever I was trying to say, but because I haven't scripted it out, it's lost in whatever sauce I'm talking about. But it does seem like Needle Storm, you know, not doing maximum amount of damage since I'm far away from Calus, but maybe it did. Maybe that is enough because I didn't hit it with the bait switch quite yet. Boom, boom. Just clearing out these ads. Honestly, yeah, I don't think TQs is that much better at ad clear even, to be honest, because you kill one ad with Verge and you get one crystal and you can just boom, chain kill. I haven't even used the Nox Perennial just yet. I did completely forget the name of the weapon. It does seem like I switched back to my Verge and whatever the wayframe was called. This one's the harsh language. That's what it was. That's what it was. Straining time. Gonna go ahead and get the campaign banner. I don't know why I attack Calus. You know, it just makes me feel good, I guess. Gonna strand off the map. Gonna strand back into the map. Wow, nice job, nice save. Didn't need to save yourself. You know, had you not done that, I don't know why melee from this distance is like, what a complete waste. Like, and then I'm stranding back into Calus, his face directly. I'm not even gonna use my super on. What is happening? What happened? What was the thought process? Now I'm gonna use my super? Why not just use my super when I'm at Calus? What was the plan? I don't know. I have no idea what the plan there was. All right, kill these ads on these platforms. Nice. A Verge curve, I will say, propensity to troll yourself is really, really too high. And I mean, strand propensity to troll yourself, also probably way too high. What is that? How many times have I killed myself with strand, by the way? I feel like I've stranded myself off the map like at least like 6 times by now. Great job, me. Nice. All right, so let's nice. Okay, what's happening here? I'm gonna go ahead and drop a turret. Go ahead and use a penumbral blast on Calus for some reason. I'm just gonna go ahead and get blasted off the map. Nice. 3-1. Good going. Good going, me. You're so. We're just trolling at this point, right? I'm just trolling. What is happening? What am I doing? What am I doing? I pick up strand, and instead of using my super to attack Calus like normally, I'm just grappling off the map again. What is this? Oh my god, I saved myself. How did this happen 2 times in a row? Also, look at the weird ass hitboxes happening there. What is this? First of all, really incredibly lucky there. Let's see this. Let's see this. Okay, that was just above me. This is a wacky one, huh? Should it have hit me? Probably. But it seems like it might have passed a little bit, wherever its hitbox was a little bit further than wherever the visual is showing, which is, you know, often the case. Pretty interesting to see the actual, you know, how the actual attack is made up through its model. Pretty wacky. Well, it's not that wacky, but yeah. That one missed, and that one's obvious miss. Okay, so the middle one probably should have hit. Classic CS good moment, but what are you gonna do? Using my Needle Storm from halfway across the map for no reason. Again, I don't know why I'm using my Needle Storm across the map. Like, just use it when you're next to him. What is happening here? Like the attacking him and then moving away was fine, but maybe I just want to maintain the high ground position, even though it's like, maybe I just want to stay on the high ground. Maybe that's it. Oh, let me just. Okay, wasting a lot of time. Boom. Now, bounce to the middle of the platform of the fighting arena. Get rid of these scions. I don't know how I didn't die from that, by the way. I don't know how I'm still alive, actually. Honestly, ooh, boom. See, look at that. The Verge curve. You can't do that with the TKs. This is, I'm actually, I'm shocked that I'm alive at this point. I've literally been at like no health, trying to regen 1 HP this entire time. Create a nice ice wall, you know, try to buy some time. Yep, hit. Nice, yes. You play some aim labs, nice. I do like that you are able to shoot the whatever drill bullets, darkness. Let's go with darkness drills. I do like that you're able to shoot Calus's darkness drills in order to not take damage. It is a nice little skill mini game. These tormentors though, these are annoying, dude. Imagine if these are imprints. They're only annoying because, you know, I have to deal with all this other stuff and I don't have a precision heavy weapon. And by I don't have a precision weapon, heavy weapon, and I mean that me at the time did not switch a heavy precision weapon. Why I did not do such a thing is a great question, and I would love to ask myself that. But alas, here we are, DPSing Calus with a wayframe grenade launcher. I do get, you know, Apex down. Honestly, staying here and ignoring the Tormentor has been going surprisingly well. All right, I guess the answer is just, you know, just tank the damage. It's like, all right. Now I'm like, oh, imagine if I just had a fucking stasis turret. My Bleak Watcher buddy. You circle around the Scions. Go ahead, circle around. Get my super out. Boom, Calus takes a lot of damage. That's a second Tormentor on the field, though. Ooh, if I had Bane switched, Calus might be, might have gotten his health knocked out here, but, you know, he's spawning in some more beasts. We got some Tormentors getting down. The lighting has darkened, maybe, I think. Here we are, just running in circles. Tormentor behind me. 1 rocket, 2 rocket. Boom, Calus, health down. Too easy. All right. Oh, Calus second phase. Oh, who could have seen this coming? And it seems like the Veil seems to extend its roots from above, and it seems like Calus is now enraged and chasing us along with 2 Tormentors. And I'm just dodging. I'm just chilling. I'm just surviving. I'm just being chased. Calus is running. We're just chilling, just going in circles. I'm just looping. This is wild right now. I'm like, oh my god, of course there's the second phase. That's gonna be completely expected. Now I'm like, great, there might be a third phase. I'm like, oh my, how am I supposed to survive and do damage, Calus, when I have no rockets anymore? When I'm being chased down by 2 Tormentors and him at the same time, I literally cannot let go of the W button. Anyways, it's a little hectic. You know, I'm running out of Calus is right behind me apparently. You know, this is what happens when you try to slow down even a little bit. I don't know why I'm staying around on the outer perimeter completely. It seems like maybe I should employ a little bit of zigzag strategy, but I think I'm panicking and I strand myself off. Bro. Wow. Really? I completely forgot about that. That's how I died here? I stranded myself off the... Of course. How else would I die? How else would I die if I didn't strand myself to death? Oh my god, dude. What is that? Nice. All right. At least we know. At least second phase exists. First phase is doable. I guess I'm going to go for Strand again. You know, ignore what I said about stasis. That will come later. Ooh, that was some good cleanup. Good shot. I mean, I feel like that first shot was come mainly because of the aim assist, but we take those regardless. Get a couple hits in. Little freeze, boom, boom. Tormentor spawn in, I think, okay, and that's the end of that clip, actually. Okay, clip is starting again. Tormentor is chasing me. Yep, we're just going in circles. Drop a casual rift, create a wall. Maybe I should not destroy these crystals in hindsight, but it'd be like that. Nice aim. You know, there might be a center glowing area to shoot on the chest of a Tormentor, but you actually have to hit those. No, it's like heavy ammo. Yep, there we go. Pick one up. Nice. Got to get bricked up real quick. Boom. Freeze that Tormentor. Easy. Hit him up. Hit him up. Hit him up. Boom. Right. I don't think I'm even going to focus on Calus until I get rid of this Tormentor, because it's clear to me, and, you know, second phase of the fight, that this Tormentor is going to suck me. Yep. Suck. Calus. What? Oh, did Calus actually broke me out of the stun of the Tormentor. That's crazy, dude. Big up Calus. Jesus Christ. I don't know what I was trying to say there. Calus, I guess. Calus. Big ups, Calus. Shoot a rocket. You have one more. You can finish him off. Yep. Too easy. Clean up these Scions. Scions are actual freeload because they get a one-shot them and get a free crystal. They're too good. It's free value. Just get rid of, you know, Calus's armor. I don't want to waste damage just to, you know, get through something I can do real quick. Going, try to clear a platform, secure a little cover behind here. Boom, nice, good cleanup. Get a little procs in. Boom, boom, boom. It's that heavy ammo. Probably want to make a run for that real quick. Boom. Yep, nice. Picked it up. I didn't remember if I actually picked it up. Unfortunately, it was only one brick though. Got my super in. Calus. Second Tormentor spawned in. We're doing pretty good. Did the second Tormentor spawn in? I think it did. I feel like I heard the noise. But it also would have... Yeah, it did. Okay. Yeah, I mean, nothing too crazy is happening. Just going back and forth, using cover, creating crystals. Tormentor is, you know, the problem. Honestly, you know, it's not going too poorly for me. There is the troops trying to kill me from the side, but Calus is honestly not too bad to deal with the cover in the middle. And the Scions are, like I said, are actually good for me, because if I get more stacks of Hail Barrage, I get to do more damage to the Tormentors. I'm getting barrage from everywhere, behind, in front. Absolutely brutal. Might get the video age restricted just on that one little interaction. Definitely not safe for kids. Can't believe Destiny would put that in the game here. I'm just wasting time on this, trying to secure this platform for no reason. All right, now I decided to get on top. Wow, should have done that forever ago. And now I'm back in the middle. So the entire side adventure at that platform was a complete waste of time when I'm back in the middle and dealing with these Scions. It's not like I even positioned myself, so my back is against the empty platform, because now I have to kill off these guys behind me. So here we are. Yep, Tormentor. It's really this Tormentor that is making things annoying, because I have to waste so much ammo just to deal with it. Boom, boom. Crystals. Dude, I love me some crystals. Honestly, too good. Of course, I die by a Tormentor knocking me off the main platform. I'm considering all my options here. It's like, what is happening? Linear fusion rifle? You don't want to switch to a linear fusion rifle, buddy? Buddy, you don't want to switch to a linear fusion rifle? You know, to deal with the Tormentors? You want to stick with the Apex Predator? All right. Is that the end of the clip? Yes, it was. Okay, I guess I took a break there. We're back. Just kidding. The recording just trolled me. Okay. And I changed absolutely nothing. Nice. I decided to take a breather. No, I switched out my harsh language for a shotgun. For some reason. I guess I felt like I didn't need the eye clear, and the bone chiller was going to be good enough, I guess. All right, I'm back. Not changing anything. Seems like I'm gonna, oh, nope, switch for the shotgun. Gonna pick up Strand, I guess, for fun. Nice shotgun usage. I'm just using it to proc and switch, but you want to be a little bit closer, buddy? Nice aim. The science can be free low if you miss every single shot, but you know. Tormentor already spawned in. Crazy. I say crazy. That was my plan. Nice aim. Here we are. Did bounce into the air real quick, but the shotgun was for the Tormentors. Strand gonna go ahead and keep me in the middle platform. Nice, good save. Even though that, you know, this is the entire purpose of me grabbing Strand probably. Nice aim. Next to Calus, and you know, I was gonna say, you know, did not get knocked off, but I had to actually wait until. Nice aim, buddy. Okay, you know, doing pretty decent damage though. Walk up to him. You're dead here? Nope, I'm alive. Just kidding. Massive W. Gonna secure this location. Get bounced in the air, but I'm getting bounced in the air a lot in this encounter, but somehow it's not been terrible. Shotgun strat, not terrible with dealing with these Tormentors. You know, maybe if I got a little bit closer and didn't waste, you know, so much ammo, it'd be working out a little bit better for me. But here we are. Gotta reload a couple of shells. Strand, boom. I guess just gotta keep the grappling hook just to keep me from getting knocked off. I guess that's a strat now. A little bit panicking. Don't waste ammo. You didn't even destroy the thing. Nice. Good job. Nice. Good. You can't miss a sign like that, buddy. All right. Pretty decent run around. Get hit by the Tormentor, and Calus is just barraging me. I'm somehow. How am I alive? What the? That was crazy, dude. I got sucked off by the Tormentor and got hit by Calus. I guess Calus's thing is just more annoying than doing damage. Almost get knocked off because, of course. Boom. Tormentor. After this, you know, get a pump in. Nope. Silence real quick. Of course, get finished off by a random Scion. Nice. Keep going. Is this going any better? We could debate that. Probably should not go for Strand. Seems like I'm not going to. This might change things. Let's see. That was weird. Drop a thing on me. Go ahead and freeze the troops where I'm standing. Not bad, not bad. Clean up this mess. Secure the area behind me. Get rid of some Scions. I mean, good job on me, you know, holding off on using that shotgun too early. I mean, it was still too early, or too far away, but good intent that I showed by holding my shot. Get another turret on Calus, and oh, unfortunately, I get destroyed. Whoops, accidentally have that open. I don't know. I don't know now if you can see it, but I will know when I go to edit this, if you could see that. Probably could. I mean, I'm just recording Potlayer, so. Anyways, that wasn't great, but, you know. I've had a lot of not great attempts. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I do anything too crazy from here on out. You know, well. I say well, but like I'm thinking of something crazy that's happening. But it's more like, when I say crazy, I mean like brain dead. And I think a lot of dumb stuff happens. But generally, I think after a lot of experimenting, I think I finally settled on this staying in the middle, you know, just maintaining control, dropping my turret down, having my shotgun for the Tormentors. Securing a location for no reason. I guess I just don't want to be in the middle. I don't know why I did that because they're just going to respawn anyways. It's not like I needed the Hellbroth stacks because there's just going to be more scions that spawn in the middle. Like a lot of questionable actions going on here. It's like, all right, well, what are we trying to do here? Like, what is the point of this? I guess because I died from behind last time, I'm just especially worried of dying from behind for no reason, even though that was like the only time that actually happened. And now that, yep. Tormentor at your feet. I don't know why you fired that shot. That was pointless. You don't. Tormentor just falls off. Apparently they can do that. They can just fall off. Today I learned. Honestly, hold on. Let me go. I need to rewatch that. Yep, here it is. Boom, boom. Yep. Here we are. Jump up. So what is happening? So how does that happen? So the Tormentor is jumping after me, but is it because I was? Hold on. Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like I even dipped. I made it from the platform. I guess it was just because of where I was jumping. It tried to jump, and maybe that was where it was landing instead of where it was jumping. But yeah, I have no idea what happened there. I mean, we take those for sure. Maybe that's a viable strategy, you know, get the Tormentors to kill themselves. Although I will say, I don't know if that happens again this entire encounter, the rest of the fight. So, and it hasn't happened before now either. So, you know, that's not really something I can rely on, which is why I don't. Spoilers. Get a couple pumps in, get some rockets in. Shotgun strategy, honestly, not terrible, not terrible. If I wasn't suppressed. Oh, I got to finish him off too, and I'm healed. Ooh, shotgun tech was cooking. Let's go. Now all I have to worry about is Calus and getting him down into second phase. And this time I don't even have to worry about, you know, 2 Tormentors being added onto that chase. Honestly, things are looking pretty good. Gonna go ahead and get rid of these bozos on this platform for some reason. Just for fun, I guess. Maybe I just want heavy ammo or something. I don't know. I'm just here. I'm just chilling. I think the way I was looking there, I think I really was trying to go for that heavy ammo. Drop this just to be extra safe. Oh, Calus knocks me up. I guess I think I'm trying to draw Calus a little bit away, draw his attention away from me. Okay, I did get the heavy ammo. Nice. Gonna go ahead and drop a turret on him. Gonna drop a grenade just to go ahead and freeze these guys so I don't have to deal with them. Unfortunately, I am getting lower on special ammo, but that's not too bad of a thing, you know. I gotta use special ammo to do something besides just hit Calus for 116 points of damage. Knock, crystal, boom, hit. No ads, free, proc bait and switch. Ooh, Calus, low HP. Just a couple of dodges. One more rocket and he'll probably be good. Get a heal on down too. I have a nade. I have some Hellbroth stacks. I have my melee. I have my super. A lot of resources available to me. Not the greatest amount of heavy ammo, but you know, it's enough. You know, here we are, second phase. I do have my super. Nice. We're gonna proc super immediately. Boom. 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 Hit. Cal swings, misses. Each hit of my super knocks him back a little bit. Not the biggest amount of damage, but that's okay. I get a turret down, which is good because I can slow him down, freeze him a bit. I don't know why I'm aiming at my own turret. Play a little bit towards. Oh, Cal jumps towards me. Yep. The turret freezes him. Perfect. I don't know. I stayed still a little bit too long, but it's okay. I'm jumping around. Just gotta keep on running. Yep, just keep on running and you're probably okay. Just stay near your turret and it will continue to freeze them. There's some ads, which is good because I can spawn some crystals. Can't miss. Ooh, one hit. Cannot miss. I tell you, can't be doing that with your Hellbroth stacks either. But that's okay, Calus, down to the last segment of his health bar. Here I am running around. I get a nice health bar up. Boom, boom, rocket in. Boom, Calus knocks me. Oh my. And Calus knocks me off the platform, but here I am. on a support beam, looking at whatever the tentacles of the Veil are doing. I guess roots. You know, this is an interesting sight. You know, I try to throw a turret up there, you know, in order to see if I can freeze them. That was a bit too ambitious of a throw, to be honest. I see Calus. My shotgun is way too far of a range. Cannot hit him through the gaps in the platform. Trying to see if there's anything I can do. Switching out your weapons even though you have no ammo here. Maybe I'm trying to go for Tikus, but I can't even detect them with Tikus. Wow, really? Not even detectable with Tikus. Weird. Maybe I'm too far away. I try to look at the beams. Here we are, look at my feet. See, the lighting down here is nice, but the lighting at the platform sucks. So it is really, really unfortunate. All right, I'm not dead. Make my way on top of the beam. Being closer to Calus does not proc anything. My way too ambitious of a throw. I don't know why I'm trying to hit things through the grate when I just already figured out that was not a possibility. Here I am. Just, you know, I'm just here. I'm just vibing down here. Trying to see if there's a way to get back up because Calus is, you know, almost dead. And I am but mere meters away from him. Like, really? This isn't in range of Tikus? All right. Gotta be a little bit. No, what was the plan? What was the plan? What was the plan there with that nade? All right, well, here we are. I'm just jumping around, just jumping, just staring, just looking. You know, the roots down here do look pretty neat. I wish, you know, maybe the platform should have been made out of roots of the Veil or something. Yep, here we are. I'm just down here. I'm just trying everything. Switch to Sunshot? Was I trying to do some explosion? Well, I guess I'm trying everything. Oh, hold on. I think I moved. Yep, I moved up. Am I trying to jump backwards up? Finally, I make my move to another beam. I make my way. Ooh, there's a Scion and I kill him. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. I do have a crystal. Maybe I can use a crystal in order to create a platform for me to jump on. Okay, we're way... Okay, think about your angles, buddy. What are we doing with those throws? You throw it way more... You, like, throw it straight up. Like, it's already... Okay, all right. It's okay. We're making progress. We're making progress. I have a crystal. I have, you know, the rest of my kit. I can just wait for my super. I accidentally click mouse 1 and create a crystal and die, and the Scion pushes me off the beam. Oh my god. For all the ways for that to have ended. I mean, how else could it have ended? Wow. Amazing. Brilliant. It's okay. You know, I was like 10 seconds away from completing the campaign, but here we are, back at the beginning of the fight. Obviously, no big deal. I'm definitely, you know, not annoyed or anything because of the circumstances of how that ended. No big deal. Definitely got to maintain my composure. You know, I have the ability to reach the end of the encounter, or at least what I believe to be the end of the encounter. Wasting some time on these back platform guys for no reason. You know, I guess I am fully tilted. I'm like, I just want to kill some guys. Guess that's what's happening here. Finish this dude off. Ooh, how did that third arrow miss? I'm gonna blame that on the game. These war beasts somehow did not get hit fast enough, but I managed to live thanks to my utility. These homing missiles are absolutely tripping. What happened with that? All right, they're just... All right, there we go. Destroy them all. Plink, plink, plink at Calus. The box in front of me, you know, not taking damage, or it's preventing some of the splash damage from the missiles. Pretty good. This angle is not bad. Here we are. I get to just, you know, look at everything. There are some dudes behind me. There's a box behind me. Never mind. Just kidding. Get some ice crystals and a Calus. Drop a turret. Yep, get to shoot the Tormentor's thing. He is here. I do have a shotgun though. Get a couple pumps in. Get a bunch of pumps in. Maybe aim a little bit harder. Maybe a little bit towards the center. These guys can actually annoy me now that I'm back here. But maybe it'll... I was gonna say, maybe it'll slow down the Tormentor. And it is. Gonna go ahead and blast the ground. Make the Tormentor really feel it. Really doing my all for this Tormentor. These guys are... getting finished off. All right. Boom. Second Tormentor already spawned in. I didn't even realize I was doing that much damage to Calus. But, you know, just my aura is so threatening that Calus was just really feeling it. Get a couple pumps in. Boom, boom, boom. Use my super. Go ahead and maximize my super in order to finish the Tormentor off probably. Boom. He's dead. Oh, man. Tormentor dead. Calus last phase. Ooh, wow. The back-to-back? All right. Now I know what to expect in the second phase, so here we are. We can drop a little thing on Calus real quick. It got way darker, and I just die. How did I die? What? Die to a misadventure? What is happening here? I placed down a well. I'm looking at Calus. I'm taking damage from the suns while being healed up, and that... Oh wait, so I think I died to the Sons of Blueberry attack, but because I'm being healed up at the same time, it counts as a misadventure? Question mark? Interesting. But yeah, because I was actually resisting for a little bit, I thought I was able to live, but now I definitely know that, you know, just move forward. Like literally, had I just moved forward here, like had I just hit W instead of mouse 1 here, or in my case, not WE, but had I hit E and just walk behind this box, I would have lived. But somehow this gets counted as a misadventure. Sure, bunny. All right. Here we are at Calus, round number something. Starting the fight off, you know, like I usually do. One arrow to Calus. Make him really feel it. Guess I'm not staying in the middle. I guess I really like the box. I'm feeling the box. Incendior behind me is pretty annoying. Gonna chase him down. Finish him off. We're finishing a lot of dudes off this encounter. Plink, plink. Okay. Yes, like that attack kills you really fast, huh? I guess as soon as I see the heat waves, I just have to move because that was incredibly fast. Like that's maybe too fast of a time to kill, but ooh, 4 shots to Calus. Just so you know, he's gonna die this time around. You know, Calus's weapon, pretty cool. Hopefully we get to wield it. Probably not, but it does look sick. All right. I'm just gonna start skimming through. This is the benefit of me being able to do this. Let's see, I die here to what's happening. I get grabbed by a Tormentor and then finish off by a Scion's melee. A Scion meleeed me. Bruh. Okay. So I get grabbed by the Tormentor, and I'm sucked. And then the Scion melees me. Nice. I think the Scion might have also broken me out. So he meleeed me maybe twice. So he attacked me and then meleeed me. Nice. Thanks, Scion. Appreciate that. All right. Staying behind the box. Use my super. A lot of stuff went blue, so, you know, definitely very successful. Do a decent amount of damage. I mean, that means I don't have to do any ads on this side. Guess I'm really feeling the box, huh? Got some more beasts on the ground. That was... I'm just going to pretend that never happened. Apparently, I switched back to Apex Predator. I say apparently I switched back. Just kidding. Cut that. Tormentor pushing up on me. I get hit. I almost get knocked off, and I just die to another Scion. Nice. All right, this time around, Winter's Wrath really helping me deal with the Tormentor, even though it suppresses me at the end. You know, maybe I say my supers for the Tormentors now, actually. That might be the strat. Plink, plink. Boom. Second Tormentor. Up and at him. The freeze and pump strategy. Really good. Try that one out, fellas. Freeze and pump. If the body's already... okay, we don't need to get... Okay. It's just a Destiny video, you know, we don't have to go... Cut. I'm just talking to fill time. We don't need to go. Pump. All right, well, just a few pumps, you know. Not much in the tank there that time around. Happens. Got an off day. Maybe almost every day is an off day. That might be it. Shoot Tormentor. Or don't. Or don't shoot anything, actually. Just shoot the guys behind you because you have to shoot at something. Tormentor just... What was that? Hold on. Bro was zooming. Bro is actually just around the corner. Yep. He's there. Wow. Perfectly out of vision the entire time. I'm getting trolled. He's just there. Good reaction by me to use the Penumbral Blast. Yep, enemies are on that side. Not great. Oh, run directly into the Tormentor. Nice. Crystals block Tormentor from rushing me down. Nice missile. Good one. Get knocked off the platform again. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, man. Place down a rally banner. Hide behind the box. Really loving the box. I guess the box is it. You're like 4 years late to this, buddy, but go ahead, drop a grenade on there, freeze them, almost get knocked off, but it's okay because I'm just better, of course. And right as I say that, I get knocked off the platform. Really. Yep, go ahead and probably drop a turret on him, kill this guy, drop a nade, boom, freeze him. Yeah, it was fine. I was gonna say maybe I should have dropped it earlier, but I was like, nah, it was fine. Remember to switch my shotgun. I almost hit all three of that if I didn't get bumped into air for no apparent reason. The war beasts are gonna attack me, but that's why I dropped an early rift, and I can back up to drop a crystal, boom. Hit a pump, proc bait and switch through my jump attacks. Very cool. I mean, don't drop a crystal where you're trying to stand in. Maybe don't do that with a shotgun. Maybe don't try the jump shotgun. It's not a swag. All right, you're close up. Boom, down. Nice. We've been here before, and we can do it again. Yep. Calus slowly getting their health knocked down. I dealt a big number thing to the frozen tormentor. Very cool. Tormentor, other one spawns, and it knocks me off. Nice. A lot of me getting knocked off the platform. How much longer? This is suffering. This is way too long. Imagine if I made you sit through all of this. Like, behind the box, killed some dudes, hit Calus. We got it. What was this? Cabal Slayer. That's how many Cabal I've had to kill. I mean, you can just see the number on my death screen, but you know. Apparently that attack just missed. Cool. Yep, Calus walks towards me, and I walk further away from him because obviously. Yep, no enemies killed on this platform. Just drop a turret, I guess. Use the box. Everyone's frozen. All right, very cool. Massive damage to Calus. Ooh, that wall. Nice wall. Definitely not a good use of this, but here we go. I have my super up. I think I saved my super to deal with this exact moment when both of the tormentors are up. Maybe you want to aim at the tormentor charging you, buddy? Oh my god. All right. I don't know why I'm saying buddy all of a sudden, but tormentor is putting me... honestly, that would have been fine had I just decided to freeze the, tormentor that jumped at me. Like, I have no idea what I was not thinking. That's actually what's happening there. I know that was what I was not thinking, but I can finish this one off. Pretty good, pretty good. Second tormentor, other side of me. I can finish it off though, so that's not too bad. All right, here we go. Both of the tormentors are dead. Most of the ads are not a problem, and Calus has very low health. All right, don't need to waste a rocket on Calus at this point in time. Here we are, second phase. This time without any tormentors. All right, drop a turret in the middle just so to maximize the distance Calus can get frozen. Try to play behind some of these little boxes. Try to play with my turret as well. Trying to maximize his frozen time. I get hit and knocked by him, but it's okay. Drop a wall, regain some health. Keep some damage on him. Drop a nade on him directly. His shield is down. His health is down to the final segment once more. Hit him with a penumbral blast. No rockets, but it's looking okay. His health is pretty low. He hits me. Some scions are in the wake. And of course, Calus slams me into the wall, and so I die. Nice. Of course. Had I not missed that shot, I probably would have not been slowed down, and I might have not gotten hit by Calus, but honestly, he was pretty close. And I might have slowed down anyways, and he hit me into a wall, so I might have died regardless. But it was close, and every time it's gotten to this point, it's been unfortunately close. Seems like I gotta take a little breather. Okay, not a little breather, a very long one. Okay, so here we are the next day, and by we I mean me when I was playing this, because I was trying to finish Lightfall before I went to bed, but it was like 5 in the morning and I had to go to sleep. So here I am returning the next day because I had no idea how much longer it was going to take for me to defeat Calus. And if I really wanted to, I could use the excuse of me lacking the proper sleep and having been awake for way too long as for why I was inting against Calus, but that's a little bit of copium on my part. A lot of bad plays. Here I am, realizing that I did not do the Kaido interlude, and instead of going to do it now, I think I don't. I don't think I ever do it, so I'm pretty sure if I go in game right now and look at the map, I think I still have an interlude on my screen, so. All right, we don't even need to see me travel. We're in Numina. No, just kidding. I do the interlude. Just kidding. Here we go. Interlude analysis.
The Neo Mooney are a tenacious people. Rohan met his end with honor. He'd be given funeral rites of the highest distinction had he been Cabal. The war is not over. Calus has failed in the eyes of his master, and knowing him, he's about to unleash his barbarity like a cornered war beast.
Wow. I love how useless the interludes are. Really? Like, like the interludes would be fine if they were like 10 times the length and were like after every campaign banner. But we can't have like 1 line, 2 lines of dialogue after every mission and have that suffice as our character interaction. Anyways, I'm starting the mission and all right, I realize that I do have a checkpoint progress saved. Like I think I passively noticed that checkpoints were being saved, but they were not something I ever paid attention to. And you know, it's good to note that I am back at Calus directly. Dude, I got the loadout and everything. I guess I'm back on the Tiku's Nox Perennial. I guess that was, and on Solar completely. I have no idea why I did that, by the way. I have not even the slightest clue. But I did that for some reason. When did I even make those presets? Why do I even have to save as a preset? I guess I just forgot to record me doing that because maybe I just guess it was not important, but sure. But also I opened the game, but now I'm not even focused on Calus. I'm like, how did I come up with this preset? Maybe I just remember the preset. I have no idea. Maybe I made them in dim. Can you do that? Yeah, I mean, this is the problem when you're doing analysis on gameplay from like 3 months ago. Having to rely on my memory of what happened, but nope. I would say no worries, but why did I have that preset and why I have this? Why am I on Well of Radiance? Did I misclick? Did I just see the preset and was like, you know what? Maybe I'll test this out. What is happening here? Why am I on Well of Radiance? Why did I leave my well, by the way? Why did I just leave my well? I guess I was like, oh, maybe Sunbracers would be it since I was on the Witch game. That's actually when I made the presets. Wow, now I remember. There we go. Completely forgot I used Sunbracers during the Witch Queen. I don't think this is it though. This is Quake. That was the first time I died to that. Quake. Ooh, I'm changing my artifacts. I guess I'm gonna actually go hard into Solar. Change my artifacts and everything. Crazy. But here I am. Behind this box. Really? I switched to Solar, Well of Radiance, but I'm still behind the stupid box. I get knocked off. Oh, didn't die. Wow, I mean, I got knocked off the map this time around, but honestly, I deserved it because what am I doing with Sunbracers here? I just completely forgot how to use it. like, that's not how you use Sunbracers, but sure. Yep. Sunbracers, attack. Oh, hold on, wait. All right. Finish him off. All right, Solar Nade. Just have it sit on top of him. Drop a well. Yep. Hit. Yep. All right, now we can proc Sunbracers. Nice. I guess I'm saving the well for the second phase, but Calus might straight almost. Good amount of damage. Phoenix dive down to save myself. Now I dropped the well here because I was about to die. To get Sunbracers again. You know, Sunbracers, pretty good for the Tormentor as well, as well as the well. But you have to come on. You have to use your nade. What am I doing? The Tormentors are at me and I rocket at them instead of just throwing a nade while I'm in my. All right. New day, but not a new me, huh? All right. I guess that was too much troll. I mean, it wasn't even trolling. That was honestly a decent strat, I guess I was like, I realized I have no idea why I was doing that. Yes, fix your artifact mods. I actually cannot believe I touched my artifacts mod. Oh, I guess I had solo operative. Boom. Oh, I guess that's what the damage boost buff is. That might be what the damage boost buff is. Anyways, here we are back on Shadebinder. Not gonna plink at Calus to start off with. Drop a turret on him. That's a good start. Hit everything. Drop an early nade. everything is frozen. I don't know why I tossed a crystal into a already frozen target. Bit of trolling. One dude is behind me, but somehow I take no damage. And when I say I take no damage, that's obviously not true. That was just me lying. The Scion was frozen in the midair and didn't fall down, which I did not know was the case. Did not proc Bane switch, so I did proc Bane switch. I just didn't see it because there was like a bunch of different buffs, and I switched off my effects, but pretty okay start. I mean, I'm basically max heavy ammo, and Calus is basically at second phase, and I haven't even used my super to get there. Running a bit low on special ammo, you know. I kind of need that for the Tormentor about to attack me right now, but it's okay. I do have some utility, exactly, like my turret, my Penumbral Blast. Go ahead and get rid of some of these ads here while they're gonna try to rid of me. All right, that guy's dead. Pump 1, missile 2. I missile my Bane Switch shot into Calus, actually, which is kind of good of me. Can't believe I had the game sense to do that. I managed to go ahead and pop my super in order to deal with the Tormentor now, because I actually have to deal with it. Go ahead and do enough damage to finish it off here. Turret in the middle. Probably just gonna go ahead and rinse repeat this. I mean, come on, it's like same strat every time for last hour, but you know. Well, okay, I say every time last hour, but that's not true since I was just on Radiant Sun Bracers for like 3 rounds for no good reason. But here we are. Back on the Verge curves. It's working pretty well. Freeze this guy off, kill that Scion, get a Hail Barrage stack. Go ahead and hit that on that dude. Go ahead and drop a turret on the Tormentor. Definitely want to keep the Tormentor frozen as possible. Look. Nice. By the way, hold on. Okay. Already frozen, by the way. All right. Good arrow. You missed. Into the wall. Good one. Wow. 0 damage. 0 damage. Nice. Scion spawning on top of me while Calus and the Tormentor are literally eating my ass. Nice. Somehow I lived and got onto another platform while these bozos are frozen. That's actually kind of surprising. I'm trying to hit my rocket in the middle of both of them, but I can't aim. And why would I do that when I could just hit Calus? I guess I don't want to go into the next phase. That might be my thinking. I probably just want to deal with the Tormentor before I go into the next phase. And so I'm trying to splash onto the Tormentor instead of hitting Calus directly. Probably post-hoc justification, but you know, that's what this entire series is. And I fall off the platform and die anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Nice. Nice. All right, this time I fell pretty early. Nice. You don't need to see more footage of me falling down. I also don't need to see that because I've seen the bottom far too much. Far too much for my liking. I mean, this turret in the middle and then need to deal with this first initial troop is not bad. Could use a bit of refinement in its execution, but you know, it is working, and I can hit all of Calus' shots. The Scion basically almost killed itself there. Drop another turret in the middle, go ahead and hide behind this box. Really loving this box. Nice, 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 nice. Boom, damage, big damage. Okay, so I mean that was not that much damage, but it doesn't really matter. A Scion, just hold on. Let's look at the right side of your screen. Your boy, really? What is? He's just floating. He's just floating. Just like he just slid and he's standing there. Anyways, Tormentor, Calus, you know. Literally 0 damage. You want to hit the you want to hit the shoulder pads? No, you don't. It's okay. Definitely not a weakness. There's only the center mass of the Tormentor. That's the only area of the Tormentor I'm allowed to shoot. Almost died there, but you know, I somehow lived. Gonna find my way into the back of this platform. Drop a little nade. Maybe one of those was a turret, but I think I fucked up. Yep. Nice splashes by your rocket launcher. Instead of going up to the top upper platform, I guess I'm gonna go back to the middle. Maybe might confuse the Tormentor AI a little bit. Maybe he wants to do a little jumping action, but I don't really want to participate in that. Get rid of these Scions, you know. Tormentor is just, you know, he's just there. Yep. Now, yep, there's some guys behind me. Boom, got him. Get this Incendior real quick. Kill him. Nice. Almost get knocked off the platform, but don't. I'm just better. Ignore all the times I have gotten knocked off. All right, platform secured. Tormentor halfway across the map. It just decided to chill, which is good for me. Nice. Hit your shots. Aim, buddy. All right. Hey, broken hitboxes. The game is lagging. Server lag. All right, Tormentor is finally at my feet. Bro is immune to all my damage. No heavy ammo. Nice job. Doesn't really matter. Maybe this is a good thing because it's actually forcing me to use my shotgun. I got to keep this guy frozen. I stun them out of his second phase temporarily. Go ahead and drop a... Oh, I held back. I managed to not drop a crystal. Okay, just kidding. Crystal off that guy. Keep those guys frozen. Keep them back there. Boom. See some special ammo. Pick some of that up. Nice. Looking good. I can drop another Bleak Watcher whenever I feel like it. That pretty good location. Gonna go ahead and stop the Tormentor in the middle if it's pushed. Kill that dude behind me. Drop a crystal. Plink. I need some more crystals to do more damage to this Tormentor. All right. So yes. Finish him off. Boom. Okay, Calus, low HP. I'm close up. I have a turret access. I don't have any heavy ammo, but in the second phase, using heavy, my heavy is a little bit precarious anyways, because the rocket needs to go up close anyways. I have okay amount of special ammo. It's fine. You know, I do have my my rift back up. I do not have a turret or a nade, but I do already have a turret up. I'm gonna go ahead and hit Calus with a early blast and get knocked off the platform. And oh my god, and look at that. I stayed in the air long enough for the game to put me back. I'm joining allies, dude. Let's go. We're back. Oh my god, that's the strat. You just have to be on the edge of the map and join allies. Crazy. Anyways, now that I'm back in the middle of the platform, I can actually fight Calus. Only problem now is I have to kill him. But, you know, that little minor intervention actually gave me my turret time back. No heavy ammo still. Still barely any slugs, but what am I doing with my shotgun? Well, I can't hit a single Scion. All right, got my super back up. Probably going to go and pop that early. All right, nice. Calus in the middle, just swinging. Keep an eye on the prize. Okay, and we get knocked off and I die. Can't join allies again. We only got that boon once. Nice. Really? Can we get... Oh, the spot form, bro. Picked up Strand this time. I don't know why. For fun, I guess. Plink. I don't think anything happens. Be hard pressed to find any proper success in this deviation of a strategy that I ever find. I don't know. Just gotta fill up the airtime, you know? Yep, there's my death. Tormentor just knocks me off, of course. How else am I gonna die? You think that a Tormentor is actually gonna kill me? No, it has to knock me off the platform. Ugh. Yes, Strand, definitely not the play. Got that out of my system. Turret, drop, question mark. Nope, one plank. Has his weapon, now we drop the turret. Nice miss. Hit these guys, drop a nade, boom. Freeze, boom. Nice. Little texture glitch, good to see. Kill that guy, nice. Shoot the air, spook him. intimidate Calus. He's fighting me while I'm fighting Ghosts. It's no big deal, dude. I'm just multiple dimensions at the same time. Pump some into Calus. He's already down to second phase. The shattering from these crystals are pretty poggers when it comes to little chunks of damage. Using my super to deal with this Tormentor. Makes sense. Go ahead and kill the ads. I ranked up. Killed enough dudes to rank up. Nice. 112. Too easy. Get rid of these guys. Kill the Scion. Yep. Second Tormentor spawned in. Just in there, in the middle. I'm just... Okay, apparently I froze... My turret froze. Not... Maybe it wasn't my turret. Maybe it was my Penumbral Blast froze the Tormentor. But it's not falling. It is instead stuck in midair, and it manages to find a platform to come back up and jump me and join me on top. Very annoying. Very not cool. Very cringe. You really should have just fallen off, buddy. But... Oh, and he pushes me off? Wow. Nice. Very cool. Okay, Fearless Standard. I died really quick here, huh? What happens? Let's see. I get blocked by my own crystal. Nice. All right, I don't have all day. Let's see here. I'm just killing, enacting the same tactic as usual behind this box. I really just wanted to enact a box strat, huh? Skip. Yep. Super against Tormentor. Kill him. Yes, second Tormentor. Boom. Knocked up. Still alive. Second Tormentor. Almost dead. Calus. Low HP. Kill some dudes behind me. Okay. Get knocked up, but it's okay because the Tormentor is frozen. I got a little 2-for-1 damage special with that rocket. Finish this Tormentor off. Calus almost dead, and I have 2 rockets, which is not too bad. That is bonus damage after all. My super still needs to come up, but I do have access to a turret and both nades. I guess I'm going to go ahead and drop a turret early. Go ahead and just start regaining some of that grenade energy while keeping Calus at bay. I'm going to deal with this guy behind me just in case, I guess. I don't want to deal with any complications while I was saying, if I was going to fall off right there, I was like, I'm trying not to deal with any complications. Dies. All right, gets rid. He's now doubled up his shots. Nice. Get rid of the bozos at the end. Kill some of the ads. Drop another turret in the middle as I do have enough energy coming back up to get my second back one up. I used a rocket. I don't know why. That was super unnecessary. I guess I'm going to drop a second early turret, but I guess maybe I spotted the heavy ammo. Ooh, Calus gets an early hit on me. And there's a bunch of Cabal tech packs. I'm going to go ahead and use the super while Calus rushes at me. I guess just a little bit defensively. Stay in the middle of the platform, trying to fend off Calus, trying to do big damage. Unfortunately, my rockets hit into Calus's shield, but of course, that still does at least get rid of his shield. Ooh, super precarious as I do manage to glide on over to the other side, staying on the platform. As Calus is frozen, I do manage to pick up some heavy ammo. That's pretty big. That's 2 entire rockets. All right, there is a Scion just hitting me, but that's not a bad thing because I can't get a Hail Barrage stack and slow Calus down as I do not have any energy on my melee and or my safety rift. Ooh, and I managed to bounce and travel. I managed to avoid Calus's attack by bouncing on top of this little diode. Run away from the Scion. The Scion can give me a Hail Barrage stack. Ooh, that was a good turnaround. And both of my rockets do manage to land. And I killed both Scions. I have 2 Hail Barrage stacks, and I've gone ahead and slowed and frozen Calus. He is low. I do have enough energy to throw down a nade. Calus, extremely low HP. I do have enough energy to throw down another turret. This might be it. Calus incredibly low. I get knocked down to 1 HP. My melee is coming back up, and my rift is back up. Calus, 1 HP. My Penumbral Blast does it. With that, Calus is dead. With an explosion. Black thorns erupt from his body.
Keitel, they've done it. Calus is no more.
You gave him a Cabal's end. I believe it when I see it for myself.
Hey, do you guys feel that?
No clue what you're talking about. We're almost at the Veil. Hang tight.
No more running away. Rest now.
Well, the uglier they are, the harder they fall, right? No? Come on.
We finally found you.
Get your ghost!
What's wrong, Osiris?
Get your ghost out of there!
Finality takes shape.
It's creating the link!
At long last.
Destroy it!
What just happened?
We just lost.
Zavala, come in.
Okay. Cutscene is over. And oh my god, dude. All right, let's break this down. Cutscene ends. All right, we are looking at Calus. No more running away. Rest now. Keitel says this as she approaches Calus's corpse. Our ghost is there. I believe we are holding Kabasad in our hand. Nimbus arrives. The skyboard is way smaller than it seems. I think it morphed, right? Yeah. Convenient. Wild technology. Why can't we have one? Also, Nimbus comes in, he's just coming in after we already did all the hard work. Send me Keitel, come on. I guess Keitel at least, held outside, prevented Calus's forces from, collapsing in on us. But Nimbus, completely useless. The uglier they are, the harder they fall. Right? No, come on. Saying this directly in front of Keitel's face, no problem. It's not like Keitel is also a Cabal. Fist bump right after you called her ugly. Nice job. Great one. I can't believe we fist bumped back. No, we should not be smiling. Come on. Especially not after that fight. Osiris just randomly tells us to get our ghost out of there. What's wrong? Good question. Get your ghost out of there. Our ghost is just going up. Finality takes shape. Okay, witness. It's creating the link. What is the link? Why is the bottom of the veil a prolapsing anus? What is happening here? What is this? What am I looking at? What happened to all the tentacles, by the way? What is being sucked? Why is it just whiteness? Okay, so here we are. We're going in to destroy our ghost, right? What is happening? Why? So clearly, we're going up to destroy our ghost because, the witness is using it. It's like, oh, our character is conflicted because, it's our ghost. Something is happening, but it's way too late. This energy beam somehow links up. Here we are. The veil containment links up somehow through our ghost. This beam of light travels across the entire system into the Traveler. What happens? And Nimbus is way too late, buddy. Bro, okay, look at this. Here we are. We're on the ground. Nimbus and I are both looking at it. Keitel has the time to tell me to destroy it. I have the time to raise up my gun. Nimbus is still on the ground. His foot is still there. He's just looking at us. We take the time to aim. We're still aiming. We're conflicted, but we're hesitating. Nimbus, what are you doing? Keitel has a time to shout no. Our ghost is linking up, connecting with the Traveler, whatever the link is. And now it's falling, and now Nimbus acts. Wow. Right on time, buddy. Way too late. They'd already linked up. We weren't going to shoot it after already linked up. You should have done this okay. We should have done this way sooner, buddy. It already linked up. What just happened? Great question, Ghost. What just happened? We just lost. Wow, we just lost. So you're telling me defeating Calus did nothing. Regardless, so this entire us learning strand was pointless. Rohan's death was meaningless. Our entire point in coming to Neptune was a waste of time. We just lost. We defeated Calus. When you beat the boss and lose in the cutscene, come on, we can't be having this. What do you mean we lost? Calus didn't succeed. The winners just won. By us winning was actually the witness winning. Now we're contacting Zavala. Great. I mean,
The universe makes us all victim. And perpetrator. That's infinite cruelty. You, one of me, suffer both fates. Be free.
How do they have a puka on the ship? I've already interrupted the cutscene. Cool looking cutscene. I like the little musical sting at the end. I don't really have too much to add to it though, you know. That one pretty much speaks for itself. I mean, to be honest, all the cutscenes pretty much speak for himself, but you know, I have to say something. Cool cutscene. I can't believe how how is the entire story of Lightfall this pointless? What was the point of us going we discovered the veil? And what happens? It links up anyways through a ghost. What even was the link? What happened? I'm still confused. I'm still confused.
Should I feel humbled by this sacrifice? Relieved that it can't grant any more of our enemies the light? Lost? Without a God in whom I can place my trust? But what consumes me in this moment is the human loss. We've watched so many die for this war. And yet, those losses have given us insight and common bonds. We stand alongside more allies than ever before. Humans, the Woken, the Elixni, even the Cabal. When I came to the last city, I looked up to the heavens for the hope the Traveler gave us. Now, I look up and see the hope we've built for ourselves.
Yep, I mean, pretty standard speech from Zavala, you know. Gathering the troops together, we can prevail against the witness or something.
Guardian, the Traveler is gone, but we're still here. It may seem small, but it's no less important under the circumstances. Despite your triumphs against the former Emperor, the Witness has transformed the Traveler, and gone somewhere we cannot follow. Losses are no stranger to any of us, and I have long since known that the world does not obey laws of poetic justice, much as we might hope otherwise. It would be easy to look at the sky and falter. We cannot. We must take the time we have, and make these losses mean something. Neptune is the best and only direction we have. Work with the Cloud Striders. Learn what you can about the Veil. A step at a time, an inch at a time, we keep going. With or without the Traveler.
Yes, I think after, you know, the campaign in which the Veil linking up with the Traveler and Witness would have been the end of everything. It is now that is the appropriate time to learn about the Veil after all the important events have happened. Huh? I guess I'm just stun-locked. I'm actually just stun-locked. Bro, okay, we're out. Not quite done with the Lightfall quest. Gotta return to the Hall of Heroes and acquire Strand officially. Because, you know, campaign is over and now we can learn Strand. Probably should have officially gotten it in the end of 7th mission. I don't know why wait until now to give us Strand. I mean, we failed. Do we even deserve Strand? We failed. We defeated Calus, but we failed at the greater task of preventing the Veil from linking up with the Traveler. So honestly, Strand is not even deserved. There's not even a proper narrative arc to this. Like, you know, Kaido succeeded, Rohan succeeded, we failed? Question mark? Come on. What is happening here? Here you are, just buying some fragments. I don't think does anything happen?
Calus is gone, and the Veil is safe for now.
Oh, but yeah, okay. The Veil is safe for now, but it's too late because the entire point of the campaign was to prevent Calus from linking the Veil with the Traveler, and it's already happened. I just can't let.
Going forward, but I'm not going to take this win from us. From Neo Luna.
This is not a win. We lost. Like Kaido said, we lost. We lost.
Weird not being a rookie anymore. I'm just Cloudstrider Nimbus. Feels wrong.
Well, you can still be a rookie.
On my board. There was confidence in knowing the buck stopped with someone else. For Rohan, when I met him at least, it seemed like he just took everything in stride.
I mean, that's fair.
I guess I'll get there someday.
Yes, now is the perfect time for Nimbus to get character development after the campaign and where he's relevant and important. Question mark. like it's okay. It's like, why? It's like, why is this happening after the campaign? Have Rohan die like in mission 3. Maybe he should have died and sacrificed, and Kyle should have come later, and then Nimbus would have had a character arc to develop. But here we are. I can't even like Nimbus say whatever he's saying, bro. It's like, all right, that's the end of Lightfall. I don't know if I don't think I ever do the exotic quest. So no, I do not do the exotic quest. So that's the end of Lightfall campaign at the very least. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna end scuffed because the campaign also ended terribly scuffed. All of the campaign was fairly scuffed. Concluding thoughts, I would say the story itself, you know, outside of like the pivotal moments, was okay in theory, but it really should not have come after Witch Queen and before the final shape. Like if this was after Beyond Light and before Witch Queen, I think it would make sense, you know, have a little bit lighter tone before going completely back into the serious nature with the Witch Queen and then the final shape. But this entire campaign was just a waste of time. The Veil linked up with the Traveler, and the Witness was able to get in. Like, what would preventing the Veil? Like, I don't even know what preventing the link would have accomplished, because the Witness would have gotten into the Traveler in any case, right? Like, he was already working. They were already working on like doing so, and it's like, all right, well, what am I supposed to do about that? I guess the Veil just made their job easier, but in that case, it's like we didn't really fail. We just, I guess we failed in like a terribly indirect way where we prevented the Witness from accomplishing something it was going to accomplish anyways, just at a little bit of a reduced rate. It's not like we could have stopped the Witness from traveling into the Traveler in the first place. In any case, that was a waste of time, huh?